Hello and welcome, guys. Make yourselves comfortable and enjoy. This is Affinity, Chaos. Chapter 1101. Boom! Gray collided with the attack of the two in the mid-stages and was sent flying once again. However, he wasn't hurt by the impact of the attack. He wanted to use his domain, but realizing that they were too strong for him, he didn't bother. Void, kill off all those in the sage plane. Even if we have to leave, we should make sure that they feel some pain, he said as he was entangled with the two in the mid-stages. Ellis was fighting against two people in the early stages of the elemental venerable plane. Both people were already in the third stage of the elemental venerable plane, so they were not people that he would be able to defeat in a short time. However, he was suppressing them completely. The young man from the permanent faction in the mid-stage also had to fight 2 against 1. His opponents were a bit weaker than Ellis' opponents. He was already injured from the first battle, so he was only able to fight them to a draw. Even with this, there were still 2 more elemental venerables. Void was given the task of killing the sage plane elementalists, so the others had to fight alone. The heavily injured duo from the permanent faction had to fight against 1 person, while the other person had to fight against 1 person. Of everyone present, Gray was the one who faced the greatest pressure. He was not even able to counterattack. The duo was beating the crap out of him. Bang! Bam! Gray crashed into the wall of the building by the side. As the duo was about to turn around and help kill the injured duo, Gray changed places with one of them and attacked with a powerful Chaos Orb. Although he could not use the fusion state any longer, he could still create the Chaos Orb. Boom! The strength of the attack actually forced the young lady who was already in the 5th stage of the elemental venerable plane to take a step back. Even though it was just 1 step, it was still a frightening show of strength from Gray. One had to know that Gray was still in the 1st stage of the elemental venerable plane, while the other party was for stages above him, yet he actually forced the other party back. The young man who Gray switched places with soon arrived and attacked. Gray was unable to use the Chaos Orb immediately and could only block. He was sent flying, crashing to the ground. Even though he was being beaten, he made sure the 2 elemental venerables didn't leave. This was his task, and he was doing it. The 2 were still being pestered by him when they heard a scream. Turning around, one of the peak sage plane elementalists exploded. He was dead. Lady! She attacked, and just as her attack was about to land on Gray's figure, Gray switched places with Gray's domain affected them from the start and the icy chill was still wreaking havoc in their innards. With Void attacking them, he was able to quickly kill one of them. The expressions of the duo in the mid-stages from the Syphilis faction changed and one of them rushed over, leaving Gray to just one of them. Where do you think you're going? I'm your opponent. Gray yelled, but was blocked by the young lady. She attacked, and just as her attack was about to land on Gray's figure, Gray switched places with the elemental venerable fighting with the 2 injured from the permanent faction. The bunny leader appeared on his palm and took the duo away. They were already bleeding all over, and it was unknown if they would die at any time. The attack of the young lady hit the elemental venerable and sent him flying. Gray sneak attacked one of the elemental venerables fighting against Ellis, and the young man was soon injured. The other elemental venerable, who was heading over to rescue the sage plane elementalists, was stunned. In the second that he left, Gray had taken away the 2 who were heavily injured and even sneak attacked another person. Seal the void! He yelled, and 3 darkness domains spread out in the area. They wanted to lock the space around them. Gray was too troublesome. His space element and how well he uses it makes him an even more frightening existence in such a battle. Although they had the advantage with their numbers, it was actually putting them at a disadvantage. With the appearance of the domains, Gray, Void, and Ellis all unleashed their domains as well. Ellis was a water elementalist, so it started to drizzle soon. A snowstorm also started due to Gray's ice domain, while Void used his space domain. This time, he didn't use it to trap people, rather, he had learned to use it as a means of attack. Spatial distortions appeared randomly. However, the moment this happened, the sky reacted to it and rumbled. The expression of everyone present changed drastically. Shit! Run! Gray didn't even bother with these people and rushed out of the place. Void and Ellis did the same as well. The sky seemed to be crumbling down, seemingly wanting to envelop that place. The group from the Syphilis faction reacted a tad late, but it was almost at the same time as Gray's group. Just as they were escaping, 2 Chaos Orbs appeared in front of them and clashed, exploding with even more frightening power. Bastard! The young man from the Syphilis faction roared. Even when running for his life, Gray still attacked them. What was hateful about what Gray did was that it blocked their escape route for a second or so, but that was enough for the sky to cover them. Forgetting about the others, the young man used all his strength and broke through the area, creating enough space for him to escape. He couldn't really care about anyone else at this time. The young lady was the same. The other four elemental venerables used a combined attack to break through the attack. Unfortunately for the sages, they were unable to break through and were soon enveloped by the sky. They didn't have the time to scream before their bodies disappeared. Chapter 11:02. You're growing evil, Clouse said when Gray ran back to where they were. They were already thinking of joining the battle and trying to see if they could kill off all the Sage Plane elementalists, who would have thought that an accident would occur, and Gray would even use it to his advantage and even attack those from the Syphilis faction. They're stupid if they think they can escape from a conflict with me unscathed. Even if I can't beat them now, it doesn't mean I won't make them regret it. Gray replied, not too bothered about the others. They all had the same thinking to begin with. Clouse might be worse since he would use his words to infuriate these people. All he did was take advantage of the opportunity that presented itself and make them suffer some losses. At least now, these people would think twice before crossing paths with him or anyone he knew. Thank you for helping us. I don't know what would have happened without you coming. The young man who was in the mid-stages of the elemental venerable plane thanked Gray and the others. Although he was strong, other than escaping with his life, there was nothing he could do in that situation. Gray looked at the young man. He felt the young man was not a bad person since he decided to stay with the others when he could have escaped. If the young man had escaped, the others would have undoubtedly died before Gray and his friends got here, but he would have been safe. However, he didn't leave. Rather, he stayed there with them, helping them fight against that group. People from the Permanent faction were all told repeatedly of teamwork and building trust amongst themselves, and Gray could see the impact of it. They were not leaving anyone behind. Of course, he knew not every member of the Permanent faction had this sense of togetherness with the others. Do you have any items that would help with healing? He asked after looking at the others. Their injuries were by no means light. If they had arrived a few minutes late, then only the young man in the 5th stage of the elemental venerable plane had a high chance of survival. Yes, we can manage. We still have some things, the young man said. He didn't want to look at Gray, so after thanking him, he left. Did anyone else notice his awkwardness, or is it just me? Clouse looked around after the group left. The others nodded. Keith gave a wry smile before explaining he should be part of Grand Elder Archibald's faction. A student of one of Grand Elder Archibald's sons. Who's Grand Elder Archie? Clouse asked with curiosity. Archibald, Keith corrected. Archie sounds better, don't you think so? Clouse replied with a grin. Gray shook his head and let Clouse be, not speaking of how he addressed him. It wasn't like it had anything to do with him. He told the group of his encounter with the Grand Elder of the Permanent faction. You were almost crippled? Clouse and the others had frosty expressions, especially those that had known Gray for a long time. Alice and Reynolds looked like they would attack the Grand Elder if he were in front of them. The faction leader helped me resolve the matter, and with the appearance of my father, he had to back off. But I don't think he has given up on the matter, Gray explained before looking at the area where the energy erupted. If they were a bit slower, then they would have been in trouble. He still felt a bit fearful. Void, don't use your space domain any longer, he warned. I know, Void replied. He was also frightened by the attack. Luckily, they managed to react fast. Can we use this again? Clouse asked with a thoughtful expression. Most definitely. But it's too dangerous. There's no need in endangering our lives. Of course, it wouldn't matter if we were in danger in the first place, Ella said. Of all of them, he was the strongest, so he had a higher grasp of the power that erupted there. There's a chance that he might survive, but if he was delayed there, then it was a different story. Let's continue. The group continued on their journey. Gray didn't want them to split up now since they were already in the more dangerous parts of the ruin. Every person who entered this place would soon start to cross paths since their paths would grow smaller as they head to the middle of the ruin. While the group were advancing, Gray had no idea he was being tracked by a group. This group all wore black cloaks, but released sinister auras. Even the grass they step on die from the baleful aura that they released. In the group, a little girl who looked to be around 6 years old was skipping around, looking at the place with a playful expression. You've still not found him. Who will I play with now? She said in a cute manner while staring at the black-cloaked figures. The black-cloaked figures didn't say a word, but they all increased their speeds, heading in a particular direction. You found his traces? Yay! It's been so long since I had a good playmate. I heard he's very good. The little girl giggled as she rushed in the direction the black-cloaked figures were headed. In total, there were 6 people in the group, including the little girl. Other than the little girl, the others all wore black cloaks. The little girl and her group disappeared. On another part of the ruin, another group was also searching for Gray. This group was even more ostentatious than the previous one. They were hunting down the people from the Permanent faction in search of Gray. Of all the people who entered this place, the Permanent faction had suffered the greatest casualty, and all this was because of one person, Gray. Some people who died were all aggrieved. They died for someone they didn't even talk to. Since joining the faction, Gray rarely came out of his building, other than when he was heading to the library, going out for a mission, or leaving the faction ground. They rarely saw him, yet they were being killed because of this person. There were even some who had not seen Gray before due to some circumstances. Many people in the faction and the continent knew of the name Gray, but only a few had seen him. After the battle with the Syphilis faction, he was challenged by the young lady from the Syphilis faction, but he refused to appear. Gray wasn't the only one who had communication devices, so the news of people from the Syphilis faction hunting Gray down soon spread among those from the Permanent faction. The Syphilis faction only attacked small groups. The group Gray encountered was one of the largest groups that the Syphilis faction had attacked. Keith was quite social, so he managed to get the news 2 days later. They're killing all faction members because of me? Gray frowned when he heard this. Yes. Keith nodded. Why didn't that Moran say anything about it? Gray felt annoyed. Those 3 died because of him. Even if he didn't feel any form of attachment to them, he would have made sure he killed the group from the Syphilis faction. As long as he was willing to pay a price, he would have been able to kill them. That, he was confident in doing. Didn't you see how fast he ran when he met you? He also wanted to do the same to you, but he's not as open as the others. Clouse replied nonchalantly. Damn it. Gray hated being hunted down by people, but he hated it even more when those who had nothing to do with him had to suffer because of him. Let's go kill some people. He said in annoyance. I'll make them tremble at the mention of my name. Sure, traveling without doing anything is boring. Clouse was excited. He had a feeling he would break through soon. The sword had been really helpful to him. Keith, you have a wide social network. Ask them if they know the route of those from the Syphilis faction. Gray turned to Keith. Ellis was a little taken aback. Gray was really ready to hunt down these people. Even Clouse, who was still in the Sage Plane, was excited about this. Thinking of how they fought, he couldn't help but shake his head. This group of friends were all battle maniacs. Forget how it looks like Gray and Alice were the only ones who liked fighting. Clouse and Reynolds were no different, Void as well. During their time in the Azure continent, they almost fought against the entire continent. They had to go through battle after battle. That had turned them into the battle-hungry people that they were at the moment. Clouse and Reynolds might still have some reservations, but Gray and Alice were different. Chapter 1103. Gray and his friends soon started their hunt for those in the Syphilis faction. Since the people from the Syphilis faction started this, Gray wanted to make sure they regretted it. Keith soon got news of a group that was not too far from them. According to the information, the group attacked and killed some people from the Permanent faction, and they were currently headed in their direction. With this information, the group started to lie in wait. They wanted to ambush the group. It didn't take long before they met with this group of people. Other than 2 people, the others were in the Sage Plane. Such a weak group, and they dared to attack people. Gray snorted and soon came out to attack. The group consisted of 6 people, and with Gray's friends present, there were more than enough people to handle Thea's people. In the space of a few seconds, only the 2 on the elemental venerable plane were left alive. The other 4 died from the attacks of Clouse, Reynolds, Alice, and Keith. The 2 in the elemental venerable plane were unable to help due to being held down by Gray and Ellis. One of the reasons they didn't die on the spot was that Gray was thinking of a way to contact others from the Syphilis faction. He couldn't let this go on for long. If those from the Syphilis faction continued hunting his fellow faction members, then more people would die. Tell them I'm here, he said to the young lady amongst the duo. So you can kill them? The young lady didn't believe Gray would want the others to come without wanting revenge. Do you want to die instead? Gray's voice was cold. His intention was clear: either you call the others, or I kill you. No matter what, no one wanted to die. Seeing that Gray wanted her to call the others over in exchange for her freedom, she only hesitated for a while before agreeing to it. Before she contacted them, Gray made sure to confirm how many of them entered this place, and also what their strength was like. It would be stupid if he carelessly called them over only to be beaten by them. There's even a chance that they might be heavily injured if they were not careful. According to the young lady, about 50 people came from the Syphilis faction, and 15 of them were in the elemental venerable plane, while the others were in the sage plane. Gray did a rough count and deducted one person from the number of people in the elemental venerable plane, making them only 14. He had previously caused the death of 6 sage plane elementalists. If he included these 4, then 10 sage plane elementalists had died from the 35. He didn't know if others had met some mishaps as well, but he just made a rough calculation that only 11 people had died. It was better to be on the safer side. This left 39 people. They were only 9 in their group, and the young lady accompanying Ellis couldn't really be involved in such a battle, so they were 8. If they met a group of 15, Gray was confident in himself and his friend that they would be able to fight it out with them. All in the premise that there were not more than 4 or at most 5 elemental venerables. If there were more than 5 elemental venerables, things would be very difficult for them. Okay, is there a way you can get their exact positions and the people in the groups? Gray asked another question. If possible, it would be best to separate them. This would make it more convenient and less dangerous for the group. The young lady shook her head. Gray knew not to believe her words completely. There was a high chance that the number of people in the elemental venerable plane was higher than what she called, but there was nothing they could do. This place was huge, so they couldn't start searching for people all around. Take for instance, these people from the Syphilis faction who had been searching for him for a while, even with different groups, yet they had not encountered each other. If not for Gray sensing the fight the last time, he wouldn't have seen them. Of the duo they captured, one of them was a young lady while the other was a young man. Thinking about it, he told the young man to speak. The young man was a little taken aback by his request, but he still spoke anyway. When he was done speaking, Gray, Void, and Ellis attacked simultaneously. The young man tried to block the attack, but facing an attack from 3 elemental venerables, he was powerless. Of the 3 people, Void and Ellis had a higher stage than him. He was in the same stage as Gray, but Gray's attack power was far superior to his, so he was not even a match for one of them, much less all 3 of them. Within a few seconds, the young man died. Gray turned to the young lady with a smile. He took her spatial ring, as well as the one with the young man. After searching, he saw the communication device. Some communication devices could project bodies while speaking, while others were like the one Gray made, just transmitting voices. Gray didn't want the young lady to be the one to transmit the message. The reason for this was simple: he didn't trust her. If she were to set them up, there was no way he would know about it. Ellis and the others were impressed with Gray's reasoning. He was very astute when it came to things like these, so he wouldn't be the one who would eventually suffer a loss. He mimicked the young man's voice and tried communicating with some people from the Syphilis faction. Before long, he managed to get a group who were also close by. This group had only 5 people, 2 Sage Plane Elementalists, and 3 Elemental Venerables. Chapter 1104. What are you doing? The young lady screamed. Nothing. I promised not to kill you, and I'm keeping my promise. Gray smiled as he casually shattered the cultivation of the young lady. He had already restrained her from the start, so it was quite easy to destroy her cultivation. With her cultivation shattered, in a place like this, she was as good as dead. Gray didn't kill her, but he left her in a state where her survival was only 1%. Bastard! You'll die a horrible death. The young lady screamed hysterically. She was going crazy. She even rushed over and started punching Gray. You'll not be able to witness it, I fear. Gray's reply made her even crazier. She wanted to kill this black-hearted fellow, even if it meant that she would die in the process. Seeing how the young lady was causing a scene, Gray opened a spatial tunnel and tossed her in. She would appear in a random place in the ruin. If she survived, then it was her luck. If not, then it had nothing to do with Gray. It's not like he was the one who killed her. Besides, did the young lady think she wouldn't die after killing different people from the Perman faction? After killing these 2, the number of the elemental venerables from the Syphilis faction had gone down to 12. Of course, he couldn't be too sure since there was a chance that the young lady was lying. We'll take out the next group as we head to the center of the ruin. Gray tidied himself and they continued walking. Ellis couldn't help but shake his head. Those people from the Syphilis faction had provoked a maniac, and now they would suffer for it. Gray obviously had no plans in doing things the same way as them. He was dividing the group and killing everyone. Even the ones he didn't kill were not different from a dead person. This was a place filled with magical beasts that would attack any human they come across. As long as they encountered that young lady, they would definitely rip her to shreds. Some time passed and they encountered the next group. Just like the first one, the Sage Plane Elementalists were the first to die, and the three in the Elemental Venerable Plane were a little harder to deal with, but with Grey, Ellis, and Void working together, it was not impossible. On the contrary, they were confident in killing the group. When Alice, Clouse, and Reynolds saw this, they felt a bit annoyed. They were not in the Elemental Venerable Plane yet, so Grey didn't allow them to fight against those Elemental Venerables. This group actually had two Elemental Venerables in the mid-stages, and the other one had a higher cultivation stage than Grey, so they hadn't been able to take them out yet. "Lead this one to us, you should assist Void," Clouse suggested. He was already very close to breaking through. If he and the others joined hands, they could stop this Elemental Venerable. There was 4 top-notch Sage Plane Elementalists present, and there was also Keith as well, so it wasn't a joke to say that they would stop this person. They even had a chance in killing this person. Grey didn't delay and created an opportunity for the others to close in on the Elemental Venerable as he rushed to where Void was fighting. Ellis was the one who had the highest chance of killing his opponent first. When Clouse and the others arrived, Clouse unleashed his ice ability to the fullest. Reynolds' Elemental Warrior stepped out from the void and attacked. Alice merged with her Sealy and her strength spiked to the very peak of the Sage Plane. Kyle was not someone to be trifled with as well. Among Sage Plane Elementalists, he could be considered a top expert as well. Of those in the Sage Plane, Keith and the young lady accompanying Ellis were the weakest. The Elemental Venerable was in the second stage, so he couldn't suppress this group of people. Rather, he was the one on the back foot the second the battle started. He tried to attack, but Clouse unleashed an ice wall with the help of the thin sword. After using the sword for some days, he was getting used to it. Although the consumption of essence was high, it wasn't beyond what he could handle. The attack slammed into the wall, and although it managed to break it, most of the power was already depleted, so with a stream of water sent out, it quelled the attack. Clouse's use of his special water had gotten to a frightening level. Presently, if some people in the early stages of the Sage Plane were trapped in it, the water pressure would be able to crush them to death. His water emulated the water pressure at the bottom of the ocean, powerful to the extreme. Grey was also learning this, but he couldn't be compared to Clouse, who was a water elementalist and had to focus on this alone. He had to focus on all elements, so he had less time to study each element to the extreme. This was the disadvantage of having too many elements. His mastery was not on the same level as these people. Luckily, he could make up for this with his other elements. The young man was stunned when he realized his attack was blocked by just one person. With that, he had to defend himself against the attack of the others. Reynolds' Elemental Warrior thrust a spear toward the head of the young man. The speed of the spear was shocking. He managed to move his head to the side, but he was faced with an attack from Alice which almost struck his defenseless body, but black mist came out of his body to block it. While he was blocking that attack, Kyle attacked. Just like Grey, he had a special flame, and it was powerful. Boom! Keith also attacked at this time. The young man took a few steps back. He was rocked by their attacks. Chapter 11:05. The young man was subdued by the 5 of them from the first attack. He couldn't even counterattack after the first time and was forced to only defend. While the young man was being subdued by the others, Grey and Void had completely taken advantage of their numbers, and the young man who was in the 4th stage wasn't able to hold on against them. Within the space of only a few seconds that Grey joined in on the battle, the young man was forced back and he couldn't defend himself properly. Although Grey was not in the same stage as the young man, Grey's attack power was terrifyingly strong. Those in the same stage wouldn't be able to take Grey's attack properly. Void was also attacking, so the young man was in a difficult position. Void knew not to use his space domain, so when the young man used his domain, Grey was the one who activated his domains, fighting back against the power of the young man's darkness domain. Void used his space elemental attacks on the young man while also using his newly awakened innate ability after breaking through to the 7th rank. The young man was not able to defend against the attack of Void's space element. He soon started to fidget. If the battle lasted any longer, he would die. Damn it! He cursed. When he looked at the situation of the others, he felt even more frustration. No one could come up and help him. Unless more people came, they were on their own. The only thing they could do now was to try to escape, but in the presence of these people, escaping was not going to be easy. They all knew that Grey was a difficult person to deal with. After the competition, many people started to keep their eyes on him. Of course, Grey disappeared for a long period and only a few people knew of his whereabouts, but they managed to find out about his previous battles before he joined the Permanent faction, so they knew he was well versed with his elements. Together! He screamed as a dark mist came out of his body. Not just him, but it came out from the others' bodies as well. The mist soon converged and formed an orb. It happened so fast that even when Gray and his friends tried to stop it, they were unable to. Gray, it'll increase their strength for a short period. Clouse was the one who spoke up when he saw the orb. It was like a technique from the Moonlight faction that could increase their strength for a short period. During this time, the explosive strength of the trio in the elemental venerable plane would be greatly increased. Gray knew these people wouldn't be able to defeat them, so the possibility of them wanting to escape was very high. This was something he didn't want to happen. If these people escaped, then he wouldn't be able to continue hunting down the others from the Syphilis faction since they would know of this and group together. Don't let them leave. Gray created a chaos orb in his hand as he threw it at the young man fighting with Ellis. The young man was the strongest in the group, so he wanted to make sure he suffered more before their strength increased. The young man was about to block when Ellis sneakily attacked. The position of his attack was quite ingenious, and if the young man didn't block, he would suffer greatly from the attack. Ellis smiled when he saw this and forced the young man to take Gray's attack. The young man gritted his teeth and with no other choice, he could only try to minimize the damage from Gray's chaos orb. He already knew that Gray's attack power was not at the same stage as his cultivation stage. When the chaos orb got to where he was, he soon regretted his decision. The power of the attack was well in the peak of the mid-stages of the elemental venerable plane. This was something beyond his expectations. Even if Gray's attack power was strong, it shouldn't be on this level. One has to recall that Gray was still only in the first stage of the elemental venerable plane. If his attack was already this powerful at this stage, then what would it be like when he's in the mid-stages of the elemental venerable plane? He soon guessed that this was not the strength of Gray's normal attack, rather, it was more like a special attack. However, even if it was a special attack, the margin was still so large that it was ridiculous. Boom! He was pushed back, but at the same time, the mist from the orb expanded to his side and his aura increased, but it wavered. It was clear that he was hurt by Gray's attack. If not for the fact that he still set up some defensive walls just as the attack was about to hit him, he would have been in danger. Gray felt a bit regretful, but he didn't feel too disappointed. The young man was stronger than him to begin with, so being able to disrupt him to this level was not bad. Ellis on the other hand couldn't help but look at Gray. Although he had already accepted the fact that Gray was a monster, he was still shocked by the power of the Chaos Orb. He also sensed that there were multiple elemental essences mixed up in the Chaos Orb. He was curious, but he didn't speak about it. After all, he only had one element. If he had multiple elements, he would have asked Gray for the technique. Ellis used the opportunity and continued attacking. Since the young man was hurt by Gray's attack, he wouldn't be able to unleash his full strength, even with the increase in strength. Gray and Void continued fighting with their opponent. Clouse and the others were the ones who felt the most change. The reason for this was that their opponent's strength increased and he was no longer being suppressed by them. It was time for his counterattack. Chapter 1106. Clouse and the others were still able to hold out, but they weren't able to suppress the young man any longer. F***CK. You moron, why are you cheating in the battle? Clouse cursed as he fought with the young man. The young man looked at him, speechless. 5 people were fighting against one person, and although his cultivation stage was higher, it was still not a fair battle. Yet, just because he used something to increase his strength for a short time, Clouse was cursing at him, accusing him of cheating. If they were to say anyone was cheating, it was most definitely Clouse and his friends. If you know you were born, don't use this external power. I'll respect you. If not, your parents are dogs. Clouse cursed. The young man's expression darkened. Clouse's words were a bit annoying to listen to. Get away. He focused his attack on Clouse, leaving the others. Shit. Attack the others. Why are you attacking only me? Is this how you bully those younger than you? Clouse cursed and continued blocking, but this time, he was sent flying by the attack. Now the attack was stronger than what he was previously able to handle. Before he could even get his bearing, the young man was already in front of him and he attacked. Clouse's body glowed with a brilliant white light and an ice armor covered his body. Boom! His figure was sent flying once again, but he was still protected. What the hell are you guys doing? F***CK. I always knew you didn't like me. Clouse yelled at the others as he ran in their direction. The others wore embarrassed expressions, they couldn't help it. When the young man exploded due to Clouse's curses, they were unable to hold him back. Apparently, he was fully focused on Clouse and didn't want anything to do with anyone else. Alice and Reynolds chuckled, they felt Clouse deserved the beating. Besides, he was close to the elemental venerable plane, so the possibility of him being killed was very low. Unless the young man was in the mid-stages, he could forget about killing Clouse in a short time. Even with the increase in his strength, he was only close to the mid-stages, so Clouse was still okay. At most, they would let him take some beating before helping. They rushed over to help him when they saw that he was truly on the verge of breaking down. The second they managed to block the young man, Clouse took in a deep breath before unloading a barrage of curses at the young man. This time, even the eyes of the others twitched. You just managed to escape from his hands, and you've started cursing at his entire family. Clouse even went further to curse his future generations. What infuriated the young man was Clouse's last words, which were, "Are you married? If yes, you would be cuckolded by someone close to you. If not, then forget it, you can never get married in this lifetime." Clouse didn't forget to add, "It will also be a shame if you were a virgin. If yes, then you'll die a virgin. From the way you look, I don't think you've ever been with a woman." This time, even Alice couldn't take Clouse's words any longer and said, "Shut up. If not, I'll beat you up." Clouse was infuriating to listen to, even when he was only abusing his enemies. Can't he be a little less shameless with his words? He dared to say anything, truly, he dared to say anything, and everyone close to him was aware of this. "What? I'm just saying." Clouse shrugged, but wasn't bothered by Alice's words. He gritted his teeth and a moon appeared behind him. "Do you think you're the only one who can do this? Bloody idiot." He cursed once again and charged at the young man. This time he was intent on attacking. His strength soon broke through the stage of the sage plane. The sky rumbled slightly. "You see that? I'll break through and beat the crap out of you." He laughed in delight. He never expected that doing this would be the last thing he needed to break through. "Do you want to kill us? Shit! Restrain your aura." Gray almost exploded from anger when he saw this. What stupid breakthrough? Was something wrong with Clouse's head? If he was breaking through normally here, although it would still be slightly dangerous, they would be able to take care of it. But now, the situation there was that the space was already unstable from their battles. If Clouse were to connect with the origin source at this moment, then the sky would attack them, just like the last time. Clouse soon realized, and he couldn't help but give an embarrassed smile. His aura, which was rising, soon started to slow down. Although doing this was bad, it wouldn't affect him too much. He was a genius. He knew that he could still break through whenever he wanted to. Even if he didn't break through now, he could still break through next time. Some people would not want to miss such an opportunity. Even the trio from the Syphilis faction was stunned when they saw that Clouse was actually stopping his breakthrough. PD times, what is wrong with these people? This was the only question resonating in their heads. Clouse actually stopped his breakthrough. They couldn't help but feel regret. If Clouse had continued, then they would have been able to escape, since Gray and the others would also have to run for their lives. But now, Clouse had stopped. The young man was still looking at Clouse when Clouse said a word that almost made him vomit a mouthful of blood. "What are you staring at? Do you think I'm like you, trash? I can break through whenever I want." Clouse snorted and released his aura and hid it again. "See, it's all within my grasp, idiot." At this point, the young man gave up. He almost wanted to pray that he was deaf, so he wouldn't have to hear Clouse's voice any longer. Chapter 1107. Gray and the others looked at Clouse, a little exasperated. While he was showing off to the young man they were fighting against and cursing at him, the sky would react whenever he increased his aura. "Stop it already." Even Ellis was a little afraid of what might happen if the sky attacked them just like the last time. He wasn't certain they would be able to escape on time given the reaction from the sky. Luckily, Clouse soon stopped when he saw that the young man couldn't take it any longer. The young man had an expression of wanting to fight to the death with him. Of course, Clouse was never going to let that happen. He was not a match for the young man, so why would he court death? Alice and the others were still holding the young man down, and Clouse sent out a small ice needle that he had been preparing. He covered his aura, but he was not any weaker than before. The only thing he made sure of was that he wouldn't break through during the fight. His attack power successfully climbed into the elemental venerable plane, and when the needle was released, the young man sensed a threat to his life. Without waiting for anything, he forcefully broke through from the entanglement of Alice and the others and dodged to the left. He couldn't take this attack. If not, he would be in danger. The needle breezed past him, grazing his right cheek. Blood didn't come out, rather, he started to feel an intense cold. One of the frightening things about Clouse ice was that, presently, it didn't only freeze the body, but everything as well. Essence, physical body, and even spiritual consciousness. The young man noticed his movement started to slow down due to this attack. Crap! Who's this guy? He complained internally. He didn't know of anyone with such an ability within the younger generation. Compared to Gray and his friends, he was a bit older, almost 30 years old. He could still be regarded as a youth. Elementalists all had a long lifespan, so even someone who is 100 years old would still be considered a youth to some of those old guys who had lived thousands of years. The young man used the darkness element to corrode the cold, trying to eat it up. He knew that he couldn't expel it, so he directly tried to consume it. Before long he regained his previous state. Reynolds' elemental warrior used the opportunity to send an arrow at the young man who was still fighting with the cold from Clouse' attack. The arrow hit a dark film that appeared around the young man, and with a strange vibration, it was stopped by the film. Alice attacked at this time as well, using a powerful lightning elemental attack. Although she had awakened her fire elemental domain, her lightning element was still her strongest element. Kyle also attacked as well. Before long the dark film broke down, but the young man had already regained himself and sent out a powerful rain of darkness arrows. An ice wall rose up and covered the others while ice shards shot at the young man. Knowing that it was Clouse' attack, the young man didn't dare to be careless as he hurriedly blocked them. Seeing how things were, he immediately turned around. He wanted to escape. Fighting was meaningless, he couldn't defeat them, nor could they defeat him in a short time, but he knew that once his boost was exhausted, then he would not be able to leave and might truly die in the hands of Clouse and the others. He looked at his comrades and realized they were in an even more dangerous situation. As long as those ones were defeated, he would undoubtedly die. Escape! He turned around and escaped immediately. Clouse' expression wasn't good when he saw this and he rushed to stop him. He couldn't let this guy go. Who would be his whetstone if this guy left? This was the best chance for him to fight against an elemental venerable. He didn't dare to spar with Gray, he knew Gray would beat the hell out of him, Void was even worse, so he didn't ask any of them. He had been searching for a good opponent, how could he let this guy go? The young man didn't know what was in Clouse' head, seeing him block his path, he sent out a palm. A large palm made of the darkness element appeared and covered Clouse' figure. Just as the palm was about to close up, ice spikes sprang out from Clouse' body as he tried to destroy the palm. Holes opened up in the palm and Clouse reappeared. He slashed the sword at the young man who was trying to escape. The attack power was so strong that the space shook. A large ice blade shot at the young man who was escaping. He sensed the danger and was forced to turn and block it. "You think you're my match?" He snorted and spread out his hands. Two palms made from the darkness element came out and clasped. The ice blade was held firmly by the hands. The young man threw out a spear, it was clearly an elemental weapon. Sensing the baleful aura that was coming from the spear, Clouse quickly blocked. An ice screen appeared in front of him. Although it was called a screen, it was very thick, over 1 meter thick. The spear hit the screen and it penetrated it with ease. Before long, it was already over 1/2 meter deep. At this time, the others had arrived and unleashed their respective domains at the young man. The young man was infuriated by the group, they were not as strong as he was, but each of them was very difficult to deal with. Clouse was the strongest, and he had the strongest defense as well. Even against an elemental venerable, he was not completely defenseless. The others didn't have his powerful attack, but they had a powerful attack to make up for it. Reynolds' elemental warrior was particularly frightening. The young man might be an elemental venerable, but his physical body wasn't omnipotent. As long as he was struck by any of its attacks, he would be injured. The young man blocked their attacks with an irritated expression. Clouse, on the other hand, was almost scared out of his wits. The spear managed to break through the ice wall that was over 1 meter thick. Luckily, it stopped just after the tip passed through it. The other part of its body was still in the ice wall, unable to advance. Clouse was about to heave a sigh of relief when he sensed a great threat of danger. He hastily retreated while covering himself with ice armor. The threat came from the spear, even when it was already stopped. Since there was still a threat, he didn't want to know what it was. Just as he was retreating, the spear exploded. The explosion drew the attention of the others fighting against him. They knew Clouse was in the direction the explosion came from. The young man used the opportunity and turned to escape. "Where do you think you're going?" Clouse's voice came from behind the explosion. Before Clouse's voice died down, a thin long ice spear shot at the young man with incredible speed. The young man was once again forced to block Clouse's attack. Damn it! He couldn't help but feel frustrated. He could sense the power in his body dwindling. If this continued, he wouldn't be able to escape. The young man's pupils constricted, but he still forced himself to block the attack. He couldn't help but feel a bit aggrieved. Look, we don't have any enmity. Let me leave. If you force me, I'll fight you with everything I have. He gritted his teeth. Oh, what have you been using since? You've been holding back? I never knew. Come on, show me what you have. Clouse laughed and continued attacking. He wasn't scared of him. The young man was clearly in a state of desperation. He could already see that he couldn't escape, so he was threatening them. The young man felt his world crumbling. Clouse was an unreasonable person. He didn't even want to listen to him. Clouse, on the other hand, was smug. You want to fight to the death? Come on. Do you think we're afraid of you? This was his thought. The others looked at the young man with pity. Clouse was too evil. They couldn't help but look at him. Wasn't he afraid that the young man would forget everything and try to kill one of them? The second the young man removed all reservations, he would be a deadly force. As long as he didn't care about anything, he might be able to kill one of them before dying. Chapter 1108. Clouse wasn't scared of the young man. He knew he wouldn't want to die, so why should he be afraid of his threats? While they were fighting, he had secretly communicated with Grey. He would create an opportunity and Grey would unleash his ice domain. He would also use his personal domain with it as well and also send out a powerful ice attack with his sword. With all these, the possibility of the young man not freezing to death was low. Grey had agreed to it without a second thought. If they could take this person out, it wouldn't be a bad thing. On Grey's side, although he was not pressured, he was a little taken aback when Clouse suggested their joint attack. He had seen a glance of Clouse using the sword and knew that it was a great weapon. It was most likely something he obtained here since he didn't know of it. He soon managed to send the young man they were fighting against back, and just as the young man was about to counterattack, Grey's figure blinked and Clouse appeared. When Clouse appeared, he was already preparing a powerful attack, so he unleashed it at once. Grey appeared on Clouse's end and his eyes glowed with a brilliant light. It had been a while since he used his mental attack. His icy flame didn't give him physical attack prowess, but it also gave him mental attack prowess as well. He still had the lotus in his head which had been developed by a large margin. Presently, its attack power was far higher than what it used to be. The young man was frozen when he stared into Grey's eyes. Grey didn't hold back and used both his icy domain and ice domain to attack the young man. Including the mental attack, it was both an internal and external attack. This made it impossible for the young man to move. Grey switched places with Clouse once again, appearing in front of who he was fighting against. Clouse appeared and attacked. Just like some moments ago when he switched places with Grey, he unleashed one of his greatest attacks. The young man was already starting to show signs of fighting back against Grey's attack. So when Clouse arrived and sent out his attack, the young man who was just about to break free from the ice domains and ice mental attack was almost defenseless against Clouse's attack. The small defense he managed to set up was useless against the blade light that shot out of the sword in Clouse's hand. The sword hit the body of the young man, and to the shock of the others, he was sliced in two. Before Clouse's attack hit the young man, their attacks had hit him, but other than causing some injuries, they weren't too fatal. Clouse's attack on the other hand directly cut the young man into two. Clouse's blade cut the young man in his waist, directly cutting him in two. However, he didn't die from this attack. The vitality of elementalists in the elemental venerable plane was higher than that of those in lower planes. In this stage, after connecting to the origin source, their life force increases by a large margin. In fact, unless they were completely obliterated, there was a high probability of coming back to life. But one of the easiest ways to kill them was by directly crushing them with powerful attacks, or destroying their spiritual senses, making them empty shells. The elemental venerables Grey and the others killed looked quite easy mainly because they had the strength to completely overwhelm them. They killed these people without giving them any chance of survival. On a few occasions, Grey even destroyed the body and the spiritual senses with an attack. Clouse and the others were still lacking in this aspect, but with the body of the young man halved, his strength had dropped drastically. There was no way he could use up to 60% of his original strength now. His shrill scream resounded in the area. Please visit. From the first time Grey and Clouse switched places to when Clouse came back and cut him in half, it wasn't even up to 2 seconds. The coordination of the duo was impeccable, so even though the time was small, they still managed to do everything they wanted to. Clouse did a complete outburst of his strength twice in the space of 2 seconds. It might look easy, but not many people could do it in such a short time. Looking at Clouse, it was easy to see that he was slightly affected by this. Grey didn't bother with the young man's scream. He just figured out something and he couldn't help but feel annoyed that he hadn't thought of this before. He could switch places with Ellis. This way, There would be a certain unpredictability about them when they fight, since their opponents wouldn't be able to guess who was attacking. Ellis was just about to attack when he felt a strange force in his body. Before he could react, he was already in the position Gray was while Gray appeared at the place he was standing. Gray's voice resounded in his head, "We'll be fighting in this manner henceforth. This would make the battle easier." Ellis didn't reject the idea and attacked the young man Gray and Void were fighting against. Ellis was stronger than the young man in the first place, so when the young man received an attack stronger than what he had been taking, he was not able to react on time and was sent flying. Void took the opportunity to chase after him. Ellis was about to continue when his vision changed and he appeared before his previous opponent. He gave a wry smile and continued fighting. Some minutes later, all 3 young men from the Syphilis faction were dead. They couldn't hold on against Gray's evil methods. The young man who was cut in half was the first to die. After he died, the next person to die was unexpectedly the one fighting with Ellis. The reason for this was simple: Gray sent Void that way. With Ellis and Void working together, they took him out with ease. The young man who was alone with Gray thought he could take advantage of the opportunity to escape. Unfortunately for him, Gray wasn't prepared to let him leave. Chapter 1109. Are we going to continue? You should know others are heading to the center of the ruin now. Ellis asked after they killed the last young man. Although revenge was good, they had a mission here, and that was to get benefits. They couldn't forget it because they wanted revenge. We would still have to journey out, it's not too bad to wait until after. Keith spoke as well. He felt they should also focus on the task ahead. Besides, they've killed a good number of those from the Syphilis faction. He knew for a fact that with the 2 in the mid-stages of the elemental venerable plane killed, the overall strength of the people from the Syphilis faction who entered this place had dropped drastically. Previously, they had killed 11, adding this 5 to it, it was 16. Gray thought about it and nodded. He was not clouded by revenge and can't reason. Even while they were hunting down the people from the Syphilis faction, he made sure that they were still headed in the general direction. The group soon left the place, heading toward the center of the ruin. Some minutes after Gray and his friends left the scene of the battle, a group arrived. It was a group of people who wore black cloaks. The little girl looked at the environment and laughed. A battle took place here. Some people with the darkness elements. She said while studying the place. After some time she added, special icy flames. He's the one with that attribute, right? The cloaked figures didn't say a word as they just stood motionless. The little girl muttered some words and after stamping her feet on the ground in annoyance, she moved. The black cloaked figures moved along with her as well. On another part of the ruin. Father, how did you know this was here? Gilbert asked in shock. He was with his father in a building. Compared to others, they were the people who had advanced the most. His father seemed to be familiar with this place and they were able to maneuver through the terrain and arrive at a large palace-like building. His father didn't even bother with anything and directly headed for a room. Inside the room was a crystal book. After his father took in the information inside, the crystal book shattered. I've been here before. Gilbert's father said, his hands behind his back. In his eyes, one could see the melancholy in it. You've been here? When was that? Gilbert asked. He was suspicious of this when they were moving through the place, but hearing it from his father, he didn't feel too shocked about it since he had already guessed it. What he found strange was that his father said that he had been here before. This was a place that produced the last true god. If his father had been here, how long was it, and what did he obtain here? Don't think about these. Let's get going. Others will be appearing here soon. Later on, you can fight for some opportunities. His father didn't say anything and walked out of the room. Please visit. Can't we check out the other rooms since we're already here? We would be able to gain more benefits. Gilbert was a bit surprised by his father's words. It's best if you wait for others. This place, it's not as simple as it looks. His father replied, the only reason we can come here is all because of this. Gilbert looked at what appeared on his father's hand curiously. He had seen this thing before. At that time, he was still very young. He didn't know what it was, but his father used to stare at it for a long period in the past. The item was a small jade pendant. In the pendant, there were writings and drawings. He could read the writings, so he didn't bother about it. His father kept the pendant after showing it to him. Let's go outside, it wouldn't be good if anyone sees us leaving this place. Gilbert's father said and walked out. Sometime later, they came out of the building and headed straight for the woods. A few minutes later, the first batch of people arrived. If Alice were here, she would recognize them. It was the group from the Vergal family. They all had shocking auras, and some of them had signs of just breaking through. Obviously, they've gained a lot from this place. Of course, they seem to be missing some people. This place didn't house only opportunities, but it housed dangers as well. When this group arrived, they stared at the palace-like building but didn't rashly rush into it. They knew this place was most likely the most important place in the ruin, but there was a chance that it was also the most dangerous. The probability of this being true was very high, so they didn't dare to be rash. Time slowly passed and more people started to appear. People from different forces started to appear. From the Burchard family to the Moonlight faction, to the Dawson family, and the Permont faction. Of each force, those that were separated would immediately group up with the others the moment they arrived. Traveling together meant safety, but that would limit the number of people who could obtain anything, so after a few days, most of the groups were divided into smaller ones. Some hours later, the place was already filled with people. The father and son duo who left before anyone came had appeared as well. Gilbert was looking around when his eyes caught sight of some familiar figures walking out of the woods. Gray and his friends just arrived, and they were all staring at the large building in front of them. This was the thing that would naturally take their attention the moment they appeared. "Father, let's meet up with them. I know some of them." Gilbert pointed at Gray and his group. "Who?" A surprised look appeared on the face of Gilbert's father as he raised his head to see Gray and Clouse who were walking side by side. Chapter 11:10. Gilbert noticed the strange reaction of his father and couldn't help but ask, "Is everything all right?" "It's fine. You should go ahead. I'll catch up with you later," Gilbert's father said and didn't accompany him there. Gilbert wanted to speak, but his father had already turned around and was leaving. Gray and Clouse saw him at this time. Seeing the figure leaving, they felt a sense of familiarity. "Have you seen that person before?" Gray whispered to Clouse. "It feels like it. But I don't know where," Clouse replied with a thoughtful expression. He was still thinking about it when Gilbert walked over. "You've broken through to the elemental venerable plane as well," Gilbert said as he saw Gray. He couldn't help but sigh. Gray truly was a freak. When they met the last time, Gray wasn't at the peak of the Sage plane. But now, he had broken through to the elemental venerable plane, around the same time as himself. "I got lucky," Gray replied. "Who was that with you earlier?" Clouse asked after exchanging pleasantries with Gilbert. "My father. He had something to do so he left first," Gilbert replied. "Oh, all right." Clouse didn't dwell in the matter anymore. He just felt the person was familiar, so he wanted to ask about the person. Since it was Gilbert's father, then he wouldn't bother about it. Gray had the same thoughts as Clouse, so after Clouse asked about it, he also didn't speak about it again. "What do you think is in this place?" He looked at the palace-like building. He could sense a fatal threat from it. From the looks of it, this was most likely the most important thing in this place, but it was also the most dangerous. If his guess was correct, this was most likely the place the true God stayed when he was still around. "I wonder what happened to the true God," he said out loud. "Probably dead," Clouse replied carelessly before adding, "There's also a chance that he had gone to another world. I heard that there's actually a place where true gods ascend to after breaking through the shackles." Gray turned to look at him curiously. Really? He had read some things about the true God plane, but he didn't get too much information on it. Apparently, Clouse seems to know more than he did, so he was a little curious about it. "Yes. That evil lady told me about it." Clouse nodded as he said. "Evil lady? I wonder what the mistress will say when I tell her about how you address her." A cheeky laugh came from behind Clouse. Clouse's expression changed slightly when he heard this. The person who spoke just now was someone from the Moonlight faction. She was in the elemental venerable plane elementalist and could be said to be the leader of the group that came out for this expedition. "Lara, you're here." Clouse gave a fake smile. "HMPH. Don't think I'll not tell the mistress about this. I've always heard how you addressed her. Do you think she doesn't know?" Lara snorted. She didn't seem to have a good impression of Clouse. To her, any guy who wanted to join the Moonlight faction had evil thoughts. One of the things she didn't like about Clouse was how he was treated by the faction leader and some of the top elders. It has to be known that even those geniuses who were already in the elemental venerable plane aren't treated as well as Clouse in the faction. He literally has free reign over all the techniques in the faction, something that others had to work hard for. Lara didn't wait for Clouse to reply as she glanced at Gray. "You're Gray?" Gray looked at her, studying her. She was in the 6th stage of the elemental venerable plane, so even if he went all out, he knew he was no match for her. If it was when he still had access to the fusion state, he wouldn't be afraid of anyone in this place. He nodded at her, exchanging some pleasantries with her. The group from the Moonlight faction left after some time. Although Lara doesn't seem to have a good impression of Clouse, it doesn't mean that the others don't. She also spoke with him like an elder sister before leaving. Gray and Reynolds poked fun at Clouse when they found out that he had an elder sister in his faction. Please visit. Clouse naturally couldn't be bothered with them. He started to look around when he sensed a deadly gaze in their direction. Gray and the others sensed it at the same time as well and looked in that direction. They're from the Syphilis faction, Keith said. The group from the Syphilis faction was led by a young lady. When she saw Gray, she gave him a bright smile as she walked with her large group in their direction. While she was walking in their direction, the people from the Permanent faction saw Gray and Keith and also walked in his direction. Not just those from the Permanent faction, but those from the Burchard and Dawson family also walked over. The area suddenly turned strange. A lot of people knew that Gray and the Syphilis faction were at loggerheads. Many people had heard of Gray's name, but most of them hadn't seen him before. They'd only heard of his battles and how powerful he was. This was the first time most of them were seeing him. The group from the Nether faction also looked on with curiosity. They didn't want to involve themselves with this battle since there were multiple people involved in it. Seeing the number of people who were on the side of Gray, those from the Syphilis faction paused, and the young lady looked at Gray with a playful smile. "It's been a while," she said. "Do I know you?" Gray looked at her, seemingly thinking of when he saw her last. The young lady's expression changed when she heard his question. She was someone who had exchanged blows with Gray, so seeing that Gray didn't recall her, she couldn't help but feel annoyed. "It can't be helped, of all the people who had exchanged blows with you, you're very insignificant," Clouse added on, making the young lady even more furious. "Who are you to speak in my presence?" she asked, annoyed. "I'm someone he knows. Does he know you?" Clouse mocked. The young lady's eyes turned red from anger. Clouse's words were hurtful. He was purposely taunting her with these words. Seeing that she was about to explode, Gray added, "To be fair, I don't really know you. Where did we meet?" The young lady snorted and decided not to speak to them any longer. If she continued talking, she might explode from anger. Clouse and Gray were two hateful people. She had decided to make sure she killed them before they left this place. They all decided to wait until after they were done exploring this place. They all wanted to get the benefits. Fighting now would only leave them injured. Besides, it wasn't like they had a death feud. Gray might want them dead, but those from the Syphilis faction don't think that they have a death feud. Gray was willing to use this to his favor. "We'll kill them as they separate. She looks familiar, but I don't recognize her," he whispered to the others. When Ellis and Gilbert heard that Gray was not thinking of letting them go, they couldn't help but feel pity for the group from the Syphilis faction. Apparently, Gray wanted to ensure that he killed all of them before leaving this place. Even after killing so many, he still wasn't satisfied. Clouse and the others nodded. They were the ones who were more familiar with Gray. Keith might also know something since he had moved with him and saw how he went back for revenge even when he knew that the background of the person was strong. Since he could take revenge against someone from his faction, he would definitely take revenge on these people. "All right, but we should focus on getting whatever benefits we can from this place first," Ellis suggested. Gray nodded. He didn't have any issues with that. All he wanted was to make sure that these people suffered for having the thought of even wanting to kill him. Almost everyone who was still alive was already present. Their number was staggering. Without any further delay, they started to troop into the building. This was a historic place and it definitely housed some treasures. The things people saw on the way here were precious. There's a high chance that they would see even better things once they head in. Gray and his friend also went in as well. The moment they stepped into the building, it was like they were transported into another place. The world inside the building was shockingly large. Chapter 11:11. The group were separated when they stepped in and only Void and Alice were in the same place as Gray. The others seemed to have been transported to another place. Gray, Alice, and Void were not the only ones present here. There were still a large number of people. After all, the number of people who entered the place was by no means small. The group appeared in a hall. In this hall, there was a large throne that was in the middle, facing them. Beside the large throne, there were 5 smaller thrones. Other than the thrones, there were a large number of chairs as well. Gray guessed that this was most likely the place where the true god and the other people held a meeting. When they entered, they seemed to hear some inaudible voices, arguing. Everyone looked at the thrones curiously. "What do we do now?" someone from the crowd asked. They didn't see any way out of this hall, so it was clear that they had to search for the way out. There should be some good things here as well, so they wanted to also search for them. Some people suggested that they should check out the thrones. Alice and Void were about to move when Gray stopped them. "I don't think it's that easy. Leaving this place is definitely associated with those thrones, but we shouldn't be careless," he said thoughtfully while staring at the thrones. He was not the only one who had this thought as well. Some people didn't move, waiting for the others to investigate first. Only after they've confirmed that it wasn't dangerous would they head out. The person who suggested this was in the mid-stages of the elemental venerable plane. Seeing that others wanted him to take the lead, he snorted and randomly pointed at a peak sage plane elementalist at the side. "You, go and test it out." The face of the sage plane elementalist he pointed turned pale. He knew that it was most likely dangerous, so the fact that he was the one chosen meant that he would die and the others would learn from his mistake. To him, this was a painful pill to swallow. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do. He gritted his teeth and walked toward the thrones. He didn't dare to go for the biggest throne, so he went for one of the smaller ones. At least, he might be able to survive the attack from this one if there was any. When he got close to the throne, he sent a small wisp of wind element at it. He was a wind elementalist, so he went for the softest possible way to test it out. The attack hit it while the young man bolted away for his life. The result was not what they expected. Rather, a gentle force came from the throne and wrapped itself around the young man who was trying to escape. Before anyone could react, the young man was nowhere to be seen. The expressions of everyone changed when they saw this. None of them knew if the young man was alive or dead. "I sense spatial fluctuations," a space elementalist in the crowd said. Other space elementalists chimed in to agree to what this person said. Although they couldn't be sure, they still felt the possibility of this person being killed was low. Rather, he was most likely teleported to another place. This place was strange to begin with. Gray looked at the thrones, then at Alice. Void was clearly waiting for Gray's go-ahead so they could go as well. Others had started moving, interacting with the thrones, and being teleported away. A larger disturbance came from the side. Someone had touched the largest throne, and the commotion was quite bigger compared to the other ones. The person who touched it wasn't teleported instantly, but only after a few seconds. This person was in the mid-stages of the elemental venerable plane, the same person who suggested they investigated the thrones. When the others saw this, they all instinctively wanted to head over there. But something odd happened when the next person tried to interact with it. The moment the person's elemental essence touched it, the person screamed and was almost killed. If not for the person acting fast, he would have died. The expression of Gray and the others changed drastically. These things are testing people before teleporting them away? This was the thought that came into his head the moment he saw this. Anyone with discerning eyes could tell that the teleportation of the mid-stage elemental venerable was slower than that of others when they used the smaller thrones. It most likely had something to do with the large throne. "Do you think it's accessing people's strength?" Alice asked. The first person who used that throne was in the mid-stages, but this person who was almost killed was still in the early stages of the elemental venerable plane. If that was the case, that meant only those in the mid-stages or with strength in the mid-stages of the elemental venerable plane could use that throne. That might not be the case. Let's watch. Gray replied. He didn't feel like that was the case. Of course, he wasn't sure as well. Maybe when the next person tries it, they will know the requirements of using this throne. Gray was not the only one who was analyzing the thrones. The others were also making their own deductions. Some time later another mid-stage elemental venerable stepped out. After interacting with the large throne, he let out a muffled groan and was sent flying. Seeing the figure crashing on the ground, the expression of the others changed once again. Looks like strength was not the only thing needed, or it was probably not what was needed to step into the space there. Luckily for this person, he wasn't as injured as the early stage elemental venerable who tried it out before him. Gray looked at the throne once again, before turning to Alice. "Do you think we should try it? The smaller ones are safer, but if there is anything to gain, the larger one should have more things." Alice didn't hurry to make up her mind. The risk was quite large. If she didn't meet the requirements, she would be injured. "What do you think?" she asked Gray. "I'll naturally meet whatever requirements is set," Gray said matter-of-factly. He didn't even have the least bit of reservations, he outright said it. Of everyone here, if they were to ask who the most talented was, he was probably the number one. Everyone in the elemental venerable plane that was present here was at least 2 to 3 years older than him. Adding the fact that he started cultivating 3 years later than others, and was also in a continent with lesser elemental essence, he felt for a fact that none of the people present was more talented than he was. Of course, there is also the possibility that this thing was not testing talent. Either, he would find out when he got there. Alice was left speechless when she heard this. She was about to speak when Void added, "As long as he can go, so can I." Void was even more carefree compared to Grey. It should be known that Void was very lazy when it came to cultivating. If not for Grey forcing him at times, he would never cultivate for a long time. He even felt his talent was higher than Grey's. Grey could increase his elemental grades to the highest level, which would definitely increase his talent. Void, on the other hand, was born with the highest elemental grade, and it was for all his elements. There is a difference between the two. One was working towards it, while the other didn't even need to do anything. It was clear as day who the superior one was. Alice felt a headache when she heard the duo brag. Well, she couldn't really call it bragging. Grey and Void were special, so, yes, there's a high chance that they could enter. There wasn't even a bit of doubt in their eyes. "Since you're confident, let's go. Standing here is not good for us," she urged them. Some people had already given up on the large throne and were using the smaller ones. Not everyone wanted to risk their lives for something they didn't know if they could pass. There were naturally people who also went to test it out. Some passed while others failed. Of all the people testing the large throne, not even 5% had been successful. Around 40 people had tried it, yet of the 40 people, only 3 had gone in. It was a staggering number. Most of the people had managed to enter the smaller thrones, but surprisingly, some people were not able to do so. Grey, Alice, and Void finally walked in the direction of the large throne. They were the ones with the lowest realm that had walked in that direction. Chapter 11:12. As the trio headed in that direction, a few people couldn't help but look at them. Some people snorted, looking at them with disdain. They felt like the trio overestimated themselves. Being looked at by so many people made Alice a bit uncomfortable, especially given how they stared at them as if they were looking at fools. "You don't need to bother with them," Grey whispered to her as they got close to the throne. They stood in front of it, and before they could even touch it, the throne reacted and actively sent out a gentle stream of force their way. It soon covered Grey and Void, and only after a short moment did it cover Alice as well. It was clear that Grey and Void triggered it. Alice, who was with them, was accessed by it before it surrounded her and took her with them. It wasn't that Alice didn't meet the requirements, but Grey and Void exceeded it by far, so it was naturally triggered. Being with a duo meant she would have to be accessed first before being sent through with them. The strange situation made the others look at Grey and his friends with mouths wide agape. There were a few people who knew Grey, so when they saw the reaction of the throne, they were beyond shocked. Could it be that it doesn't access strength, but potential? Someone from the crowd asked. Those rejected were older compared to those who entered. Age might not be the only factor the energy was accessing, but it should also be among the requirements. The others fell deep into thoughts, and a few in the sage plane suddenly had the urge also to try. Since Alice could enter, then they could as well. "Don't be rash. Do you think you're like them?" An elemental venerable chided when he saw someone from his faction trying to go and try. He was the leader of his group, so he had the final say. Everyone saw that, unlike the previous times, there was a different reaction when it got to Grey and his friend's turn. There must have been something that triggered this. The sage plane elementalist paused and looked at the throne, his eyes burning with passion. He felt he was on the same level as the trio who were accepted. Even a cat could enter. How could he be inferior to a dumb magical beast? This was the question in his head. Everyone saw the cat that entered with Grey. It was also accessed by the energy. If not, it would not have been able to enter. While those people were considering the requirements to enter with the large stone, Grey, Alice, and Void appeared in another space. They arrived at a large compound, and looking around, they couldn't find anyone. Another space, I wonder what it holds. There should be rewards, I think. Grey said thoughtfully. None of them knew anything about this place. Do you think those people from the Heavenly Fate faction got to this place? He suddenly asked. There is a high chance that they did, but it was probably too dangerous, or the tasks were too complicated, so they needed more people to try and break through it. We'll only know when we explore this place, Alice said. Grey was always overthinking things. In such a place, there was no need to overthink everything. As they advanced, they would naturally find out some things. Gray shrugged, he was only curious. The trio soon started to explore the place. Other than a garden, they didn't see anything else. Void suddenly thought of something, and he brought out a small bunny. He had kept the bunny in his spatial storage under Gray's instructions, but seeing a garden, he recalled it. The bunny looked at them with an annoyed expression. It couldn't believe they kept it in such a place for so long. Don't look at me that way, it was his idea. Void shifted the blame to Gray. He only followed Gray's instructions, so it had nothing to do with him. Gray smiled sheepishly before looking away as if he didn't do anything. The bunny couldn't complain and only stared at the garden in front of it. Let's explore this place together, Gray suggested to the bunny. The bunny didn't say anything and just hopped around. A few seconds later, it said to Gray, something is guarding this place. It won't come out now, but it will come out later. Gray didn't sense anything. He relayed the message to Void and Alice. They sensed for a while but didn't find anything unusual. How did you know? He asked the bunny. What do you take me for? I'm a top-tier expert, and I'm used to these things. You'll need to pass through a trail to break through this place. It should have something to do with this garden. The bunny looked at Gray in disdain. Gray didn't mind being looked down on by the bunny, it could say whatever it wanted. He told Void to keep the bunny the last time because it didn't want to fight, so there was no need to keep it there. Gray tried to keep it in his storage ring but realized he couldn't. Void was surprisingly able to, so he left it to Void. After some thought, he walked forward. There was nothing he could do. The compound was covered with a film, and he knew there was no way he could break through it. He didn't even bother to try. When they got close to the garden, a projection appeared. Some sort of spiritual energy formed it. The projection was that of an old man who looked harmless and friendly. The old man looked at Gray and Void before looking at the bunny leader. Alice was the last person it looked at, a little taken aback. It seemed to have some sort of intelligence. To pass this stage, you must care for the plants. With that, the projection vanished. Chapter 11:13. Gray looked at where the shadow had disappeared from, a bit shocked. It has intelligence. Do you think we can ask the senior about this place? He looked at the others. After passing this place, it might appear again. Alice replied. Gray nodded before looking ahead, and his expression changed slightly. How are they going to take care of the plants? Each plant looked all right. You should know more about plants. What's wrong with them? Gray turned to the bunny leader. They lack some things. You can sense it with your spiritual senses. Are you that lazy? The bunny leader transmitted its voice. Alice heard how the bunny leader spoke to Gray and couldn't help but laugh. Very few people could talk to Gray like this. There must be a special relationship between Gray and the bunny, if not, Gray wouldn't be so relaxed even when the bunny leader looked down on him. Gray walked closer and tried to sense it, but he didn't feel anything strange and looked at the bunny leader with a frown. You're not even trying. Look at every particle of it, and you'll see what's wrong. The bunny leader said with a sigh, a bit disappointed that Gray was this daft. Alice also heard this, and just when she was about to sense it, she took out her sea lie. These things were quite close to nature, so they should have a good chance of discerning what was wrong with the flowers sooner. When the sea lie came out, it quickly burrowed into one of the plants. It came out and merged with Alice. Her eye shone with a bright light. Gray looked at her, he could tell that the sea lie must have found what was wrong. He also started to study the flower carefully. Even though Gray knew he could just wait and listen to Alice, he felt there might be something to gain from this, so he didn't mind and started studying it. One has to recall that he was a study freak, so he would forget about everything else when he started. The bunny leader didn't know anything about Gray, so it only felt like he was talented but very lazy. Void lay on the side. He didn't bother even to try to do anything. He hated doing all these things. Gray would never leave him behind, so as long as Gray could figure out how to pass this stage, he would definitely take him along. The bunny leader already knew how to pass the trial, so it lay next to Void. It was around the same size as Void at the moment. Void and the bunny leader had their eyes closed as they took a nap, while Gray and Alice had their eyes closed as they studied the flowers. Gray's expression changed from time to time as he examined the flower. He was apparently starting to see some things he had missed the last time. So it's like this? He muttered before moving to the next flower. The garden wasn't big, around 20 or 30 square meters. There were flowers planted all over, but not too much as well. Gray didn't rush to study the others. After seeing what was wrong with the first flower, he tried to see if he could settle the issue. This flower had some more dominant cells, and it affected the overall growth of the flower. Presently, if people looked at it, they would not see anything wrong with it, but as time passed, the flowers would develop some issues and die out very quickly. These flowers were different from normal flowers since they were made entirely of energy. They had to be balanced, if not, they would explode from the unbalanced energy. Gray realized that this flower had 8 types of energy, and they all correlated with his 8 elements. He opened his eyes and looked at the flower once again. Alice. He called out softly. Alice turned to look at him, slowly opening her eyes. How many elements appeared in the flower you're checking? He asked straightforwardly. 3. Alice replied. She had 2 elements, adding the ice ability of the sea lion made it 3. Gray nodded before closing his eyes once again. He couldn't be distracted. After confirming what he wanted, he focused his time on balancing the energy in the plant. The more elements one has, the harder this task is. He soon released some essence inside the flower. Streams of energy from all his elements entered the flower, and he started to balance the cells with the lesser energy of each element with the other elements. His expression soon changed, and he opened his eyes and ran away. Boom! A loud explosion rang out, sending Gray, who was running away, flying. F*CK. He cursed in annoyance. He could not balance the energy in time, and it exploded on his face. If not for the fact that he was fast, the attack might have injured him. This thing was not as easy as he thought it would be. Balancing the energies required more than he thought. Alice opened her eyes to stare at Gray's sorry state, and her expression was also more serious after this. Since this happened, it meant that if she were careless, she would face the same fate as Gray. Void opened his eyes, and seeing Gray, he closed his eyes again. The bunny leader looked at Gray and smirked. It wanted to laugh at Gray. It could do this task with its eyes closed, yet Gray failed. Gray couldn't be bothered with others. His expression was not the best. Although not injured, he still felt annoyed that he was sent flying. He had to make sure that he was more careful during his next try, if not, he would suffer again. He calmed his mind and started balancing the energy once again. The energy distribution was different with each element. The light element had the lowest, while the others had a higher ratio. Chapter 11:14. Could it be related to my elemental grades? Gray thought when he looked at the distribution of essence. His light element was the lowest of all his elements, while his fire was the highest. It had been a while since he checked his elemental grade since he had been going from one place to another. He hadn't even had the time to cultivate properly. Other than the short time in the permanent faction before they came here, he wouldn't have cultivated for a long time. Thinking of this, he didn't try to balance the essence. Instead, he entered the chaos space. When he appeared on the mountain, he could not help but look at the place, lost in thoughts. His cultivation journey started from this place. It had been around 7 to 8 years since he started cultivating, and it had been a thrilling journey so far. There had been good and bad times, and he had nearly lost his life on multiple occasions, but he always managed to survive each difficult situation and come out stronger than he previously was. He sighed and then walked to the temple, looking at the device used in checking his elemental grade. He was quite curious about how it appeared here. Thinking about it was not going to give him anything, so he gave up and placed his hand on the device. After the usual routine, he looked as the light lit up. As usual, his fire element was the highest, being the only one of his elements that were in the emerald grade. After the fire element, he surprisingly had 3 elements in the yellow grade, namely, his earth, water, and lightning elements were all a grade below the fire element. These 4 were the highest, followed by the wind, darkness, and space element which were all in the cyan grade. Only the light element was still in the blue grade. Seeing the light element still in the blue grade, he could not help but feel a bit disappointed. His other elements were all miles away from it. Nevertheless, his fire element was the one he felt more helpless towards because it had been the emerald grade for a while now, but it hadn't shown any signs of upgrading. One has to know that he was just 1 grade behind the legendary black and white elemental grade. Once this element advances, he feels he would gain something from it. Unlike Void, who was born with such a high elemental grade, he had to work hard to increase his own. Luck has been on his side, and he had obtained some treasures that helped him advance faster than usual in his fire elemental grade, but his hard work could not be undermined. Gray didn't stay in the chaos space any longer. Now that he got a general idea of his elemental grades, he would work with that while distributing the essence in the flower. It would also be helpful to him as well. This could help strengthen his chaos orb, but it couldn't unleash its full potential since the energy distribution was not balanced. In the outside world, Gray opened his eyes and stared at the flowers. He muttered while looking at them, maybe this stage wants to see the control an elementalist had over their elements. Gray didn't rush. He created an essence orb in his palm and started to distribute the energy. It was a painstaking task given the large difference between the elemental grades of his elements, but he knew if he could get it, it would be beneficial to him. The bunny leader looked at Gray, stunned by what he was doing. It was mainly staring at the essence orb in Gray's hand. It could tell that it was not ordinary. Gray didn't trust the bunny leader, so he made the essences obscure. This way, no matter how the bunny leader probed, it would not be able to see through it. He seemed to sense the bunny leader's gaze and smiled at it. The bunny leader turned away, not bothering him any longer. The place turned quiet as everyone was busy with something. Alice and Gray focused on cultivating while Void and the bunny leader slept. 3 hours later. Gray opened his eyes with a sigh. He was mentally exhausted. This was the first time he was actively trying to balance his power, and contrary to his expectation, it was difficult. Initially, he thought after getting the idea of his elemental grades, he would know in what ratios he would distribute his energy. However, this was easier said than done. In the past 3 hours, he had tried it over 1,000 times, and the essence always seemed to lose stability and explode in his face. If not for the fact that he was using a small prototype, he would have been injured if he had tried using a larger orb. Gray was not the only one who was having difficulties. Alice was also having some issues, but her situation was not as bad as Gray's. The duo exchanged views. They could see the tiredness in each other's eyes. If we can master this, our strength will increase. But is it that easy? Alice wore a helpless expression. After some silence, Gray said, I feel I should be able to pass the trial with what I've gained so far. Want to try it out? Alice asked. Gray shook his head. I wonder if we'll only have to deal with one or more at the same time? The old man told them to care for the flowers. It was unknown if they had to care for just one or all the flowers in the area. Without even checking, Gray knew for a fact that each flower had a different distribution. If they had to take care of them, they had to think of a way to learn how to balance their strength in different scenarios. It was both a good and a bad thing. They would gain strong control over their power if they could learn how to distribute their strength in different volumes. Achieving this was the difficult and time-consuming part. Chapter 11:15. Gray knew he would only see the answer to the question when he tried it out. He had studied the first flower and had gotten a rough grasp of stabilizing the energy for some time. As long as he wanted, he could solve the problem for now. They wouldn't have to stay here long to stabilize it. According to the old man, all they needed to do was take care of the flowers. Gray calmed his mind and started to work on the flower. He infused more of the light element, not daring to add anything to the fire element. He didn't necessarily need to infuse essence for each element since some had more. All he needed was to balance it with the others. The flower shook for a second but was quickly able to keep the essence in the flower steady, making it almost balanced. He couldn't achieve a perfect balance for now, but there was no issue with getting something close to it. After some seconds, the flower lit up. Gray sensed strange energy from it and grabbed it without even thinking. The energy burrowed into his body, and he felt a great sensation. It was like all his power was being merged. He raised his brow and looked at the flowers strangely. They can help stabilize the power in your body. Alice studied Gray's condition and nodded. This energy was a strange yet beneficial to them. With it, they can get better control over their strength. When the sensation died down, Gray created an orb made from essence. He wanted to see the difference now that he had this energy. His eyes opened wide, and he laughed delightfully. It can help with this. Wouldn't this make the level simple? Alice tried as well after Gray's successful attempt. She had a better grasp of it than Gray, so her control was by no means lower than his. Instead, it was higher. When Alice sent a stream of energy inside the flower, there was no fluctuation, and before long, the same scene that appeared when Gray stabilized the first flower happened. Alice also merged with the energy. This was a good treasure, so she would naturally not want to lose the opportunity. Alice was ecstatic when she absorbed the energy. Void, stop sleeping and learn this. It will help you stabilize your power. Gray called out to Void. Void opened his eyes and looked at Gray oddly. My power is balanced. After saying that, an orb appeared in front of him. Gray's mouth twitched when he saw this. At first, he thought Void was only saying it to escape the stress of learning this, but he didn't speak any further after seeing the orb Void conjured. Void's energy was more balanced compared to theirs. Even Alice was lacking when it came to Void's control. What the hell is this cat? He complained. How could Void's control be so high? It was shocking. Void rarely cultivated and only slept. Since when has sleeping been able to make people so strong? Void couldn't be bothered with them. He closed his eyes and continued sleeping. The bunny leader, sensing Gray's gaze, also created a ball in front of him and tossed it at Gray. Gray caught it, and his expression turned sour. These two magical beasts were far superior to them. From the looks of it, they should have at least 98 or 99% control over their strength. Gray might be powerful, but he didn't dare to say he had more than 75% control over his strength. He didn't bother with the duo anymore and continued accessing the next flower. Just as he was about to sense it, the old man's projection appeared again. "Little friend, since you've balanced the flower, you have passed this stage," the old man said with a soft smile. "Oh, are we not allowed to continue?" Gray asked suspiciously. "You can, but since you've already balanced the energy in one flower, you can leave this place and go to the next one," the old man explained. "Will these things disappear forever if we balance all of them?" Gray asked another question. The old man smiled. He could tell that Gray was attracted to the energy he absorbed, so he probably wanted to absorb more. "They will reappear once another person enters this stage," the old man replied with a chuckle. "Oh, then I would like to continue, Senior." Gray bowed respectfully. "All right. But be warned, it will only continue to get harder with each flower you balance," the old man said, and his projection disappeared. As the projection disappeared, a spatial tunnel appeared on the side. Apparently, the old man didn't bother with Void and the bunny leader. This meant that they could leave without doing anything. Gray looked at the flowers and turned to Alice. "Would you like to try?" Alice thought for a while before nodding. The energy was a treasure. She wanted to absorb more of it if possible. Gray nodded and went to the side. He sat down cross-legged and entered a cultivation state. Alice knew he was probably preparing for something, so she went ahead with her business. 2 hours later, Alice gave up with a helpless expression. She only managed to balance for more flowers. The difficulty was more than 10 times harder than when she started. "I can't continue." Gray opened his eyes when he heard this. "All right, it's time for me to try," he muttered and walked over to the garden. He didn't start to balance them instantly. First of all, he wanted to see how many flowers were left, and if could do more than Alice. He started to sense them, and after some time, he knew that he would be able to balance at most 5 more. "If I follow the conventional path, then I won't be able to go far," he thought to himself. Just like Alice, he sensed that the difficulty was stronger than the first time he balanced it. Chapter 11:16. Gray calmed his mind, and his spiritual senses spread out, covering at least 15 flowers. When Alice saw what he was doing, her eyes opened wide. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. Gray wanted to stabilize 15 flowers at the same time. This was a shocking thing. She frowned and said, "Gray, don't be greedy. This is dangerous." Most of the time, she didn't bother with anything Gray was doing, but after recalling what happened the first time Gray tried to stabilize the first flower, she couldn't help but feel it was too dangerous. If one flower could send Gray flying, then 15 would be able to do serious damage to him. His strong body would not be able to help him in such a situation. Gray didn't respond to her. He had already started to infuse the flowers with his essence. "Void, get ready to help him if needed." Alice's face was serious. Gray had already started, so she couldn't stop him. The only thing she could do now was to make sure they were prepared for what would happen next. If Gray lost control, then the energy would explode. The power might be at the peak of the elemental venerable plane, given the number of flowers. Alice was not the only one who frowned at what Gray was attempting. In the void, even the projection of the old man was also frowning. He shook his head with a sigh. "You are too impatient." With Gray's talent, he would be able to stabilize 5 more. He might even be able to add another one to make it 6. But Gray was overshadowed by greed, and he directly tried to balance 15. If this wasn't greed and overestimating oneself, the old man didn't know what was. Void and the bunny leader looked at Gray. The bunny leader was a little taken aback. It didn't think that Gray was the greedy type. It had been traveling with them for some time, so it at least knew some of his characters. Sweat gathered on Gray's face, dripping to the ground. He was under immense pressure. Any slight mistake and the energy would lose control. As long as he loses control of one of them, just like a ripple effect, the others will lose control as well and explode in his face. He didn't dare to be careless. Contrary to what the others thought, he didn't feel like he was overestimating himself. He sensed them properly, and carefully picked these 15. Of all of them, only one of them did not need him to infuse the fire element. This would help him maximize his strength. His control over his fire element was the highest, so since he had to place it on more flowers, it would be easier for him to control. The others held their breaths as they watched Gray balance the energy in 15 flowers simultaneously. Time went by slowly as everyone's hearts were at their throats. The time needed for this one was higher than the previous ones, which was expected, but it was not as long as the time Alice needed to stabilize 5. Gray was slowly infusing them, making sure he didn't rush any of them. If one of the flowers were to be stabilized, then Gray's efforts would be wasted since the difficulty would increase, putting him in danger. After 20 minutes, Gray's eyes shone with brilliance and with a grunt, he managed to stabilize all 15 flowers at the same time. The flowers gave off a blinding light. Given the high number that was cleared at the same time, the energy that came out was stronger, and there seemed to be some sort of transformation. In the void. The old man looked at Gray with a shocked expression. He had sensed Gray's spiritual sense and knew it was not even on the same level as Void and the bunny leader, yet he managed to succeed. Although the old man was only a projection, he still had some sort of intelligence. Merging with more would make his strength more balanced. 8 different energies. He muttered to himself before shutting his eyes. He could sense the energies in a single flower, and when Gray tried to merge all 15 together, he sensed that there were actually 8 energies in one of the flowers. This made him flabbergasted. The difficulty of achieving the feat Gray just achieved with 2 elements was very low, much less with 8 elements. A monster has appeared. This was the only thing in the head of the projection. Gray had no idea that achieving this had given away the fact that he had 8 elements away. Luckily, the old man was just a projection and naturally had no enmity with him. Gray was currently smiling from ear to ear as he looked at the others who had their mouths agape, shocked. Seeing his smug face, Alice felt annoyed and sent a lightning bolt at Gray. Gray dodged it with a laugh. He was ecstatic. Merging with these energies would be very beneficial for him, given the high number of elements he had. This was the reason he made sure he absorbed a high number of it. He soon started to feel a difference. Even without checking, he could tell that there was an increase in his light element. Presently, his body was actively absorbing light elemental particles at a crazy speed. He closed his eyes to stabilize his mind before they set off. While Gray and Alice are in the garden, Clouse is surprisingly in an unfortunate situation. When he stepped into the building, he was transported to another place. None of his friends were with him. This was not what he found annoying, rather, Lara was with him. Just like Gray and Alice, they also saw 5 thrones. Each throne giving off spatial fluctuations. Lara suggested they go for the safer, smaller thrones, but Clouse naturally refused. He dashed to where the large throne was located and touched it. Just when he thought he was about to escape from her, she grabbed him and teleported with him. He felt the throne would not accept her, but to his surprise, she met the requirements. They appeared in a volcano. Being water elementalists, they favored being in the water or even the ground. Although water could suppress fire, in such a place, a fire elementalist would have the advantage. In the volcano, they were currently faced with flying magical beasts that started attacking them the moment they appeared. Damn it! You spoiled my luck! Clouse cursed as he was sent flying by an attack. He was still at the peak of the Sage Plane. What attacked him was already in the elemental Venerable Plane. Lara didn't say anything but frowned as she fought off the magical beast that attacked her. She was almost the same height as Clouse, being slightly shorter. Her jade-like skin glowed even in the volcano. Clouse was cursing as he ran around. Stop moving! How will I fight them if you're not staying in one place? She complained. F*CKU. If not for you, I wouldn't have been in this mess. Clouse knew how great his luck was. There was no way he would have been in such a situation if he had been teleported alone. But Lara just had to follow him. Lara felt a headache as she looked at him. She had always known Clouse had a bad mouth, so she didn't like speaking with him. If not for the mistress, I would have killed him myself. She looked at him coldly. Clouse sensed her cold gaze and couldn't help but shiver. He wasn't afraid of her, but he knew he was no match for her. Block them, I'm going to break through. He said and sat down, leaving everything to her. He didn't have a choice, he had to break through now. If not, Lara will not be able to protect him forever. Lara looked at him, her eyes showing a different emotion. She snorted but still blocked the magical beasts that were trying to go close to him. She even created an ice dome around him. Clouse was sitting cross-legged and sensed the ice dome. He reinforced it with his element as well. Lara might be in the mid-stages, but he was still more confident in his ability to protect himself. Now that he was so close to the elemental vulnerable plane, he knew that his defensive ability would not be any weaker than someone close to the peak of the early stages in the elemental vulnerable plane. Lara saw what he did, but didn't bother with him. She focused on fighting the magical beasts that doesn't seem to have an end. Boom! Bam! She attacked them continuously. Clouse' aura started to climb. Since they were in a secret space, it was as if he was hidden from the energy outside, so the commotion of his breakthrough was limited. Even Lara couldn't sense it. Chapter 11:17. Broken through just like that? Clouse was a little doubtful as he checked himself out. He didn't stand up from where he was seated due to how simple it felt. Initially, when breaking through to the elemental vulnerable, there was supposed to be some sort of commotion. Recalling how serious it was when he wanted to break through the last time, he couldn't help but shake his head. Forget it. I'll just take it that I broke through while in seclusion. He consoled himself. He was still in his thoughts when he heard Lara's voice. Aren't you done yet? She couldn't sense his aura and didn't know if he had broken through or not. Like Clouse, she also expected to see some sort of disturbance. She had broken through to the elemental vulnerable plane and had also seen others break through. It was very normal for her not to think that Clouse hadn't broken through. Clouse stood up, and with a wave of his hand, he destroyed the dome. When Lara sensed his aura, she was slightly taken aback. Elemental vulnerable. What do you think? Clouse retorted while sending out an ice shard that struck down the magical beast coming his way. The magical beast was already in the early stage of the 7th rank. Since Clouse' attack could bring it down, it meant that his attack power was already in the elemental vulnerable plane. Previously, only his defense was in the elemental vulnerable plane, but now, his attack had also reached this stage. Lara was able to guess why there was no disturbance. Good, protect yourself. Clouse didn't say anything else. It's not like he wanted her protection anyway. After his breakthrough, the duo started to ascend the volcano. They needed to go out of the volcano. Lara realized the longer they stayed in the volcano, the more suppressed the water element was. They would stay for some time before their attacks would become almost useless against these magical beasts. Gray had successfully passed the stage he appeared in. Clouse was still facing the challenge of climbing out of the volcano. Reynolds and the others were also going through different challenges at the same time. With the exception of Keith, the others successfully used the large throne to enter the secret space and were all facing different opportunities and dangers. Gray, Alice, Void, and the bunny leader stepped through the passage and appeared in another location. This time, they saw a large hall in front of them. At the front of the hall, a bull was standing guard. Seeing the bull, Gray told Clouse and the bunny leader to check it out. Hearing the arrangement, the bunny leader showed a displeased look on his face. It's a magical beast. Wouldn't be easier for you two to check it out first? You just have to retreat if it's dangerous. Gray explained. The bunny leader wanted to say something, but it stopped itself and followed behind Void. They soon got close to the bull, but there was no reaction from the bull whatsoever. It was like it didn't see the duo. Gray and Void exchanged glances, and with a nod of the head, Void took another step. The moment he stepped on the stairs leading to the hall, the motionless bull moved. It sprang to life and blocked the path of Void and the bunny leader. The bull didn't do anything else, only blocking their paths. With the size of the bull, as long as it didn't move, there was no way for anyone to enter the building. Void turned to Gray again, seeking approval if he should attack the bull. Gray nodded. The next moment, Void's aura changed, and a sharp claw made of the darkness element appeared and attacked the bull. The bull's eye shone before it rammed into it. The claw was destroyed instantly. Void's expression changed and he hastily retreated. The bunny leader tried to use the opportunity to sneak into the building, but the bull stomped on the ground aggressively with its hind legs, almost stamping the bunny leader. The threat of death made the bunny leader rush back to Gray's side, even faster than Void. It shook his head at Gray, telling him they were not as strong as the bull. Gray studied the bull for a while before walking forward. The bull's dull eyes came to life, and it charged at Gray. Go in, I'll block it. By the time Gray's voice was heard, he was already entangled with the bull. In front of the bull's large figure, Gray looked like an infant, but he was very fast. The bull was unable to hit him due to his speed. Void joined him as the duo teamed up to harass the bull. Alice and the bunny leader were free, and they walked toward the door leading to the hall. The bull, sensing this, rushed at them. Gray and Void blocked its path. Gray even used the Chaos Orb. The strength of the orb was frightening after the last round. Now that Gray knew how to balance his strength to minimize the effort and maximize the result, it was pretty easy to create a Chaos Orb. They were alone, so Gray had no reservations when using his elements. He created the Chaos Orb with all 8 elements. Even if the bunny leader were to see this, it wouldn't be able to speak about it since it's always with Gray. Of course, Gray didn't make it too obvious. He made the elements known by most people dominant to hide the aura of the other ones. After grasping how to properly control his elements, he had no issues with this. The bull didn't take this attack on. Instead, it opened its mouth and shot out a stream of water. The water collided with the orb and exploded. The pace of the explosion forced Gray and Void back. The bull, however, didn't move from its spot. Alice and the bunny leader entered the building at the same time as the explosion. When the explosion died down, Gray looked around and saw the bull at its original position when they first entered this place. So its job is to stop people from going in? Gray looked at the bull. He wasn't sure of this, but he felt it would be better if Alice was able to find something inside while he was entangled with the bull. At first, he thought he would have to kill the bull to pass through this stage. However, that doesn't seem to be the case. The second Alice entered the building, the bull stopped fighting and went back to where it was lying. Gray walked to the building and stepped in. Alice turned to look at him. She also sensed that the battle had stopped. The inside of the building was the normal size, which made Gray heave a sigh of relief. Since Gray entered this secret realm, almost all the buildings he had entered were the same, looking small on the outside while being large on the inside. They didn't rush to do anything as they stood in the same spot, waiting for instruction like in the first round. 5 minutes breezed by, and they didn't see anyone. Maybe that place is different, Alice said. I guess so. Gray agreed with her words, and they decided to start exploring the place. The hall was mostly empty, but on the sides, there were rows of doors. He walked closer to one and tried to open it. No matter how he tried, he was unable to open it. He even went as far as using elemental attacks, but it was futile. After he failed to open the first one, he went to the next one. In this place, other than doors, there was nothing else. So their only choice was to try to open the doors. Alice, Void, and even the bunny leader all started to try to open the doors on the side. A few minutes later, there was finally a reaction. It was from one of the doors Void tried to open. It shook for some time before making a loud clicking sound. It opened. Alice and Gray rushed to the door. The bunny leader also stopped what it was doing and rushed there as well. It was curious what was inside these doors. The door opened slowly. The group looked at it with anticipation, but their expression soon changed when they saw what was inside. The door opened, and a room appeared in front of them. Chains were on the walls, and a skeleton could be seen chained to the ground. A dungeon? Gray blurted out. That was what this thing looked like. But a normal dungeon looked cruder. This place was a beautiful large hall. If this was its purpose, Gray felt a bit disappointed. Probably, Alice replied as she stepped into the room. Other than the skeleton chained to the ground, there were some things carved on the wall close to it. Chapter 11:18. Gray and Alice walked over to read what was written on the wall, but it was in a language they did not know. Do you know this? Gray asked the others that were there. The bunny was mysterious and should have been in this place before them, so Gray felt it was best to ask it since there was a probability that it would know. How would I know? The bunny leader looked at him oddly. Gray could only give up. However, he didn't forget to write it down. This was probably valuable information. He didn't know too much about ancient times, so it wouldn't be bad if he could decipher this. They continued trying to open the other doors. 3 more opened, but just like the first one, other than chains and skeletons, there was nothing else. Gray was not too picky. He picked up all the chains, while being looked down on by the bunny leader. He couldn't care about how the bunny leader looked at him. What was important was that he got something from this place. When he touched the chains, he noticed that they seemed to be able to restrain his ability to access his elements. If not for the fact he only held them for a short time, he was certain that he would have lost his ability to use his essence for some time. Good stuff. This was all he exclaimed as he picked them up. With this, if he could use it to chain down anyone that was stronger than himself, he would be able to beat them up. Of course, that was all on the premise that they didn't break free from it on time. Anyone stronger than him would not have any difficulty with breaking free from the chain if Gray tried to use it to pin them down. He might have a stronger physique, but those people had powerful elemental abilities, so all they needed to do was to make sure that they were not caught by the chain. After taking all the chains he could take, he also tried to see if there was anything special about the skeletons. At this point, even Alice started to look at him strangely. Don't look at me like that, this thing is a treasure. No one knows how long they had died, but the bones are still intact. This shows that they had a powerful physique as well. Gray explained. Alice didn't say anything, she didn't know what to say. All she could do was to let him do as he pleases. Gray had the thought of taking one of the bones for further study, but then he decided against it. Although he was curious about it, it was disrespectful to start studying the bone of a dead expert. They soon walked out of the building. The bull was lying in the same spot, not looking at them. How do we leave? Gray looked around. He had gotten some things here, and since there was nothing else, he didn't want to waste his time any longer. Alice shook her head. They entered this place the same time, so there was no way she would know how to leave. Why don't we kill the bull? Void suggested. The bull looked real, and he couldn't help but wonder what it would taste like. This bull was definitely raised in this place, so its strength was above average. Its meat would also be very delicate as well. There was nothing else, so the group went over to kill the bull. Alice didn't join them since she was still in the sage plane. A single attack from the bull might be able to kill her, so she decided to sit this one out. While watching them, she studied the place, frowning slightly. She was 100% certain that killing the bull would not send them to the next stage. There was no way the chains were what could be taken out of this stage. From the first stage, it was easy to see that there would be things they would have to do for them to advance to the next stage. What could this stage task be? She fell deep in thought. While she was thinking of how to leave the place, Gray and Void had started their attack on the bull. The bunny leader also joined in on the fun, attacking the bull's legs as it cursed at it. Apparently, it was still feeling vexed from the time the bull almost stamped it. They fought the bull for over 10 minutes before they managed to successfully take it down. When it died, contrary to what the others expected, it vanished, turned into energy and entered the body of Gray, Void, the bunny leader, and Alice, who was sitting on the side. Alice raised her head to look in their direction. I was wrong, can killing this bull take us to the next stage? She thought internally. However, after the bull died, nothing happened. Other than the energy that entered their bodies, there was no change. Damn it! Who told them we wanted energy? Give us back our meat! Void cursed. The energy that entered their bodies only helped in replenishing their used-up strength. This was not what they wanted. It was a huge loss in their book. Gray was also thinking at this point. They had killed the bull, yes, they expended a lot of energy. But it wouldn't really matter to them. It wasn't like. His expression changed and he tried to absorb elemental essence from the surrounding. He soon realized that he was unable to. I was able to absorb light essence in the last stage. He thought to himself with a frown. Alice was looking at his face with an odd expression. Did you notice it as well? Gray nodded. There was no essence in this place, so as long as they fought against the bull, if they didn't defeat it on time, then they would be the ones in trouble. What would have happened if we ran out of energy? Gray couldn't help but ask. They had been fighting for some time and their essence was drained. Send out an attack, Alice said. Gray didn't think too much and did as told. His eye showed a strange look. The consumption here is stronger than other places, he said. The casual attack he used just now had the same consumption as when he uses a large-scale attack. It was a shocking discovery. Do you think there is a problem with this place? Alice asked. Gray nodded. Of course there was a problem with this place. How could Alice even ask such a question? The consumption of essence was higher, and the other things were not as it usually was. If this place didn't have a problem, what did? They once again started to go through the place slowly. There would be something that was different here that would help them pass through this place. Void and the bunny leader also joined in on the search. When they came here, the bull and the large hall in front of them was the only thing that caught their eye. So even when they didn't get anything from the hall, they diverted their attention to the bull. Now that the bull was nowhere to be seen, they focused on the hall again. This time, they didn't only look inside, but outside the hall as well. Were there any stairs in the hall? Gray suddenly asked. Alice shook her head. Gray pointed at the top of the building. There was a window there connected to the hall. They took flight and appeared in front of the window. There was a passageway there. How come I didn't notice this window the first time? Gray was suspicious. Even though he didn't survey the place well, he still felt that such a large window would not have been able to escape from his view. Neither did I. I think we felt it was part of the building and naturally didn't care about it, Alice deduced. Gray nodded and brought out a smaller chain that he started to study. Of course, he didn't hold it. Placing it some distance away from him, he used an elemental weapon to hold it as he studied it. He had obtained a lot of elemental weapons during his journeys. The metal is forged with something. This is what's giving it the ability to restrain elemental essence. I wonder what it could be, he muttered as he continued observing the chain. They were currently walking in the passageway, so he didn't feel too stressed. Alice would notify him of anything that was happening. Before long, they got to the end of the passageway. A large field appeared before them. Gray kept the chain and studied his new environment. He didn't want a repeat of what happened the last time. The field didn't have much, just a way down a cave. As they walked, Gray recalled that this place was just like most on the places he had been to in this secret realm. Small on the outside, large on the inside. Chapter 11:19. At the front of the cave, they saw the projection of the old man once again. Gray and Alice heaved a sigh of relief since they would get instructions on what to get from this stage. When the old man saw them, his eyes showed confusion. "Did you fight the bull?" he asked when they got close to him. Gray nodded. "Strange," the old man muttered. Gray and Alice were still full of energy, even though they had fought with the bull, which shouldn't be. The bull is programmed to be as strong as whoever it's fighting. It would not completely dominate the person, but it would be able to fight them till they were exhausted. Only then would this passage open up, and they would be transported here. The old man didn't stay on the topic too long. Since these people passed, then he would let them into the next stage. Go through the passage, it will release its pressure on you. The longer you can endure, the better the rewards. The old man said and disappeared. This stage would have been better if they were tired, since the pressure would push them to the limit. But Gray's group was fine, which was out of the expectation of the old man. Gray and Alice exchanged glances before heading into the cave. All they saw was a long passage stretching as far as the eye could see. I wonder what's releasing the pressure. Gray looked at the passage with curiosity. After some time, he took a step into the passage, and his body shook, but he regained himself almost instantly, and the pressure he suddenly felt vanished as if it had never appeared. On the other hand, Alice paused for some time to adjust to the pressure. Void and the bunny leader were the same, only they had it easier than Alice. They were magical beasts, so they had an excellent tolerance for these things. Gray was the only one who didn't feel anything. He continued forward in a carefree manner, not bothering with this stage. Seeing how Gray was walking without a trace of pressure, Alice followed behind him. The pressure at the start isn't something that could stop her from advancing. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters. The further they go, the stronger the pressure. It started to affect Alice as her breathing started to get heavy. She looked at Gray's expression and was once again dumbfounded by this friend of hers. Gray didn't even break a sweat, it was almost like he was taking a stroll. "Aren't you feeling the pressure too?" she couldn't help but ask. "Pressure? Not really. I feel a tingling sensation on my skin if that counts," Gray replied. Alice's face turned dark when she heard this. Sometimes, she just wished to beat the hell out of Gray. "Are you sure you're not feeling any pressure?" she asked again, to be sure. Gray liked to joke with his friends, so she had to confirm whether he was joking. "I'm serious. I don't feel any pressure at all," Gray replied seriously. Alice looked at him with an odd expression. The bunny leader was shaken when it saw and heard all this. It couldn't believe it. It was feeling the pressure, and even though he had no problems advancing for now, it was unknown if it could reach the passage end. Void didn't show too much surprise, he had always known Gray was a freak. Whenever he sees any new freakish thing done by Gray, he shows no shock. "Can you continue?" Gray asked. Alice nodded with a grit of her teeth. Gray didn't speak any further and continued walking. Alice followed behind him, a little slower now. Once she got to a certain stage, she knew it would be dangerous. 500 meters. "I can't go any further." Alice supported her body with the walls of the cave. At this stage, Gray also started to feel it on his body. The pressure was getting stronger, and his body felt like a heavy boulder was pressing it. "It can only suppress things related to my cultivation realm," he thought to himself. When he first stepped foot on the passageway, he felt a foreign force trying to enter his body and mess up his essence. His essence, however, was no longer in his body. It was kept in the chaos space. Not just that, but the orb in his body reacted and destroyed the energy that entered his body. This was the reason why he had been carefree. The case was different since it had started to pressure his physical body. Could this be a trial to train the body? I wonder if ancient elementalists cultivate their bodies. Gray thought to himself as he studied the pressure on his body. Alice stopped at the 500 meters mark. She was barely holding on, and she couldn't take it anymore with her physical body being pressured too. I'll be going ahead then, Gray said before he continued going further. Alice sat down cross-legged and started to cultivate. She could tell that this place was also perfect for her essence and body. The result was evident in her essence since she had walked a good distance on it. Void and the bunny leader followed Gray. They could still go on, so there was no need to stay behind. Besides, it was quite beneficial for them. Especially this part that worked on the body. Magical beasts had strong bodies, to begin with. A man and two small magical beasts standing on each side of his shoulder began heading further into the cave. In the depth of the cave, a pavilion could be seen, and in the middle of it was an armor floating on its own. The armor sparkled with brilliance. Even after staying in this place for so long, its radiance couldn't be hidden. At the side of the pavilion, a figure could be seen. It was unknown if the figure was alive or dead. Chapter 11:20. On the passageway. Gray was still walking further into the cave. It was starting to get harder for him to continue. The bunny leader was panting heavily, finding it hard to keep its body upright. From the start, it was standing on its hind legs, but now it was on all fours. It was finding it hard. Gray thought the pressure on him increased because he was carrying the bunny leader and Void, but when he dropped them, he found out that it was the same. After Void's plea, he carried him. The bunny leader couldn't help but beg as well. Gray's current figure from a distance was like one of someone with 3 heads, just that the other 2 are way smaller than the middle one, and they had different shapes. He couldn't be bothered with all these. At the moment, he had walked over 1,000 meters. His speed was by no means slow, but with every 200 meters crossed, the pressure would almost double. He couldn't see Alice anymore, unsure if there was something impeding it. Normally, he should be able to see her since the path was a straight line. But contrary to his thoughts, it wasn't so. Do you think we can reach the end? Void asked, panting. His tongue was out as he struggled to breathe. I can't tell. Another 500 meters, and I'll be at my limit. Gray responded with difficulty. His carefree attitude was long gone. You should sit and strengthen your body, and then continue, the bunny leader suggested. Gray thought about it and sat down cross-legged. He soon started to feel his body growing stronger. He broke through to the elemental venerable stage and acquired the abilities of an ice dragon. His body also grew stronger. Presently, the explosive force of his body was stronger than his elemental attack. Only the chaos orb is stronger than his attack. His body greedily used the pressure from the cave to temper itself, growing stronger as time went on. Gray enjoyed the feeling of his body getting stronger as he sat that. Before he knew it, 3 hours passed with his eyes still closed, fully in a cultivation state. 1 more hour went by and he opened his eyes, excitement flashing through them. Ha ha ha. He laughed and jumped back up. He threw his fist forward, and an explosion rang out in the cave. The strength of his physical body had climbed to the mid-stages of the elemental venerable plane. It was originally in the early stages, but now it was close to the peak of the mid-stages. The bunny leader and Void were startled, both falling from Gray's shoulder. The bunny leader was cultivating, like Gray, it was lost in the feeling of strengthening its body. Void, on the other hand, was sleeping. Void flipped mid-air and landed on his legs. The bunny leader was not as agile as Void, but it managed to make sure it didn't land on its head. Its butt slammed into the ground and it groaned in discomfort. Looking at Gray, who was smiling foolishly, it couldn't help but snort coldly. It was the one who told Gray to cultivate his body, yet this was how Gray paid him back. Gray scratched the tip of his nose, a little embarrassed. Void jumped and landed on his shoulder, but the bunny leader opted to walk on its own now. Void was used to always being on Gray's shoulder whenever they were walking, and it was tiring to have to walk on his own. The pressure lessened after their round of cultivation. They walked another 500 meters and could barely move their bodies. Gray tried cultivating, but he realized that it was useless. His body couldn't advance any further for now. He was about to give up when he caught sight of a light from the other side of the tunnel. The end of the tunnel. He pointed at the light, diverting the attention of the 2 magical beasts to it. One has to know that they were under more pressure compared to Gray. Gray only had to focus on the pressure of his physical body, while the 2 magical beasts also had to face the pressure of their elemental essence. Seeing the light, they were rejuvenated and walked faster, trying to reach the end as soon as they could. Gray also walked faster. He wanted to run, but his body couldn't take that much. He also tried to use the space element, but it was useless since he couldn't open the space here. They walked to the end, the bright light almost blinding them. Their visions returned to normal after some time, a pavilion appearing before them. A place to rest? Void asked. Not likely. There should be a reward. Gray looked around. The bunny leader also looked around, a little expectant on what they would gain from this. If anyone appeared now and told them that the increase in their physical bodies was the reward, they might beat up the person. Although they were all happy with the increase in their strength, they still wanted to get more rewards. Not seeing anything outside, Gray knew it was time to walk inside the pavilion and inspect it. As they walked closer to the pavilion, the motionless figure inside the pavilion, who hadn't been moving all this while, opened his eyes. The figure was that of a young man who looked to be in his early 20s. The figure walked closer to the armor, caressing it. His eyes showed an expression of pain. Before long, he turned to the door. Gray and Void walked in at this moment. Oh! A surprised exclamation escaped from the mouth of the young man. He didn't expect a human and two magical beasts to be the ones to pass through the trial. One has to know that even dragons had failed the test, yet a bunny and a cat even passed it. What has the world turned into? The young man muttered. Chapter 11:21. Gray looked at the young man curiously. He didn't know if this was a real person or not. The young man didn't look like a projection, but he felt that there shouldn't be anyone still alive in this place. How was the trial? The young man asked gently, his face showing a soft smile. Not bad. Any longer, and I wouldn't have been able to make it. Gray answered sincerely. He was lucky he found the exit from the passageway at the time he did. If not, he would have turned around and headed back. There was no way to improve his body any further, and he had stayed here for a long time. Alice was probably waiting for him outside. The young man nodded. At least Gray didn't say it was easy. It's not that hard. Void spoke up at this time. The young man looked at Void oddly. A rank 7 magical beast that can speak. Guess you're not ordinary. I'm unique. Void replied with a smug expression. The young man didn't mind Void's statement. He turned his attention to the bunny leader. Can you speak as well? The bunny leader shook its head, a hint of embarrassment flashing past its eyes. It felt that even the stupid cat could speak, yet it couldn't. Void looked down on the bunny leader, showing his superiority. Interesting companions. The young man commented. He could already tell Gray's journeys were always filled with excitement with this duo being with him. Gray smiled at his word. His eyes were on the armor. Since he caught sight of it, he couldn't get his eyes away from it. He could tell that the armor was a magnificent treasure even with the distance. The young man followed Gray's line of sight, seeing how Gray was almost drooling over it. He chuckled. Looks like the world is still normal. He thought internally. Senior, why is that here? Gray asked tactfully. The young man was impressed by Gray's way of thinking. It's a reward. The young man's reply was simple, but it was all Gray wanted to hear. Reward for passing through the tunnel? Gray asked another question. Not entirely. The young man shook his head and explained, passing through the tunnel is just the requirement for the next trial. Pass the next one, and you'll naturally get the armor. Gray listened to his words and was a bit disappointed. His mood soon lightened up. At least he could still fight for it. Besides, there was no way he would leave this place without taking that armor. He was already thinking of ways to get it in case he failed the task. What's the challenge? He asked. The young man looked at him with a soft smile and responded, break through my defense. Gray raised his brow, a little apprehensive. One has to know that he had been standing for some time now, but he had not been able to sense any fluctuations in the young man's body. This meant that either there was no essence in his body or his strength was frighteningly high that Gray couldn't even sense it. If the young man was too strong, then there was no use trying since even if the young man stood still, he would not be able to break through his defense. As if knowing what Gray was thinking, the young man spoke up, you don't have to be worried about my realm, I'll naturally lower it to your level. I can see that you have a strong body and a first-stage elemental venerable. The young man's body shook lightly, and the aura of a first-stage elemental venerable appeared on him. We can start now. Gray didn't attack immediately. Instead, he asked, what about them? Can they help me with this? After all, we all passed through the tunnel. The young man paused momentarily, not expecting Gray to ask this. This was not out of question since, technically, Void and the bunny leader also passed the first trial. But the armor was for a human, although it could take on any shape, he felt it would be better with Grey. After some time, he answered. Since they are here, they can fight, but I'll have to increase my realm. A brilliant smile appeared on Grey's face. Just as he wanted to attack, the young man smiled and continued, of course, they will have to agree to give you the armor. The armor is something made by a true god, a powerful weapon. It has both defensive and attacking features. Once worn, an elementalist's overall power would increase significantly. It can also help maximize your essence. The young man knew Grey wanted to exploit the fact that Void and the bunny leader were here to his advantage, but he would not allow him. Grey might be cunning, but he was still lacking. The young man explained everything about the armor to ensure Void and the bunny leader knew what they would miss if they gave it to Grey. Any objections? Grey looked at both Void and the bunny leader. Void had no issues giving up on the armor, only the bunny leader hesitated. Void, do you still have that pot with you? Grey asked, his eyes still on the bunny leader. The bunny pot? Yes, I think I lost the pig's pot. Void's reply was quick. Hearing the conversation of the duo, the bunny leader nodded. Under the eyes of the young man, Grey had successfully coerced the bunny leader into agreeing. The young man couldn't help but sigh. His aura spiked, stopping at the peak of the 6th stage. Grey had a powerful physique. Void was already close to the mid-stages, and there was also the bunny leader. Begin. The young man's voice just died down when silver scales covered Grey's body, and Void and the bunny leader vanished. Void's darkness domain appeared. The bunny leader used the space element to attack from the side. Grey's figure shot out like an arrow. He soon appeared in front of the young man. His fist with blazing flames as he punched out. The young man was stunned beyond word. He didn't understand what had just happened. What has the world turned to? The young man felt cheated. Chapter 11:22. Boom! A loud explosion followed after Grey's punch. The figure of the young man was sent flying, but he maneuvered mid-air and balanced himself. His figure was covered with lightning, but he couldn't help but look at Grey, shaken. Yes, he was shaken. Grey's strength was beyond his imagination. Not just Grey, but Void and the bunny leader as well. Each of them had unique abilities. Seeing the scales on Grey's body, he guessed some things. He still shouldn't be this powerful. He felt a bit downcast. The feeling of being defeated by a single attack was something he almost couldn't take. It was infuriating just thinking of it. Void and the bunny leader were also freakish entities as well. Void's darkness domain was the main thing that weakened his defenses on time before Grey's attack, while the bunny leader's attack didn't give him the chance he needed, giving Void's darkness domain to eat up his defense. This showed how well coordinated they were. He shook his head with a sigh and looked at the armor. It is yours. Grey didn't stand on ceremony. Stretching his right hand, he grabbed at the armor. The armor buzzed, and a strange scene occurred. The storage ring on Grey's right hand shone with a bright light, and something flew out. My shiny sword! Void exclaimed. Grey rolled his eyes at Void's statement and pretended he didn't hear it. He still recalled the day in the cave when he chased Void because of this sword. The eyes of the young man gleamed when he saw this sword. Where did you get this? True Dawn faction. Grey's reply was short. The young man nodded without any doubt. It was clear he was familiar with the True Dawn faction. I see. Are you part of them? No, I chanced upon it when I went there some years back. Grey didn't hide how he got it, telling the young man how they went to the trial land. Destroyed as well? The young man sighed. Not likely. But they should be in a dormant state. Grey replied. He didn't know much about the situation in the True Dawn faction. His teacher knew more, but he didn't tell him anything. The True Dawn faction is the #1 array master. The same goes for crafting weapons. This sword is a pair with the armor. I guess you truly are fated with this armor. The young man explained softly. Grey looked at what was happening, intrigued. He almost died when collecting this sword. To think that it was actually a pair with this armor. Guess my luck isn't that bad. He chuckled. The sword and armor started to merge, forming a single entity before long. The glow of the armor became more brilliant. How is your body so strong? The young man asked Grey. Even during his time, there were few people with bodies as strong as Grey's, and they focused on mainly using the elements to nourish their bodies, making their elemental essence lacking compared to their bodies. Grey answered after taking the armor, I train my body. The moment he touched it, the armor drilled into his body and he felt a connection with it. The young man was once again depressed. This was an armor that required a lot of nourishment before it can be connected to the physical body in this manner, but in Gray's situation, it didn't require any of that and directly linked with him. He has the sword, it should be because of that. He consoled himself. While he was still thinking about this, the armor appeared on Gray's body, and a pair of gloves appeared in his hands. The glove suddenly transformed into a sword, a spear, and even a bow. It transformed into a variety of weapons. The young man's view was once again shattered. Even after linking with the armor and the sword, an elementalist would need at least some days or even months before being proficient with it. But Gray defied his thoughts, catching everything straight up. He doesn't know it's this hard, so there's no need to tell him. While still consoling himself, he saw the armor float out of Gray's body, covering Void's body. You can leave now. The young man didn't want to be in the same place Gray was anymore. Gray was a little taken aback. He was just testing some things before he asked the young man a few questions, but the young man's mood suddenly changed when he was at the end of his test. He noticed he could use the armor to protect those close to him, so he wanted to try it out. "Senior, I have some questions," he said hurriedly. "Leave, I'm not in the mood to speak any further." The young man snorted. "Is there any way I can get some answers from you?" Gray didn't want to give up. The young man sighed and asked, "What do you want to know?" "The path to the God plane is blocked. This is the general trend everywhere. This faction is said to be the last faction to produce a true God. Does Senior by any chance know why the path is blocked?" Gray asked hurriedly. "Blocked?" The young man's face showed an odd expression. Gray nodded and explained the general situation in the Aurora continent to the young man. The young man muttered in a low voice, "It shouldn't be blocked. How come that fellow didn't break through that barrier?" He knew of a freakish genius in the True Dawn faction that had the potential of being a true god. According to what he knew, the path could be broken, but not in the normal manner. When someone who can easily fight across planes appears, then the person would be able to destroy what was stopping others from stepping into the god plane. Could he have died? He looked up, lost in thoughts. Unlike the True Dawn faction, this faction was truly destroyed. Seeing the look in the eyes of the young man, Gray didn't speak and waited. A few minutes later, the young man looked at him. "Would you like to learn the essence of the Twilight faction?" Chapter 11:23. The essence of the Twilight faction? Gray didn't expect the young man to ask him this. The young man felt a bit irritated when he saw Gray's expression. "If you don't want, you can leave, I'll dissipate soon." Gray was shocked by the young man's words. "You're not real?" "Of course not." "Is something wrong with your head?" The young man looked at Gray strangely, adding, "I'm like a spiritual body. Once you've taken the armor, I'll dissipate. The armor was the only thing sustaining me for so long." "Oh, okay." Gray still continued looking at him, and he advanced, almost trying to touch the young man's body. The eyes of the young man twitched when he saw how Gray was examining him like a specimen. He calmed himself and asked again, "Do you want to learn it or not?" Gray nodded. "Yes, Senior, I do." "Good, I can sense you have the lightning element. Condense a lightning orb." The young man instructed. Gray did as instructed, creating a lightning orb in his hand. The young man looked at it and said, "You've been helped by the previous tests, but you still lack control over your essence. The top priority of the Twilight faction is getting perfect control over your elemental essence. Since I'm a lightning elementalist, I'll use the element I'm more proficient in to help you." He opened his palm, and a lightning orb appeared on his palm. It was extremely docile. "Touch it," he said to Gray. Gray looked at the young man, unsure of what to do. When he sensed the young man's gaze, he threw caution to the wind and touched it. His expression changed and his eyes widened when he did this. "Impossible," he blurted out unconsciously. His hand was currently in the lightning orb, but all he felt was a warm sensation. One has to know that the lightning element was a destructive element. No part of it was docile, but the one in the young man's hand was different. It almost felt like placing a hand in warm water. "How's this possible?" he couldn't help but ask. The young man chuckled. "This is what happens when you have 100% control over your essence and element." The young man tossed the orb to the side. What happened next shocked Gray to the core. The previously docile lightning orb gave off a frightening explosion. The strength of the blast was beyond Gray's expectations. However, that was not the only shocking thing. The range of the explosion was so well contained that other than feeling the strength of the explosion, Gray didn't feel its impact. Seeing not just Gray's shocked face, but Void's and the bunny leader's also gave him a certain sense of satisfaction. The trio didn't give him the chance to show his abilities the last time, and he was depressed because of that. He was a top expert, yet he was somewhat manhandled by these juniors. Now that he saw their dumbstruck expression over his abilities, he was satisfied with their reactions. Void, touch mine, Gray said with a playful smile. Touch it yourself. Void disappeared from Gray's side, going closer to the young man. You don't have to tell him to do that. You should naturally know when it's safe to do so. Doing this is not really the hard part. The hard part is containing your attack into a smaller range, maximizing the attack power. The young man chuckled as he explained. Gray smiled. He was only joking with Void. He knew a thing or two about making his attacks docile, not on the young man's level, but he shouldn't be that bad. It was just like the young man said, the other parts are harder. Containing the attack within a particular range and making sure not even a single essence spills while attacking was the true essence of what the young man was speaking about. Senior, can you teach me? Gray asked humbly. He wanted to learn all these so he would grow stronger. I can, but you will only be able to learn this after awakening your lightning element domain. The young man responded. I already have that. Gray activated his lightning domain, and the silver lightning arcs turned red in an instant. Similar to his fire domain, he can alternate between the two types of lightning he has. The young man looked at him, and even though he didn't have a heart since he was a spiritual body, he felt his heart throb. Gray was a freak. A freak among freaks. You can use two types of lightning? He asked in a soft voice. Void added by the side, and fire. He also has two types of fire. The young man didn't want to believe this. He looked at Gray, and Gray used his fire domain, changing between the normal and special type. He glared at Void while doing all this. The young man felt his world collapse. You can use your domain to contain the attack. Basically, with the domain, Gray would be able to contain it. This would also help in making sure he doesn't spill out any essence while attacking. Of course, it wasn't as easy as it sounds, but that was the general idea. Before Gray could even attempt it, the young man chased him away. He didn't want to speak with Gray any further. He felt he might break down if he continued speaking with Gray and Void. He would have broken down if he had known that Gray also had a water domain. He could tell that Gray recently broke through to the elemental venerable plane. At most, he would only awaken one domain, or maybe two during his breakthrough. He could also have awakened the domains even before breaking through to the elemental venerable plane. He chased us out. Gray stared at the doors to the building. It was shut, and even the building slowly started to become illusionary. Let's go, Alice is waiting. Gray shook his head. Chapter 11:24. What took you so long? Alice asked when she saw Gray walking down the tunnel. She was still in the tunnel, deeper than where she originally stopped. Looking at her pale face, it was easy to see that she was having a hard time staying there. I had an encounter with something, sorry I took so long. Gray was a bit fearful when he saw Alice's condition. She was panting heavily and looked like she would collapse anytime soon. Since she took the risk of advancing, it was mainly due to the fact that she was worried about Gray's well-being and wanted to check up on him. Let's go. Gray didn't want her to suffer any longer, so he hurried her. Outside the cave. The projection appeared when Gray and Alice walked out. He looked at Gray deeply. There was a strange feeling he was getting from him at the moment, different from how it was when he went in. What distance did you reach? He asked the duo. About 800 meters or so. Alice replied. The projection nodded, impressed by Alice's statement. He turned to Gray, and you? I had a nice chat with the senior inside, he even gave me a gift. Gray grinned. He had shown Alice the armor on their way back, so she knew he got to the end and even faced another trial he succeeded in, before acquiring the top treasure there. The old man looked at him, a bit disbelieving. Gray saw the doubt in his eyes and laughed. You're doubting me? Don't take it the wrong way, young friend, but countless geniuses have gone in, and only a few have been able to get to the last part. The few who succeeded in getting there all failed, without exception. So you might have managed to get there and speak with the master there, but there's no guarantee that. The old man was still speaking when an armor appeared on Gray's body. He froze, unable to speak any further. His eyes widened. He knew the difficulty of the last challenge, breaking through the defense of the master. When the master was still on the continent, he was known as the best defense master. He not only has the earth element, but he also has the lightning element as well. He had a total of 4 elements, and each of them had been home to the peak. The fact that Gray was able to break through his defense was something he was finding hard to accept. He had seen Gray during the first trial, and although he was a bit unorthodox in his ways, he didn't think there was anything special about him. It's a nice armor. I also have the sword that makes them a pair. A sword appeared in Gray's hand as he swung it around. It should be nice when cutting downward for fire, he muttered. The old man, on the other hand, almost had a breakdown. He didn't expect Gray to also have the sword. He knew of this sword, and it was on the same level as the armor. After moving it a few times, Gray kept the items in his body again. The old man paused and looked at Gray, shocked. You fused with it already? It wasn't hard. I touched it and it entered my body. Gray replied nonchalantly. The old man almost spat out a mouthful of blood in dejection. Gray kept exceeding his expectations. A portal appeared and the old man pointed at it. The duo could leave now, there was nothing left to get here. Even if others came and managed to get to the building inside, they would not be able to gain anything. Gray and Alice didn't stay any longer and left. After the duo left, the old man looked at the cave with mixed feelings. The figure of the young man appeared behind him. You don't need to be this way, you're already so old. The old man knelt down the second he heard the voice, Teacher. The young man sighed, it's already been so long, why did you have to keep a wisp of your spiritual sense here? I was hoping I would have the chance to meet Teacher again. Besides, after you left, I took charge of the faction. The old man said with a proud smile. I see. The young man nodded, his eyes showing no emotions. This was within his expectations. Did he really defeat you, or did you give it to him? The old man still couldn't accept Gray taking the armor. In one attack. The young man replied, not bothered by it. The old man's eyes bulged out when he heard the young man's words. He thought even if Gray won, it would have been a hellish battle for him, succeeding by a small margin. But Gray actually won with a single attack. The kid doesn't follow the rules, well, it can't really be said to not be following the rules, more like exploiting it. The young man chuckled, impressed by Gray's wisdom. I see. He has done that previously as well. The old man immediately understood Gray might have used his cunningness to get the better of his teacher. I wonder how far he can go. The young man muttered. I can't really say, but he has passed 2 stages in the shortest time. Not just that, but he's the only one who has gotten the most benefits from all. The old man explained, other than him, there's another person. I don't know if this person is talented or lucky, but he took all the benefits from the first stage he passed to. He is currently in the 2nd stage. There will always be monstrous talents whenever youths are gathered. The young man said. I've seen a few special ones. The old man said, of course, none like him. The old man and the young man conversed for a long time before the young man's body disappeared. The old man sighed and looked at the sky with a melancholic smile, maybe we are all pawns in the end. Chapter 11:25. Gray and Alice appeared in the next place, which was a mountain range. They felt like the portal teleported them outside the building, but seeing the area, they knew it was different. The projection didn't appear. Gray and Alice felt like it was the last time they would need to search for the place where the main trial was on their own. Some minutes later, Gray and Alice heard voices in the distance. There are others here as well. They exchanged glances and darted toward that area. They still didn't know how it worked, but other than when entering the building, they had been together. Since entering the secret space in the thrones, they've not encountered anyone else. Some distance away, 3 people were fighting with a giant eagle. These magical beasts were always tricky to deal with. Elementalists don't acquire the ability to fly until reaching a specific plane. Birds are different, they only need a few months and they would gain this ability. When fighting, they always had the advantage in the sky, unless the strength difference was high or if they were fighting against geniuses and well-seasoned fighters. Gray and Alice were watching from the side and showed no signs of joining in on the battle. The trio fighting with the eagle had the number advantage, so the outcome was as predicted. After killing the eagle, one of them hurriedly stored the body in his storage ring. This was a rank 7 magical beast, its body was a treasure trove. In the outside world, humans might be able to kill magical beasts, but not wantonly, especially high-leveled ones or those with top bloodlines. They looked in Gray's direction after storing the body, the leader nodded and left with the other 2. All 3 were in the early stages of the elemental venerable plane. Should we follow them? Gray asked. Following behind this group would make this stage easier since the trio could help to be pathfinders for them. Alice thought about it and didn't see anything wrong with it. Void was sleeping inside Gray's storage ring alongside the bunny leader. They didn't think anything was good in this place, so they slept. Gray couldn't kick them out, so he let them be. The duo followed behind the trio. Sometime later, the trio had to fight another magical beast. Gray and Alice were keeping a reasonable distance from them, not wanting to interfere with what they were doing. They didn't also get close to them when they killed the beast. The trio couldn't be bothered with them since they were keeping their distance and were not trying to get any benefits from them, then they wouldn't care about them following them. 2 hours later. They had traveled a considerable distance in the mountain range, and the magical beasts were starting to be fewer, but their strengths had also increased. The trio could not quickly kill off the beasts any longer. Only after a long battle would they be able to kill it. With each battle, they started to wear down. Even after resting, they still felt fatigued. Elementalists naturally wouldn't get tired. The trio being tired had little to do with the battles but with this place. "Why do I feel this place targets the body?" Gray muttered as he looked at the situation of the trio. "There's something strange about this place," Alice added. Gray nodded. After some time, the trio started advancing once again. They wanted to get to the other side as soon as possible. There's a high probability that going to the last mountain in this place would be the way to leave. This place had 5 mountains, and they had already crossed through 2. Flying was no good. First, they couldn't fly too high, and if they flew low, they would attract multiple magical beasts. On the 3rd mountain, one of the trio got injured while fighting, putting the other 2 at a disadvantage. A good distance away, Gray and Alice were watching. "At this rate, the beast will kill them," Alice commented. "Should we help?" She turned to Gray. She was still in the Sage Plane. There was no way she could fight against magical beasts that were in the 7th rank. With the help of a few others, she could, but alone, she would not be able to do anything to it. Gray thought briefly before nodding. They've been clearing the path. It wouldn't be good if they die. The duo rushed over. Gray didn't delay, attacking the moment he appeared. He didn't use his elemental attacks. Infusing the elements in his body, he exploded out with a punch on the body of the game lizard the trio was fighting. The lizard whipped its tail at his fist. Not wanting these people to know about the strength of his physical body, Gray made his blue flames explode when his fist and the tail made contact. Gray's punch knocked the tail back, and the lizard retreated. The trio looked at Gray, stunned. Of the 3, only one was in the 1st stage, and the other 2 were in the 2nd and 3rd stages. Hence, even though they were wary of Gray and Alice, they didn't consider them a threat. However, the power Gray just displayed was well above what they could. They couldn't help but sweat. When Gray and Alice were following behind them, there had been a few occasions when they felt like attacking the duo, but now they felt like it was a bad idea. The lizard had not gotten its bearing before Gray appeared before its head, his hands covered with scales and blue flames dropped down. The eyes of the lizard enlarged. It could sense the threat of death from the small fist before it. Without delay, it swung its tail. It would rather lose its tail than die. Just as Gray's fist was about to hit the tail, it shook slightly before his fire domain appeared around it. The explosive force the lizard expected didn't happen. Instead, it felt a soft sensation. The next moment, its tail exploded. The explosion didn't stop there. It continued down its body. Both its hind legs exploded, followed by the lower part of its body. The lizard was scared witless, and its half body drilled into the ground with shocking speed. Gray was slightly stunned, not by the lizard's escape but by his attack. He didn't expect it to be this powerful. Amazing! Chapter 11:26. Gray stood stunned. The trio stared at him, dumbstruck. Alice couldn't believe her eyes as well. "How is he so strong?" she muttered, shocked. One of the shocking things about Gray's attack was that they sensed very little impact from it. It was contained, of course, not at the level of the young man from where Gray took the armor, but at least, it was far better than these people at the elemental venerable plane. If the young man had seen Gray use the attack so efficiently, he would be dumbfounded. One has to know that this was something that took years to get the hang of. Getting the hang of it is not as hard as actually implementing it in an attack. The reason it looked this good was mainly because Gray used his physical strength. If he had used his elemental attack, he wouldn't have gotten this result. It would have been far from it. Their shock didn't stay for too long. "Thank you for your help." The injured young man thanked Gray. Gray nodded. "I couldn't really watch you die." "Should we continue together?" the young man in the 3rd stage asked. Gray readily agreed. "He'll have to heal first." They waited for the young man to recover from his injuries before they continued on the journey. With Gray joining them, the battles became shorter. Gray originally had explosive attack power. With the help of the new technique, he was able to explode with greater force. At this rate, his attack power was already on the same level as those in the 6th stage of the elemental venerable plane. Of course, this was mainly due to how high his physique had improved. A few hours later, they arrived at the last mountain in the place. It was just as they expected. The route out of this place was on the last mountain. Gray looked at the building sitting on the mountaintop. The building was majestic, exuding an ancient aura. The other trio wanted to head in, but they were a bit hesitant as they shot a glance at Gray. He was the strongest, so he naturally made the decisions. "You can go, I'm not going in now." Gray had no problems with them going in. To his surprise, they didn't rush in as expected. He raised a brow to look at them, and their next words made him chuckle. "We feel safer if you go in as well." Void appeared on Gray's shoulder and stared at the building for a long time before disappearing once again. According to Void, whatever was inside was not really good. Other than shiny things, the requirements of an item to catch Void's attention was very high. If the treasure was not top-notch, he wouldn't care about it. Gray thought about it and still decided to enter. Not everyone is like Void. To people like himself and his friends, some things Void felt were useless might be very helpful. When the trio saw Gray heading into the building, they felt reassured and entered as well. They couldn't be blamed. If not for Gray, the possibility of them dying in this place was very high. At first, they thought they would only get benefits from this place after passing the first stage successfully without any harm. This stage made them a bit fearful, especially the one injured during the battle Gray helped them with. The group of 5 entered the building. In a large hall, items placed on multiple tables, from weapons to beast cores, and also healing tonics, all sorts of things. Each item was protected by an array. Gray studied the array for some time and knew it was something he could deal with. The others shouldn't have any problems with taking an item as well. The items at the front didn't seem to hold as much value as the ones behind. Alice stared at a particular item around the center of the building. She walked in that direction. Gray stared at what she was looking at. It was a fiery orb. He could tell it had something to do with the fire element. Alice had awakened her fire element, making it slightly superior to her lightning element. Gray, on the other hand, didn't find anything that caught his eye. There were quite a few good things there. Some he had no idea what they were, while others were things he had more or less seen or heard of. While everyone had started to open an array to get an item, Gray was studying the items on each table. The trio placed their focus on the last tables since they seemed to hold more value. Seeing Gray walking over, one of them had a worried expression. His worry died down when Gray walked past as if he didn't see anything. The young man was trying to get a shield. Gray couldn't be bothered with such an item. He already had top-tier armor that looked great. He avoided the items that entered the eyes of the trio and only glanced at the rest. When he got to the last table, he knew the array was not something he could break through even if he was given a few days. On the side of the last table, he saw a small black jar with its contents hidden at the side, opening, and his eyes twitched. A jar of dirt? He was a bit skeptical. This jar was the only thing that wasn't protected by an array. Technically, even if thousands of people entered this place, none would have any interest in taking this item. Only a few would take it. The reason, it was in this place. Gray tossed the jar in his storage ring before continuing his tour of the place. It was just as Void said, there wasn't really anything here he felt was good. Of course, he felt like this didn't mean he was not going to try to take some items away. There were no defensive arrays. After breaking through the arrays, the people present could take the items they wanted. Alice had successfully taken the fiery orb, keeping it safe. 2 of the trio had also taken the items they had their eyes on. Chapter 11:27. The last of the trio was heading still trying to break the array holding the item he wanted. He had the highest cultivation stage among them, and his eyes were placed on a strange snake-like fruit at one of the last few tables. Gray looked at him and found the fruit interesting, but he knew there was no way the young man could break through the array. If he tried to open it now, it might only attract the envy of the young man. He planned to wait for the young man to leave first, then he would try and open it. He had no idea what the fruit was and its uses, but he knew it would be good. Thinking about it, he brought out the bunny leader, alongside Void. Even if not all the items were top tier, there were still a few that were not bad. The second the bunny leader appeared, it moved toward a table. Unlike the others, it directly strolled past the array and took the item. Gray gave a wry smile. While others were working hard to open an array, the bunny leader walked past it like it was non-existent. "Hey, can you take the others?" he hurriedly asked the bunny leader. "Easy." The bunny leader replied and entered another place, taking another item. The eyes of the trio bulged when they saw this. Gray, on the other hand, smiled brilliantly. This was an opportunity for him to take everything in this building. Even if he didn't take everything, he had to at least take most of the items away. The bunny leader vanished soon after. "Who? Where did it go?" the young man in the third stage asked, aggrieved. He was about to beg the bunny leader to help it with the fruit, but the bunny leader disappeared almost the same way it appeared. He turned his eyes to Gray, almost pleading. He knew the duo that was there with him, they didn't have a magical beast. The bunny leader belonged to either Gray or Alice, he was sure of it. Gray acted like he didn't see anything, while Alice showed no reactions. The young man could only give up. Gray had already helped them get here, and although it looked like they were helping each other, they knew Gray wouldn't have any issues with getting to this point. The young man glanced at the fruit, a little reluctant, but he still left it. Since he couldn't get it, he would try something else. Void was still around, looking around casually. He stared at the box on the last table and vanished, appearing inside. He opened the box and it was filled with delicious fruits. He laughed in delight and kept it. Unlike the bunny leader, Void was unreserved, he straight up started to plunder everything there. The bunny leader appeared once again and the duo started ransacking the place. The young man in the third stage of the elemental venerable could only increase the speed of breaking through the array. Before the two demons got to where he was, he had forcefully opened it, even risking injury and taking an item. He wanted to explode in anger, but Gray was not only stronger, but the threat of death he was getting from Void was stronger than Gray. It wasn't that Void was stronger than Gray, but unlike Gray, Void had no reservations about killing him. After taking the item, they all sensed a spatial aura on it. They could teleport from this place once they got hold of an item. The young man thanked Gray and left with the other two. Alice chuckled seeing them run. Void is unscrupulous. It has nothing to do with me. Gray shrugged. Void had always been like this. From the first time he hatched out of an egg, he took up most of Gray's gains from the trail land at that time. Gray was so vexed that he wanted to kill him. What was worse was that he still gave him part of the treasure he acquired there. A minute later, Void and the bunny leader returned. They had taken all the treasures here. Delicious! Void exclaimed as he swallowed one of the fruits. He didn't take the fruits because they were treasures. When he opened the box, he smelled the delicious fragrance from it and decided to take everything else. There were still a few fruits there. "Where's my share?" Gray asked. Void casually tossed one of the fruits at Gray. Gray didn't mind and took a bite. The fruit melted in his mouth almost immediately and his tongue gave him a sensation of exploding from the great taste. That was not the only thing, he could feel essence rushing into his body, but his taste buds were giving him terrific feedback at the moment that he even forgot about doing anything with the great impact of the fruit. Void gave Alice one as well. Her reaction was the same as the others. However, her face soon flushed red. She was weaker than Gray and Void, so the essence, although powerful, wasn't too much for them. She, on the other hand, was still too weak, not even at the peak of the sage plane yet. She sat down cross-legged and started to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, her aura started to increase. Is it that great? Gray was taken aback. He sensed something from the fruit, but it was not enough for him to break through. Before entering this place, he recently broke through to the elemental venerable plane. He didn't have any plans of breaking through anytime soon. Advancing too quickly wasn't good for him. Especially after learning this technique from the young man. The more he advanced, the weaker his control over his strength. Once his control drops, his overall strength might not increase much. He only wants to break through after getting used to his current strength. His current plan was to stay in the first stage for a few more months, at least 2 months or so. If others knew his thoughts, they might die from depression. Others took at least 4 months or so in a stage when in the elemental venerable plane. These referred to those geniuses from top families and factions. Some people even stayed on a stage for more than a year, yet Gray didn't want to break through, and felt waiting 2 more months wasn't bad. Chapter 11:28. An hour later, Alice was done with her cultivation. Her aura had spiked to the peak of the sage plane. She was close to the 9th stage during the last trial, and taking this fruit made her break through with ease. Congratulations, you're getting closer to the elemental venerable plane. Gray smiled as he looked at her. He felt excited for his friends, they were all advancing faster than most people. Given where they came from, it showed that the reason for their low elemental grade was the Azure continent. The quality of elemental grades has a lot to do with the environment, the quality of the essence, and the parents as well. Some parents take in a lot of natural treasure. This way, their child will be born with a high elemental grade. Alice was happy with her progress and smiled, proud of herself. In the Azure continent, her thoughts were getting to the Overlord plane, and if lucky, breaking through to the Sage plane. Since meeting Grey, she didn't know what happened, but she felt like the Overlord plane was the start of their cultivation. In little over 10 years of cultivating, she had gone from a normal human to the peak of the Sage plane. She was still thinking about her speed when she took a glance at the fellow close to her. Grey had been cultivating for a shorter time, but he was advancing so fast that it was almost impossible to catch up to him. "Do you think Clouse had broken through?" she asked. When they were fighting before entering this place, Clouse almost broke through, causing their deaths. Luckily, Grey stopped him. "Most likely," Grey replied. They didn't stay there any further and left. In this trial, other than the corpse of magical beasts, the next people wouldn't get anything from this round. Grey's group had taken everything, leaving nothing for others. Compared to the last trial, people would have to endanger their lives here, and other than beast cores of corpses, there was nothing like a reward for them. The next round. The moment Grey appeared, he was taken aback when he didn't see Alice with him. "We've been separated." He touched his chin as he looked around. His face fell when he saw the group in front of him. The group consisted of 6 people, and 3 of them were from the Syphilis faction. He recognized them from when they were coming his way outside the building. They were currently staring at a figure in an arena. "Ah!" The painful scream drew Grey's attention to it. In the arena, Grey saw 2 people fighting. One of them was a young man, the other was a middle-aged lady. Thinking about the young man Grey saw at the place where the armor was located, he knew this person was not human. She was a spiritual body. The scream came from the mouth of the young man whose body had been impaled by a long spear made from the earth element. His movement was incomparably slow at the moment. Even an Overlord plane elementalist was faster than his current speed. Guess this round focuses on fighting against that lady. Grey wasn't in a hurry, he wanted to see what the lady was capable of. After a few more exchanges, the young man was tossed out of the arena. The lady spoke mechanically. Failed. The blooded young man spat out some blood and went to the side to recuperate. Without winning this battle, he couldn't advance to the next round. One of the people in the group of 6 walked forward. Her cultivation stage was lower than that of the young man who just lost. When she stepped on the platform, the lady spoke mechanically once again. "Defeat me and go to the next round." The young lady didn't wait for her to complete her state as she attacked. The lady's cultivation stage had reduced to the same stage as her opponent. This would make the battle fair. Grey already thought of this. The lady and the young lady started to exchange attacks. Being caught off guard by the young lady, the middle-aged lady was placed in a passive state, unable to take control of the attack. She had the same strength as the other, but with vast battle knowledge. Their battle lasted for over 10 minutes and the young lady won by a small margin after risking her life. Grey clicked his tongue when he saw her in action, ruthless. The other 6 looked at Grey. The trio from the Syphilis faction took a glance at Grey. Of the 3, 2 were in the elemental venerable plane, while the last was in the sage plane. Their eyes revealed smiles, but they didn't attack. There were still 3 people present. If those people decided to help Grey out, then they would be the ones who were in trouble. The young lady advanced and went to the next round, leaving the others. She was injured, but she didn't want to stay here to heal. The trio from the Syphilis faction looked at the 2 who hadn't attempted the round yet, and after some convincing, they stepped forward. The eyes of the trio were kept on Grey's body. They wanted to kill him. Grey was smiling as he looked at them. He didn't even make any movements when he sensed the killing intent in their eyes. One of the duo walked forward and tried, failing like the first young man, grievously hindered as well. The trio from the Syphilis faction looked at the last one who hadn't attempted it. Gritting his teeth, he stepped on the platform. In the end, he won, heading to the next round. 2 passed, 2 injured, leaving only the trio from the Syphilis faction and Grey. Grey hadn't gone close to them all this while, keeping some distance from them. "Why don't you try? It's your turn." The one in the second stage of the elemental venerable plane grinned at Grey. "You guys go first, I saw you here, after all." Grey smiled softly. Chapter 11:29. The trio from the Syphilis faction looked at Grey with dark expressions. They had the number advantage, and of the two in the elemental venerable plane, both had a higher cultivation stage than Grey. Are you moving, or do you want us to make you? The one with the highest cultivation stage asked Grey with a blank expression. Grey took a glance at him and replied, even if I go first, it's not going to change anything for you three. We know. But go before we do. The young man said. The trio from the Syphilis faction consisted of 2 young men and a young lady. The young lady was in the elemental venerable plane. Grey looked at them, and with a sigh, he walked toward the arena. You better not try anything funny. The trio from the Syphilis faction looked at him with a cold expression as he walked past. Grey stepped on the platform and the lady on said the same mechanical words. After she was done speaking, she attacked. Grey looked at her, and without attacking, he took a step back and asked, what do I gain from defeating you? Advancing to the next round. The lady didn't stop her attack as she replied. Just that? Grey asked, a bit skeptical. There had been good rewards in the previous challenges. As long as he won, there was a high chance of getting something good. Yes. The lady nodded. What if I kill you? Grey dodged the attack with a cheeky smile. The figure of the lady paused for a split second before replying, then you get a reward from this place. Nice, just what I wanted. Grey's expression turned serious. The young lady had the same cultivation base as himself. Whenever an individual steps on stage, the cultivation stage of the lady would lower down to the elementalist zone. Grey was in the first stage of the elemental venerable plane. The lady reduced her cultivation stage to this level, making it the same as Grey's. The lady had no idea of Grey's physical strength, so even if she could read his cultivation stage and replicate it, she couldn't do the same for his physical body. Grey, hearing that there was an extra reward to be earned if he managed to kill the young lady, didn't hold back. He exploded out with a powerful physical attack. With others watching, he hid this from their eyes, using an elemental attack. Others weren't able to see this, but the lady he was fighting against had keen eyes. Sensing the strength of Grey's body, she knew there was no way she could win. Even during ancient times, there were only a few who could have managed to achieve what he did at such a young age. Grey was unbothered by all this. His attack caught the lady, sending her flying. The trio from the Syphilis faction frowned when they saw this. They all knew Grey was a genius, but this task had been able to stop so many people. If Grey couldn't be stopped, he would surely leave this place the moment he succeeded. Don't let him pass. The young man in the third stage from the Syphilis faction said. They couldn't let Grey leave. If not for the other people present, they would have attacked Grey the moment he appeared. However, they weren't sure what those people would do, so they kept to themselves and let Grey step onto the platform alone. What should we do? The young lady asked. She was the other person in the elemental venerable plane, being in the second stage. Attack. Wouldn't the lady attack us if we stepped on the platform? That's why we're only going to attack from here. After concluding, they decided to attack Grey. Grey was still fighting with the lady, unaware of the plan of the trio. From the first move, he easily gained the advantage and forced the lady into a passive state. The lady could barely defend herself, and just as she was about to be defeated by Grey, an attack came from behind her, forcing Grey back. Grey paused in his attacks and looked at the trio. What's the meaning of this? Nothing, we're just trying out a few moves, don't mind us, continue your battle. The young man in the third stage replied. Grey wasn't a fool, he knew they were trying to make sure he didn't succeed. Don't annoy me, I'm a vengeful person. He warned, blocking the attack of the lady. If not for his timely reaction, he would have been injured by the attacks from the trio. He could neglect the attack of the young man still in the sage plane, but for those in the elemental venerable plane, he couldn't. The trio from the Syphilis faction didn't attack him any longer, leaving him for the lady to deal with. Grey was not afraid of the lady, and within a few seconds, he not only gained the advantage, but he injured the body, making the body of the lady more illusory. The lady didn't attack after Grey's attack almost obliterated her body, rather, she paused to look at him, a little flustered. Grey was a freak, his physical body was above the lady's expectations, so even if she expected him to be strong, she wasn't prepared for this. The trio was not prepared for this as well. After their attack, they felt Grey would need a few more minutes to regain the advantage. Only after his performance did they know that he was not easy to deal with. If not for Grey wanting to kill the lady, he would have advanced to the next stage by now. He already could defeat the lady. The trio attacked once again. Grey couldn't leave this stage, not with them still here. If they had left, it would have been a different story, but now, they were not only present, but they even forced Grey to test it out first. Without reservations, they all attacked. Chapter 11:30. Gray, whose attack was about to end the lady, was stunned. His attack was not only blocked but he was sent flying by the backlash. Not expecting this, he couldn't defend against it. His eyes turned cold as he looked at the trio. "I warned you, didn't I?" He looked at them, his eyes cold. "Sorry, we didn't mean it," the young man in the third stage replied. They didn't want it to seem like they were purposely doing it. Of course, even a child would know their intent by now, much less a figure like Gray. Gray, who was still fighting with the lady, vanished. The next moment, the young man who was in the sage plane appeared on his spot. The lady was already in the middle of attacking, but before she could reduce the strength of her attack, the attack landed on the body of the young man who was in the sage plane. He was not prepared for this. Before he could even set up a defensive wall, he was hit by the attack. The attack ripped the young man apart. Being defenseless against an attack from an elemental venerable was not something he could take. While he was being hit by the lady's attack, Gray, who just appeared on the side of the duo from the Syphilis faction, attacked. The attacks exploded at the same time. The duo was shocked when they saw their comrade in Gray's position. Without even thinking, they turned and attacked where the young man was previously standing. Gray was faster, attacking first. He changed places with the young man who had just been hit by the lady's attack. He was still trying to stop the attack from rampaging his body when he appeared in front of the attack of the duo. His body exploded the moment the attack hit him. With the lady's attack still ravaging his body, he couldn't stop the other two attacks. The duo was also sent flying by Gray's sneaky attack. When Gray appeared on the platform again, he attacked the lady, who was slightly confused about what just happened. She saw the young man in the sage plane on the platform and tried lowering her cultivation stage to that level so the young man would be able to fight back. Her cultivation stage just dropped when Gray suddenly appeared. Before she could increase it, his attack landed on her body. "Why did you kill your friend?" Gray asked with a shocked expression. "Those from the Syphilis faction are savages," he added. The duo from the Syphilis faction looked at him with bloodshot eyes. They knew he was the one responsible for the death of their comrade. "I'll kill you," the young man in the third stage roared angrily and rushed to the platform. "Stop!" The young lady tried to stop him, but it was too late. He had been clouded by anger and rushed to the platform. Gray disappeared from the platform at the same time he stepped on it. "Defeat me, and you pass." The mechanical voice woke the young man up. Gray, on the other hand, was standing close to the young lady in the second stage, his face having a big grin on it. "Come on, fight. We'll encourage you from the side," Gray said. The young man wanted to rush out, but he was stopped by the lady on the platform. The lady presently had a complete figure, unlike the somewhat illusory figure Gray fought against during the last period. The young man wasn't stronger than his opponent, so he couldn't overwhelm his opponent. Gray, on the other hand, was watching the battle from the side. He could sense the teleportation aura in his body. He could leave whenever he wanted. This was something that even applied to Void and the bunny leader who was in his spatial ring. The young lady who was in the second stage tried to escape from Gray's hands, but Gray held her down. "Watch his battle, where are you running to? I have a short temper, don't annoy me." The young lady was scared by his words. When he warned them the last time, he killed someone from their group to show them that they shouldn't mess with him. Now, they messed with him, again. Either the young man in the third stage fought against the lady or lost and faced an enraged Gray. "Did you win?" She couldn't help but ask. "Of course. I can leave whenever I want to." Gray didn't hide the fact that he had defeated the lady on the platform. He not only defeated her, but he also got something as a reward as well. The moment he used it, he would grow stronger than he currently was. The young lady looked at Gray with a fearful expression. If what he said was true, then he can kill her while the young man fought against the lady on the platform. Gray smiled at her and focused on the battle that was ongoing, applauding on a few occasions. The young lady felt disgusted, but she couldn't attack him, so she applauded under his coercion. The young man was fighting for his life on the platform, while Gray was watching. Not just Gray, but the duo who were injured due to their coercion were watching as well. The young lady wanted to help the young man when he was injured by the attack of the lady on the platform. Gray looked at her with a deadly gaze and she paused. She knew if she took a step, she might die from his attack. After a few minutes, the lady said, "Failed." The young man from the Syphilis faction walked in a depressed manner. He had failed the attempt and was also injured in the battle as well. If not for Gray's surprise attack, he would have won, but Gray attacked him when he was about to win. Your turn. Gray shoved the young lady forward. The young lady looked at him with apologetic eyes. She didn't want to attempt this at the moment. Move, or you'll fight me. Gray's face showed seriousness. The young lady had confidence in getting past this stage, but with Gray here, would she pass? Chapter 11:31. The young lady from the Syphilis faction walked into the platform, a little fearful. The young man from the Syphilis faction didn't dare to walk more than 5 meters away from the platform. With Gray present there, he knew he would try to kill him. If he was attacked by Gray, he would lose his life. Gray was smiling radiantly at him, but all the young man saw was a devil's grin. Gray was the devil. When the young lady stepped on the platform, the lady appeared once again and repeated the same words. Gray was watching from the side, sometimes nodding and even applauding the young lady's effort, other times, booing. In short, he was taking the battle as some form of entertainment. Not just that, but he wanted to irritate the young lady who was fighting. The young man looked at Gray, and saw Gray dart a glance at him. His body shuddered when he saw Gray's eyes. He knew the current Gray who was applauding the young lady's performance was not the real Gray. Someone who could kill a person within the blink of an eye was not someone to be taken lightly. Gray might be smiling, but he was evil. The young man kept his eyes on Gray the whole time. He didn't want Gray to sneak up on him. Continue staring and I'll kill you. An eerie voice resounded in the ears of the young man. Gray's figure was still in the same spot, but he could feel a bone-chilling aura from his back. He knew for a fact that Gray was standing in front of him, even though he could still see Gray's figure standing in its previous position. His eyes widened in realization when the figure dissipated. Afterimage. He muttered, a wry smile on his face. Gray's speed was something he couldn't fathom. The afterimage represented Gray's freakish speed. If Gray had used the space element, he wouldn't have been able to leave an afterimage. Only when he moved with his body would an afterimage appear. The fact that Gray could appear behind him with only his physical speed meant a lot. How is he so fast? His mind was in turmoil. Did you enjoy my battle? Gray asked the young man, taking a closer look at the ongoing battle. The young lady was doing well against the lady. It could be seen that she was not using her full strength. This had a lot to do with Gray's presence. If she tried to use her full strength, she wouldn't be able to defend herself against Gray's possible sneak attack later on. The young man was injured and his strength had declined. He was the strongest in the group, but he doesn't seem to be Gray's match. She was fighting when she saw Gray standing behind the young man. Her heart skipped a beat, and she made an error, giving the lady the opportunity to beat her down. Focus on the battle, you have more to worry about after it. Gray said. The young lady was frightened, but there was nothing she could do about it. Gray was too strong. At first, they didn't think too highly of Gray and felt he was not on their level. They were geniuses in their own rights and felt Gray was not stronger than they were. When they forced Gray onto the platform, they thought even less of him when he agreed to it. To them, a true genius would never agree to that. Only after Gray caused the death of the young man in the Sage Plane did they understand that they had messed with a demon. The young man still had the thought of being stronger than Gray. After all, Gray didn't fight against them and used trickery to separate them. However, after getting injured, he didn't dare to fight Gray any longer. Once he was done healing, he would take care of Gray. He couldn't believe Gray was actually so foolish and allowed him to heal. The young lady on the platform was for her life on the platform after being distracted by Gray's sudden appearance. A minute later, the voice of the lady sounded once again, failed. Other than when the lady fought against Gray, she had been speaking all through. Gray didn't only beat her, but he directly obliterated her. She didn't have the chance to tell him he won. A shame, Gray said when the young lady stepped off the platform with an exhausted expression. She raised her head to look at Gray, and without saying anything further, she walked away. Gray chuckled, whose idea was it to kill me? The young lady paused, while the young man shuddered, but he didn't show any fear. The young lady didn't say anything, only staring at Gray. You don't want to say? I didn't expect you to. Gray expected such a reaction. He wanted to grab the shoulder of the young man, but he was covered with black fog. He smiled, not afraid of this fog. His fire domain spread out, covering himself and the young man. The young man turned around and attacked, trying to force Gray to retreat. Gray blocked the attack with his scale-covered skin before attacking the young man with a powerful blow. The young man heard the sound of his shoulder blades breaking and shrieking in pain. Gray's fist landed on his shoulder. After the first blow, the sound of bones breaking spread out again. Gray punched the ribs of the young man with frightening speed. In the space of a second, Gray unleashed over 20 punches. The young man's domain was sucked into his body, and his body inflated as he tried to fight through the pain of having his bones broken. The young man's body started to grow large, and he threw a punch at Gray. Gray blocked the attack, but took a step back. He raised his head to look at the young man, a smile forming on his face. Interesting. Chapter 1132. The young lady froze when she heard the young man shriek. They were not the only ones present there. The others who had failed to pass the stage were shocked by the strength of Gray. It had been less than a second since the fog appeared, yet they heard the young man scream in pain. From the way he screamed, it was obvious that he was experiencing an unimaginable degree of pain. They were still thinking about that when the young man's figure inflated. After throwing a punch at Gray, the impact only made Gray take a step back. So strong? This was the only thought in the heads of everyone present. Even the young man fighting Gray had the same thoughts as they did. Gray was too strong. The young lady acted at this moment. Seeing the young man using this technique, she unleashed her essence, and darkness essence left her body, merging with the body of the young man. The young man's strength shot up, and within the blink of an eye, the third stage rose to the fourth and then finally the fifth. The young man could sense the shocking power flowing through his body. He knew it wouldn't last, so he attacked immediately. Gray, already predicting this, disappeared from where he was standing, appearing close to the young lady and attacking. The young lady was focused on feeding the young man and never expected Gray to change his target. Boom! Gray's fist landed on her back and exploded with pale blue flames. The young lady shrieked in pain, her scream even louder than that of the young man. Her spine snapped from Gray's punch. She fell to the ground, unable to stand up. The young man had just rushed over when the young lady was sent flying. He looked at Gray with enraged eyes, roared, and attacked. Gray couldn't be bothered by him. He knew it would be difficult to fight against the young man in this state. Although he was certain he wouldn't lose, he didn't want to expend too much energy here. He had already noticed that there was no way to restore energy here. If he were careless, he might get in trouble. Of course, he was one of the few people who wasn't too worried. His essence reserves were more than triple that of ordinary first-stage elemental venerables. The young man continued attacking. Gray dodged, heading for the young lady. He could sense that even with the injury, she was still feeding the young man. When he appeared, he kicked her, sending her flying. The entire left part of her ribs was broken from this kick. She opened her mouth, but blood was the only thing that came out of it. Her physical body was nowhere near that of Gray's. The young lady landed on the ground, and what followed was what no one expected, with the exception of Gray, since he was the one who kicked her. The seriously injured young lady heard a voice that frightened her. Defeat me and pass. Yes, she landed on the platform. In her current state, she couldn't block any attack from the lady. Even if the lady held back, she would still be able to worsen her injury, if not kill her from the first attack. The lady froze after she said those words, a little confused. This was the first time she was encountering something like this. Even though she paused, she still attacked almost within a second. The young lady, who was still transferring essence to the young man, was forced to stop. She had to try to take the first attack from the lady. The lady would leave her after this attack, she was sure of that. The aura of the young man dropped to the fourth stage. Gray still didn't entangle with him, only sending out some occasional attacks while dodging. The young man was frustrated. It had been almost a minute since he used this technique, yet he hadn't been able to do anything to Gray. He could barely keep up with Gray's location, much less attack him. The young lady on the platform used all her strength to block the attack and was left gasping for air. She was literally on her last breath after that attack, another attack, and she will most likely die. Failed. The lady disappeared after saying this. The young lady couldn't even stand from the platform, laying there while dripping blood. She didn't dare to leave the platform, in fear of Gray attacking her. However, her expression changed drastically when she felt a suction force. Gray had directly used his wind element to drag her out of the platform. She was still showing a fearful expression when she felt her body go back. She felt a bit of ecstasy, but the joy died when she heard the same voice once again. Defeat me and pass. She looked at Gray, who was smiling with hatred. She had not felt this much hate for anyone in her life, and there was a high possibility that she would not get the chance to feel hate for anyone else. The lady paused when she saw the young lady once again. Unfortunately, she must attack since it was the rules. The challenger must at least block or dodge an attack. The young lady could only helplessly watch as the attack landed on her body. She didn't have the time to open her mouth. The young man, who was still in his inflated state, looked at the lifeless body of the young lady. Her eyes were wide open, showing her indignation. He turned to look at Gray, animal. Gray looked at the young lady's corpse. He couldn't say he felt any sort of pity for her. It was nature. If they were stronger than him, they would have killed him, but he was stronger, so he killed them. He had always killed whoever wanted to kill him, and he would not feel any sympathy for these people. Chapter 1133. The young man fought Gray with all he had. His inflated body was starting to shrink after 2 minutes, and his strength deteriorating as well. Still, he didn't stop attacking Gray. He wanted Gray to pay. Even if he couldn't kill him, he wanted to make sure Gray would be wounded and unable to advance. Gray was like a fish in the water, easily dodging all his attacks. With Gray's space element, it was almost impossible for the young man to even touch his clothes, much less harm him. Knowing the attack power of the young man was at its peak, Gray didn't want to take any attack from him. The young man started to fall into a desperate state as he attacked in a frenzy. No matter how he attacked, he would always miss Gray by a little bit. He knew this was all due to his inferior speed, and he couldn't help but feel helpless. Gray was too fast. Darkness elementalists are not known to be the fastest. They might have deadly attack powers, but they were not on the same level as lightning, wind, space, and light elementalists when it came to speed. Gray had all these elements, alongside his frightening physical speed as well. Not even a light elementalist could catch up to him, much less a darkness elementalist. The time flew by and the young man returned to his previous state, well, a state worse than his previous state. He could barely stand after his inflated body dried up. Gray shook his head when he saw the young man. He had already injured the young man when he attacked the first time. "I guess it's time for you to try the challenge once again." He clicked his tongue and said. The young man was not able to respond. He was bleeding from all 7 orifices. Gray used the space element to drop him on the platform. He didn't leave. He wanted to ensure the young man died before he left. The others who were watching from the side didn't feel too much sympathy for the trio from the Syphilis faction. All they felt at the moment was fear of the human devil that was standing before them. Gray was strong and cunning. Having these 2 characteristics made him even more formidable. The lady on the platform appeared, seeing another near-death participant. She couldn't help but look at Gray. Gray acted as if he didn't see her, watching the young man's movement closely. He could see something wriggling in the young man's skin. When they were fighting, he didn't take note of it. Only now that the young man was unable to move did he notice it. The lady repeated the same words and attacked. As expected, the young man was unable to block it. However, just as he was about to die, something happened. His body seemed to come back to life and he shot at Gray. Gray's pupils dilated when he saw this as a great sense of crisis arose in his heart. Without waiting for anything else, he used the power of teleportation to leave the place. He could leave since he had already passed the stage. The moment he was wrapped by the teleportation powers, the young man appeared before him, and with vicious laughter, he exploded. Gray let out a muffled groan as blood sipped out from the side of his mouth. Even with the teleportation power covering him, he was still affected by the impact. The others who didn't pass the stage were not as lucky as he was. They died from the explosion. Gray's eyes were cold as he appeared on the next stage. A place covered with snow. He couldn't care about the beauty of the scenery before him. He could still recall the eyes of the young man. "Gnomes," he said through gritted teeth. Yes, the young man was controlled by a gnome. He might not have been aware, but the moment his consciousness faded after the lady's attack, his body was controlled by something else. Gray was 100% certain that it was a gnome who controlled the young man. Gnomes had different abilities, and being able to control a dead person was one of the easier ones. Seeing how determined the gnome was to kill him, he was sure it was aware of his identity. Syphilis faction. He muttered to himself. The probability of them being members of necromancers was not low. They were a darkness elementalist faction which had grown slowly with time. In general, all darkness elementalist factions are suspected of being necromancers, but there was no way to clarify it, so others left them alone. There have been necromancers who had managed to sneak into even the top factions, so all factions were suspected of working with the gnomes. Gray was an individual these gnomes wanted dead, at all costs. They saw him as a threat since he could neutralize their strongest abilities, even using them to his advantage. They didn't know why he hadn't taught this technique to others yet, and they were glad he hadn't. Now, they wanted to kill him before he did. Gray knew these people wanted him dead, and given how many times he had almost been killed by them, he hated them to the core. Anyone affiliated with necromancers or the gnomes was his enemy. He threw that thought to the back of his head and looked around. The snow-white world was captivating to look at. I wonder what this trial could be, he muttered. Since they were in a new place that needed some exploring, he brought out the bunny leader and Void to help out. The duo started playing in the snow instead of helping out. Gray couldn't help but facepalm when he saw this. The duo was clearly still young. Well, so was he, but he felt he was more mature than they were. At least, he didn't play in the snow the moment he saw it. Chapter 1134. After letting the duo do as they pleased for a few minutes, he brought their attention back to the matter at hand, finding out how to leave this place. Void wasn't happy being interrupted, but Gray promised to make a place filled with snow for him when they left this place, so he was contented. The bunny leader didn't have any issues with this as well. They started to explore the place, searching for the opportunity to leave. They walked for over an hour before they saw what they were searching for. In front of them was a large crystal building. They could hear the sounds of people inside the building. Gray looked at the duo, especially at Void. Already knowing Gray's intent, Void replied, "There are no treasures inside." Gray was a little disappointed when he heard this, but he didn't give up. He knew there was something to be gained from each stage, he just had to make sure he did his best to get them. Take the last stage for instance, teleporting at will wasn't the benefit he gained from there, rather, it was an elemental technique. Since he didn't have light elemental techniques, he asked for this. The lady impacted him with a light elemental attack technique. From what he read about it, he knew this technique would be fearsome. He continued walking and stepped on the crystal building. There were rows of tables, and on the side were shelves filled with books. The moment he stepped in, he saw a familiar figure on one of the tables with a frustrated expression. The person saw him as well. "Buddy, you're here. Come quick, decode this thing." Clouse didn't give him the chance to say anything and tossed a book at him. Gray instinctively caught the book and took a glance. He felt his world crumbling when he saw the book. There was a special power in it that threw him off guard. When Clouse saw the change in his expression, he gave an embarrassed smile before saying, "I forgot to tell you to prepare yourself." He was in a haste and forgot about the rules before reading this book. One's mind must be at ease, and they must cover their eyes with their spiritual consciousness. Gray didn't do any of that, and he was almost fainted from the pressure he felt from it. "What are these books?" Gray regained his calm and asked. This was the first time he was seeing a book like this, and to be honest, he was quite intrigued by it. "These are questions you will know from the pages." The projection of the old man appeared once again. He had been keeping track of Gray's progress and saw everything that happened in the previous round. The fact that Gray was able to kill the lady was a shocking feat. He was just as shocked as when Gray managed to defeat that young man. While the lady was still alive, she was known to be almost invisible among her peers. While growing up, she didn't suffer any defeats until she got to the peak where she encountered a few frightening figures, the young man included. She lost to them, but it would be difficult if they wanted to kill her. Gray, on the other hand, killed her while being distracted by others. It was a shocking feat. "It's you again," Gray said when he saw the old man. The old man smiled, but didn't speak any further. "Isn't there anything you'd like to tell me?" Gray asked. "Your friend already told you what you need to know. To leave this place, you must understand how it was built. And all those are in the books," the old man said, before taking his seat. Gray looked at the old man, wondering if he would gain anything if he killed him. As if seeing through Gray's thoughts, the old man said, "I can't die." Clouse, who was by the side, was taken aback when he heard this. He didn't understand why the old man was telling Gray he can't die. This was the third round and he had been stuck here for a while. He blitzed through the previous stages and felt like he wouldn't have any problems with the others. Unfortunately, he was stuck here. Gray didn't bother with the old man any longer and took a seat close to Clouse, glancing through the words in the book. This time, he wasn't hit with an oppressive wave, rather, he saw some obscure words. "Have you been able to read them?" He turned to Clouse. Clouse had been here for a while, so he felt he should know some things about it. "Nope. I've tried for hours, but nothing. I think they have to do with arrays," Clouse replied. Gray nodded and focused on the book. While Gray was reading, the old man was staring at him with a strange look. When Clouse tossed the book at Gray, he could have stopped it, but he didn't. He was quite curious about Gray and wanted to know how he would react. To be honest, he didn't expect Gray to snap out of it within such a short time. This kid is special. Let's see if he can get to the last stage. he thought to himself before glancing at Clouse. To think they are friends. He didn't know what to think about Clouse's situation. If Gray hadn't come, it was clear as day that there was no way Clouse would have been able to get through this stage. But Gray came at the time he was getting close to giving up. Is it coincidence? Or is his luck just that good? He had seen Clouse cases, and unlike Gray who worked hard for it, Clouse doesn't seem to do anything special, but he gets rewarded. Even in this stage. Others were teleported a far distance away from this place, but he appeared in the building directly. Clouse's luck was divine. Chapter 11:35. Gray was focused on reading the book while Clouse was studying the building from the side. The ice was so powerful that no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to leave a scratch on it. He had even tried using the sword he obtained from this place, but the result was the same. He was bounced back by the ice. Some hours later, Gray's eyes glowed with an understanding light. I see. Such intricate arrays. Good stuff. He exclaimed. You can leave this place now? Clouse asked from the side. He was tired of playing with Void and the bunny leader. Not yet, but I should understand more about it after reading more books. Gray replied. He finished the book after a few hours. An elementalist's memory was terrifying. The fact that Gray read it for so long was beyond Clouse's comprehension. Only the old man stared at Gray with a shocked expression. Gray was a genius, he couldn't deny this fact. Most people would only think of how to leave this place. Gray was different. He didn't want to just leave this place, he wanted more. If he could understand this array, his ability in terms of arrays would skyrocket. Clouse was a bit disappointed and walked to the side. Staying here was almost like the Moonlight faction. Inside the faction, he was covered in snow almost all the time. No matter where he went, he would either see snow or water. He was getting tired of seeing the same scenery. Void and the bunny leader were not as enthusiastic as they were the first time they saw this place. At least it's better than the faction. Clouse thought to himself as he caught a snowflake. He could sense some things that were different with this snow and the snow in the Moonlight faction. After a while, he sat down on the snow outside the building and started cultivating. It was unknown what he was doing. A water elementalist. This place is great for him. The old man muttered as he looked at Clouse. Clouse discovered the difference on his own and started to cultivate it. There was a high possibility that Clouse would have a major power-up once he understood a few things about the water element. His domain strength would also see an increase as well. Time passed by in the place. 2 days went by in the blink of an eye. Gray had been reading non-stop, while Clouse was still cultivating. It could be said that the duo was lost in what they were doing. Only after the 3rd day did Gray stop reading the books. He already understood some of the things in this place, even a certain cultivation technique that caused the snow here to be different. Good stuff. He exclaimed. Tell me we can leave now. Clouse walked into the building once again. We can. Gray's answer made some of the people present look at him. When he came here, Clouse was not the only person present. There were still a few unfamiliar faces here, and more had entered the place. Some of these people were lost in the books. It was evident that they were able to understand a few things like Gray. Not everyone was like Clouse, who was not serious about these things. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Clouse urged. Gray chuckled and turned to the old man and bowed. Thank you for the opportunity, senior. We'll be leaving first. The old man looked at Gray and shook his head. He was about to respond when he saw something. His eyes enlarged when he saw this, and he chuckled unknowingly. Gray was taking the book that would enable anyone to comprehend the technique. This was a top ice ability technique that would increase the strength of any water elementalist. Gray not only understood how the place was built, but he found a way to gain access to it. How did he manage to use the technique so quickly? The old man had some doubts. Even if Gray was able to figure out the technique, he shouldn't have been able to use it so soon. What Gray did was use a backdoor to remove the most important aspect of the technique. At this rate, no matter how others understood this place, other than leaving, they wouldn't be able to get anything. The old man didn't know if he should be impressed by Gray's genius or annoyed by his actions. With a shake of his head, he watched as the duo and the 2 small magical beasts vanished. He was quite curious about the next place they would be visiting. In another location. Gray appeared in a volcano, but he didn't find Clouse with him. Could he have passed this stage? He looked around curiously. Void and the bunny leader were still with him, but Clouse had been teleported to another location. Luckily, he thought of this happening and imparted the technique to Clouse. Clouse was a water elementalist. Unlike him who had so many elements, Clouse depended fully on his water element. Gray had no idea that this was the first place Clouse appeared, and that he had passed this stage. Gray was still thinking about some things when some creatures made from flames attacked him. The strength of these creatures was average. With a wave of his hand, Gray sent them flying. He didn't have the time to be bothered with things in the sage plane. Even an elemental venerable in the early stages wouldn't be able to make him flinch. After destroying the first batch, more appeared. I see. He didn't leave immediately, rather, he used his fire element to fight against these creatures. He noticed there was an increase in his fire ability. Although small, he could still sense it. After using his icy flames to attack, he didn't sense the same increase as before. He continued fighting with the creatures that formed from the flames in the volcano. As the battle progressed, Gray learned some things. Increase the hotness. Void and the bunny leader were already at the top of the volcano where it was safe. The longer they stayed there, the hotter it got. Not just that, but the creatures are getting stronger. Only someone as crazy as Gray would stay there at the moment. Gray didn't want to just leave this place. Each place had its benefits. He wouldn't leave so easily. There should be something to be gained from here. He continued fighting under the intense heat, not withdrawing. If Clouse were here, he would have cursed at Gray's stupidity. This wasn't the place where the main treasure was located. Gray was unaware of this and continued fighting with the creatures. The creatures had started to show the strength of an elemental venerable. Given their numbers, Gray knew he would have to leave this place soon enough. As he continued fighting, he suddenly started to realize something different. It's just like the snow. The heat is different. His eyes widened. At first, he didn't notice it, but as the hotness increased, he sensed the difference between them. The hotness here was more intense than in any other place he had been to. He tried to study it, but it was futile. He couldn't feel anything from it. His eyes showed disappointment. From how things were going, he knew that learning this technique was going to be difficult. He had been trying for a while now, but he hadn't been able to understand anything. What was worse was that the heat was getting more intense. If he didn't leave soon, he would be in danger. After a few more minutes, he gave up and left the volcano. He was sweating profusely. Void and the bunny leader looked at him like he was a moron. They didn't see the reason behind his actions. Gray didn't bother to explain anything to them. When he stepped out of the volcano, he couldn't help but give a self-deprecating laugh. If he stayed inside the volcano for the next 3 years, he wouldn't be able to understand it. The reason for this was that there was actually nothing inside to comprehend. The reason why the place was getting hotter was that there was someone who was adding something that looked like a coal inside the volcano. This place couldn't even be called a volcano. It was more like a furnace, shaped like a volcano. Why didn't you tell me? He asked the duo. You seem to be enjoying your fight with them. We don't have any form of entertainment here, so why not watch you get cooked? Void replied honestly. They knew Gray wouldn't die, so they didn't think there was any problem with not telling him. Gray, on the other hand, felt a bit strange when he heard the word get cooked. As funny as it sounded in his ears, it was the truth. He was literally getting cooked. There was a giant figure adding coal to the fire, making it hotter. Chapter 1136. Gray walked to where the giant was and inspected the place. He looked at the place where the giant was placing the coals and fell deep in thought. There was a possibility he would be able to comprehend what he wanted from this place as long as he stayed there a little longer. He felt there was a way he could increase the intensity of his flames. Even if he couldn't increase the coldness of his icy flames, he wanted to make the normal flames hotter. His icy flames had always been superior to his normal blue flames. As he studied it, he soon got the general idea he wanted. I'll be cultivating first, you guys can do whatever you want. Gray didn't bother with the duo any longer. They were on an island and it was worth exploring, but his aim for now was to see if he could increase the hotness of his flames. Void vanished the moment he said this, the bunny leader chasing after him. The giant had stopped adding coal, apparently. Only when there were people would it do that. Gray closed his eyes and started to feel the hotness. I wonder if I can do something like this, increasing the hotness of my flame as I use it. An idea suddenly struck him. If he created some flames and nurtured it, it would grow hotter and stronger. However, that would take a long time to accomplish. I should try and see if I can learn this first. If not, I'll go with the alternative. Time went by in the blink of an eye. Gray was seated in the same spot like a statue. His body glowed with blue flames that gave off intense heat. It had been a few hours now, and he had noticed there was a slight increase in it. This place was giving him some benefits, making this easier. From his observation, this was the perfect place to learn how to increase the heat of his flames. Although he was elated, the time needed for an increase was too long. If it continued at this pace, he would need at least a month or so before he could get it to double the previous state. After some thought, he decided to stay for a day. Once a day was up, he would go to the next round. There was no guarantee that the other places wouldn't take some time. While he was at the side, he noticed the giant moving. He opened his eyes and looked at the volcano-like furnace with a deep gaze. Someone's here. He contacted Void, calling him over. He didn't know which people they were. It would be bad if they were his enemies, and stronger. He looked on for a while and saw a group of 5 walked out. Vergal family. He recognized one of them. Ellis told him about this young man, telling him he was the leader of the younger generation of the Vergal family. According to what Ellis said, he was a genius who managed to acquire a dragon's innate skill when he broke through to the elemental venerable plane. The young man had a stern look on his face. When he saw Gray, he stared at him for a long time. For some reason, he could feel that Gray was like them. He nodded at Gray, glanced at the giant, and left with his group. Gray watched them leave and told Void of their presence. Since the people were not enemies, Void didn't return, but he didn't wander far either. Gray continued his training. The longer he stayed there, the more people came over. A day soon went by with Gray rooted to the same spot. Gray opened his eyes, and at the same time, the giant stood up and started working again. He couldn't be bothered with who was entering this place. A lot of people had come and gone. Just as he was about to leave, he saw a figure rushing out of the furnace. He saw the face and smirked. It was someone from the Nether faction. The young lady who stepped out looked at Gray with a cold expression. "You're Gray?" Gray nodded as he accessed her. She was someone who was in the 5th stage of the elemental venerable plane. The young lady attacked the moment she saw Gray nod. Gray could only shake his head and block the young lady's attack. She was a multi-elementalist, attacking with 3 elements. Gray blocked the lightning strike, dodging the wind blades that followed. He was caught by a hand made of water. The hand slammed him into the ground. Gray felt his body rocked, but with his strong physique, it would take more than that to keep him down. He stood up and attacked the young lady with his fire element. The blue flames burnt with a ferocious intensity. The young lady used the water element to block the attack before lightning fell from the sky, striking Gray. An earth dome appeared above Gray's head, a shield hidden in it. The shield was made from the armor. He didn't want the young lady to see it, so he hid it in the dome. The lightning strike was blocked by the combination of the earth dome and armor. Gray disappeared from where he was standing, attacking the young lady from another angle. The young lady blocked the attack, retreating a few steps back. The intensity of Gray's flames was not like anything she had seen before. She paused, glancing at Gray from a few meters away. Gray didn't attack as well, staring at her. He knew fighting here wasn't the best thing. There was no way to recover elemental essence. The young lady knew this as well. She had a shocked expression on her face. She was in the 5th stage of the elemental venerable plane. Gray was only in the 1st stage, yet he was fighting on equal footing with her. It was a shocking thing to experience. The reason she attacked was that she felt she would be able to beat him, but that doesn't seem to be the case. "Do you still want to continue?" Gray asked with a grin. They exchanged a few moves, and there was no way to know who was stronger. Of course, he felt he would be able to beat the young lady in a battle. The young lady was about to respond when they saw the giant moving. Gray turned his attention to the furnace. The giant hadn't even been able to add more coal when a figure flashed out. The figure was someone Gray was familiar with. The young lady from the Syphilis faction. When she saw Gray, her eyes lit up and she attacked immediately. The young lady from the Nether faction didn't speak and attacked as well. Gray was currently in their middle, so he was attacked from both sides. He didn't panic. With a sidestep, he dodged the attack of the young lady from the Syphilis faction and switched places with her. His movement was swift, making it hard for the young lady to react on time. She appeared, facing the attack of the young lady from the Nether faction. She blocked the attack and snorted, focusing on Gray. Gray smiled when he saw them looking at him. "Why are you guys so bent on fighting with me?" he asked coolly. He wasn't feeling any pressure facing the duo. Against one person, his chances might not be high, but against 2 or more, he had the confidence he could mess with them. With his space element, he was not someone they wanted to be entangled with. The young lady from the Syphilis faction looked at him with a smile. "We are enemies. I'll naturally want you dead." "When did we become enemies?" Did I offend you? Gray asked. You took the secret from us. The young lady from the Syphilis faction replied. Same here. The young lady from the Nether faction said. Gray's offense was the same for the duo. He fought against their factions in a competition for a secret realm and won both times. On both occasions, Gray could be said to single-handedly win the competition. This was why both parties hated him. Gray couldn't be bothered with these. I can't be blamed for your incompetence. His reply infuriated the duo, and they struck out. Gray blocked the attack, dodging the ones he couldn't. They didn't give him any chance to do anything, making sure he was only on the defensive. He didn't even have the chance to switch places. The duo wasn't going to give him that opportunity. Void and the bunny leader soon appeared, but they were not as strong as the people fighting, so they didn't join in. Gray had asked them if they knew how to leave this place, and they searched for it. Right now, they could leave whenever they wanted. Gray thought about it and decided to leave the young ladies. He couldn't fight them together. Chapter 1137. Don't let him leave. The young lady from the Syphilis faction chased after Gray as he ran in another direction. The young lady from the Nether faction snorted at the young lady's words, but she still gave chase. Sensing the duo chasing after him, Gray snorted. Don't think I can't fight you, I'm just too lazy to care about you two now. I'll play with you two next time. Gray didn't stop his movements. Fighting against these two at the moment was just a waste of time. With his strength, he could win if he gave everything, but he didn't want to at the moment. He didn't know what he would have to face later on. Fighting to the death with these people at the moment was simply not worth it. The duo felt Gray was afraid since he was escaping, so they felt more invigorated to chase him. Gray could care less. After getting the direction of where he should head from Void, he didn't slow down. Instead, he increased his speed. The duo who were chasing after him, especially the young lady from the Nether faction, was shocked. She had both the lightning and wind element, so she could be said to be very fast. She was also in the 5th stage of the elemental venerable plane while Gray was still in the 1st stage, yet she couldn't catch up to him. No matter how she increased her strength, she was not able to keep up with him, and the distance was getting further and further. The young lady from the Syphilis faction was even worse. Although her strength was stronger than Gray's, she was even slower than the other young lady. She was a darkness elementalist, and speed had never been her best aspect. Gray blitzed through the entire forest, getting to the spot to teleport to the next area. He knew the possibility of them entering the same stage was very low, hence he didn't care. Void and the bunny leader appeared on his shoulder, and he stepped into the portal, heading to the next stage. The young lady from the Nether faction was a step slower. Before she arrived, Gray had been teleported away. She didn't waste any time and stepped into the portal as well, leaving this place. The young lady from the Syphilis faction was the last to appear. She was 5 seconds slower than the young lady from the Nether faction. Seeing no one present, she followed the footsteps of the other two, stepping into the portal and disappearing from the area. Gray's vision blurred, and some moments later, he appeared in another location. This place was more serene than the previous one. He was standing on a quiet hillside. Interesting. He looked around. He couldn't see anything except flowers. Void and the bunny leader came out once again. Seeing the place, they started to explore it. Gray walked in another direction while they went in another direction. Before long, they soon saw something different. Gray was the one who saw this and called the other two over. The hill they were actually standing on was not a hill, rather, it was the back of a gigantic turtle. Gray couldn't fathom how long this turtle had been here. If not for the fact that he climbed down the hill and saw the strange head, as well as the shape of the supposed hill, he wouldn't have thought this was a turtle. Wow! Do you think it will taste good? Void exclaimed the moment he saw it. All he cared about whenever he saw other magical beasts was how to eat them. He wasn't concerned about anything else. Food was the most important. Well, after shiny things. Gray shook his head, but he saw the bunny leader also staring at the turtle with an interested look. It was obvious it was thinking about what Void said. I thought you were supposed to eat only plants? Gray couldn't help but ask. What do you know? I'm a magical beast, I can eat whatever I want to eat, meat included. The bunny leader said, bunny meat excluded. You're not allowed to eat bunnies. We are divine creatures. Cats can be eaten. Void bared his fangs at the bunny leader when he heard this. Gray chuckled when he heard this, but didn't say anything. His interest was on the large turtle in front of him. The turtle hadn't made any movement since they appeared. Do you think it's dead? Void asked curiously. I don't think so. If I recall correctly, turtles have long lifespans. Almost double that of an ordinary magical beast in the same stage. Gray replied. Magical beasts had a better lifespan compared to humans, but turtles were special. They were one of the few magical beasts with frightening long lifespans. Even a turtle that doesn't cultivate can easily live more than 300 years. Those who manage to cultivate can live longer. They were still speaking when the eyelids of the turtle moved slightly. The bunny leader was the first to see it and turned the attention of the other two to it. The turtle opened its large eyes and stared at the trio who were floating in the air in front of it. A human? It spoke in an archaic manner, its voice filled with age. It spoke. Void blurted out. Other than Void, he hadn't seen any other magical beasts that could talk. This turtle in front of him just spoke, which surprised him. He knew magical beasts gained the ability to speak from the 8th rank. At the thought of it, his heart tightened when the turtle was staring at him. He might be strong, but against an elemental sovereign, he would not be able to even defend himself, much less put up a fight. This turtle must be thousands of years old, fighting it would be even more difficult. The turtle saw the change in Gray's face and said, "I have no interest in killing you, human boy." Where are you from? It didn't speak to Gray any further, turning its attention to Void. Chapter 1138. Void looked at the turtle. After some time he replied, "I don't know." The turtle wasn't surprised he could talk. Void was different. From the moment it saw him, it could already feel he was special. "You should be from that place. I think you can only find out when you reach the stage," the turtle said. "What place?" Gray was the one who asked the question. "You're still too weak, you'll find out when you get strong enough," the turtle said in a mysterious manner. "Can you tell me?" Void asked. "There's no need for you to know about that information for now, it will not do you any good," the turtle replied. "I don't really know much about it, but I suspect that's where you're from." "Where's that?" Void asked. "There's a higher realm." The turtle thought for a while before saying, "When you get there, you will know why I said you're too weak to know about it now." "A higher realm?" Gray wore a confused expression. "Yes," the turtle replied, but didn't want to say anything about it. Void asked, but the turtle kept mute about it. "How long have you been here?" Gray asked. "I can't remember, I've been here for so long." The turtle shook its head. It had been here for some time now, even before the fall of the Twilight faction. "All right, how can we advance to the next stage?" Gray didn't ask any more questions, going to the important part. The turtle explained the rules to Gray. Apparently, Gray was the only one who had entered this place. To get past this place, Gray would have to comprehend a technique passed on to him by the turtle. The turtle was an earth elementalist, and was very proficient with the earth element. The technique it wanted to teach Gray had to do with the earth element. Gray listened to the teaching of the turtle, and after a while he paused. The turtle was teaching him a peak defense technique, and if Gray could learn it, his defense would increase. The turtle closed its eyes after it was done teaching Gray the technique. Unless Gray learned the technique and used it here, he would not be able to leave this place. Gray started to learn the technique, not wanting to waste any time. On another side, the old man's projection had a shocked expression on his face. How did he get there? The place Gray appeared in wasn't part of the places people headed. This turtle was a beast he couldn't order, so when creating this place, no one added the turtle to it. The turtle must have been the one who brought Gray over on its own. The reason Gray was taken there was most likely because of Void who was with him. The old man didn't know Void was the reason Gray was taken there. He was shocked by the fact that Gray was actually taken there. From what he was seeing, he could tell that the turtle was imparting a technique to Gray. This would make it the third technique Gray was learning, and all of them were top-tier techniques in the place. The ice technique he learned in the ice building, the light technique he learned from the lady, and now he was learning an earth elemental technique from the turtle. He also saw Gray comprehending something from the last stage he appeared on, so there's a chance he got something good from there. Who's luckier? The old man looked at another location. There was Clouse, who strolled into a place that was helping him increase his cultivation stage. In all the stages, this was the only place one could increase their cultivation stage. On a normal basis, those who appeared there would have to go through a tough test to try to get there. Not everyone could even get there after passing through the test. Clouse, on the other hand, was taken directly to the place where he could increase his cultivation. This could make people pull their hair out in frustration. Even the old man was a bit envious. The old man sighed, staring at the two. There was Alice, who was not having a bad run as well. Other than these three, there were still a few who had caught the attention of the told man. Gray was a freakish entity. After Gray, Clouse was the next one. Time ran as Gray was cultivating there. Before he knew it, a day had gone by. He hadn't been able to learn the technique at the moment. He opened his eyes and looked at the turtle. "Senior, I can't learn it in a short time. I have to leave soon." Gray shook his head in disappointment. "Don't worry, the time here is slower than outside," the turtle replied. "Time? There's a way to slow down time?" Gray was stunned. If he knew of a technique like this, wouldn't he be able to cultivate all he wanted? The turtle nodded. "Don't get your hopes up, you can't learn it." Gray was a bit disappointed when he heard this, but he didn't speak about it any further. This was the first time he was hearing about anything related to slowing down time. He didn't think there would be anything like this. "One day here is 2 hours outside. So you don't have to worry," the turtle reassured Gray. Gray nodded and focused, fully cultivating. He wanted to learn this technique. Even if he didn't perfect it, he wanted to at least get a few things on it. The technique involved increasing his body's strength. With that, his physical strength would skyrocket. The turtle didn't speak any further and closed its eyes when it saw that Gray had continued cultivating. The bunny leader and Void were playing around, not bothering with anything. They focused on playing. "Do you think we can take the turtle?" the bunny leader asked Void. Void looked at it and shook his head. Difficult. Chapter 1139. Void and the bunny leader were planning on how to turn the turtle into turtle soup while Gray was focused on his training. This was a good opportunity for him, so he didn't want to waste it. 2 weeks went by in a flash. Gray finally opened his eyes and looked at the turtle. The turtle seemed to sense his movements and opened its eyes to take a glance at Gray, a little hint of doubt flashing through its eyes, unsure of why Gray stopped cultivating. "I'm done." Gray spoke up after a moment of silence. "Done with what?" The turtle was taken aback. Gray's skin started to harden under the astonished eyes of the turtle. It had been just over 15 days, and Gray had gotten the hang of the technique. Although it couldn't be said that Gray had grasped it perfectly. He had, however, gotten the basics and could use it in the future. The more he used it, the better it would get. The turtle continued staring at Gray in amazement. It couldn't say a word. The reason for this was that he knew just how difficult it was to master this technique. Gray used only 15 days, it didn't even want to believe it. If not for the fact that it knew Gray hadn't come across this technique beforehand, it wouldn't have believed Gray learned it in such a short time. Genius! The turtle's eyes lit up as he looked at Gray. This was a true genius. Such a difficult technique was comprehended and used within such a short time. It didn't even know how to classify Gray. To it, others who were regarded as geniuses were just normal people in the presence of Gray. "How long did I cultivate?" Gray asked curiously. He wasn't aware of the time and was afraid he must have stayed for too long. "Around 2 weeks. The turtle replied. Gray did a rough calculation and realized it was just over a day. It wasn't bad since his gain was massive. This technique was not the only thing he gained here. Actually, he used about 10 days to learn the basics of the technique, and his greatest gain was the increase in the elemental grade of his earth element and the awakening of his earth domain. Gray was only in the first stage of the elemental venerable plane, yet he already had 4 domains. If people found out about this, they might pull their hair out in frustration. Presently, both his fire and earth elements were in the emerald elemental grade, a shocking feat of course. He was still behind Void, whose elemental grade for all his elements was the legendary black grade. The turtle had no idea Gray completed his training within the 2 weeks and even used some time to awaken his earth domain. Gray used the momentum from learning the new technique, the increase of his elemental grade to his advantage, and the earth domain opened up quite easily. He couldn't hide the pride in his eyes. With his current abilities, his defense had shot up by a large margin. One has to know that he still had dragon scales. Adding this to it would make his body harder than most weapons. There's also the armor. With Gray's current capabilities, he might not be able to beat a late-stage elemental venerable, but there was nothing they could do to him as well. No matter how they attack, they would not be able to break through his defense. This was a freakish ability, especially given the fact that Gray had terrifying explosive power. All he needed was an opportunity and he might be able to one-shot stronger opponents. The turtle didn't keep Gray there any longer. Since you've learned the technique, you can leave. Remember, you're not allowed to pass this on. Gray nodded to the turtle's words. The turtle was the master of the technique, and since it didn't want him to pass it to others, then he wouldn't. Void and the bunny leader, who had wandered off to explore the place, came back on Gray's call. The duo had a bored expression. It was clear that they didn't like their stay here. There was nothing interesting to do. Gray thanked the turtle, and after bowing he vanished from the spot, sent to the next stage. The moment Gray left, a figure appeared. "You taught him your technique?" the old man asked. He had been keeping tabs on what was happening here. "Yes. That was the requirement to leave," the turtle replied. "And he learned it?" The old man looked at the turtle with a skeptical look. "Yes, in 2 weeks," the turtle said with a dry laugh. It couldn't even hide its shock. 2 weeks," the old man exclaimed. The turtle nodded and commented, "He's the greatest genius I've ever seen." The old man looked at the turtle, still in disbelief. If Gray really learned the technique in such a short time, then there was nothing wrong with what the turtle said. Although the praise was high, it wasn't undeserving. Gray was a shocking genius, this, the old man was aware of. Even still, he didn't expect him to exceed his expectations. "Where did he get the cat?" The turtle had a strange look on its face. "I don't know. He came in with the cat. It must have always been with him," the old man replied. He was still in shock. The turtle didn't speak any further. The old man vanished after some time. He was still in disbelief. Gray appeared in a large building, and the moment he appeared, he saw a strange little girl with 5 others dressed in black robes. The little girl flashed a brilliant smile when she saw Gray and vanished almost immediately with the 5 others. They had just succeeded in the task and were on the verge of leaving when Gray appeared. When she saw Gray, although she felt regretful, she knew another opportunity to meet him would come. Chapter 1140. Gray stared at the spot where the little girl disappeared for a long time with an odd look. He had a strange feeling when he saw the little girl and an ominous premonition. He could almost feel the threat of death just from looking at her. "What a strange girl," Void commented. "She's dangerous." Gray's expression was dark. From the look the little girl gave him, he could tell she seemed to know who he was. If that was the case, she didn't have any good intentions toward him. Even with his current strength, he still felt danger, which meant that the little girl definitely had the strength to threaten his life. He rarely had intuitions like this, but whenever he did, they were mostly true. He threw the thought to the back of his head and looked around. He didn't have the time to care about someone that was not around. When the issue arises, he would deal with it. For now, his plan was to get stronger. "I wonder how Reynolds and the others are faring," Gray muttered. He came in with Alice and had seen Clouse. Both were doing relatively fine. Although he didn't know how Alice was faring since they separated, he didn't think she would be doing badly. Clouse had expectedly broken through to the elemental venerable plane when he saw him. His only regret was not asking Clouse how many stages he had gone through. Gray stopped thinking about all this and focused on what was in front of him. He started exploring the building, and some moments later, he realized he had to solve a puzzle to get through to the next stage. There seemed to be different variants of the puzzle. He guessed this had to do with the rewards each person would get. Solving the one that presents itself to you would give you the reward for that particular puzzle. According to what he found out, there were around 15 puzzles. Gray didn't think too much about this puzzle, the reason being that it was somewhat linked to the array he learned in the snow world with Clouse. Due to the fact that he learned the array to the smallest detail, he had no issues with these puzzles. Directly bypassing the array set up for the puzzles, he broke through it within the space of a few minutes. A golden light appeared on the roof of the building when he was done passing the stage. Gray raised his head to look at the item, and only after a few seconds did he see it properly. He said slowly, "A beast's core." This was the first time he was seeing one like this. Void and the bunny leader looked at the beast's core with envious gazes. They could tell it was the beast core of a top-ranked magical beast, at least a rank 8 magical beast. Good stuff. Gray flew into the air and grabbed it. He had used up a lot of essences when he was fighting against the 2 ladies from the Syphilis and Nether factions. The moment he touched the beast's core, he felt a powerful and rich amount of essence gush into his body. He felt all his pores open and became incredibly relaxed. Not just that, but his aura started to climb as well. Before he could control it, he had gotten to the second stage of the elemental venerable plane. Gray couldn't help but give a wry smile. He didn't plan on breaking through so early, but it was beyond his control. After the increase in his earth elemental grade and the awakening of his earth domain, he felt he was really close to breaking through to the second stage. His aura didn't stop there, it continued climbing, heading for the third stage. Gray thought about it and decided against breaking through to the third stage. Void and the bunny leader were present, so he decided to share parts of the core with them to stop his breakthrough. He wanted to make sure he didn't break through as hurriedly as he previously did. As he was growing stronger, he started to notice a few things that were wrong with breaking through quickly. First off, his control over his strength was lacking, and compared to old-timers, he wasn't as powerful in the same stage. The reason he had been getting the upper hand when fighting against these people was mainly due to his high explosive attack power. He also had other elements to make up for any issues he would face. Once he gets used to his strength, he would be able to use an even greater explosive attack that might be well over his cultivation stage. For now, only his physical body could help with that. His fire element had also achieved this feat as well. Void glared at the bunny leader while he greedily absorbed the essences shot at them. He got a larger portion since he was stronger and had been with Gray for so long. The bunny leader got around half the size of what Void got. The trio absorbed the essence with the rest of their time there. Some minutes later, they were done with this and it was time to leave. Gray didn't stay any longer. This was the 6th round he was clearing, and he didn't know how many more rounds he would need to pass through before they could leave this place. According to what he was told before entering this secret realm, they shouldn't stay more than a month or so. They had been here for a few weeks now, so the sooner he left this place the better for them. While Gray was heading to the next round, the old man almost fainted. Gray didn't stay in that round for more than 15 minutes, and the reason for that was that he was absorbing the essence of the beast's core. One has to know that the beast core had been there for a long time and no one had been able to solve all the puzzles. Gray, on the other hand, did it within a few minutes, which was shocking, to say the least. Chapter 1141. Gray was continuously shattering the old man's view. He only has 2 more rounds and he'll complete the stages. He muttered to himself. In total, there were 8 rounds. Adding the turtles round, it was 9, but this only applied to Gray. Others were still in their 3rd or 4th round. Gray had already reached his 7th. It was a shocking thing given some people entered this place before he did. Gray's vision blurred, and when it became normal, he appeared in another space. This place was different from the other places he had been to. Unlike those places, he seemed to be caught in space here. Other than the vast emptiness, he couldn't see anything else. Hey guys, you two are good with the space element. Are we stuck somewhere or is this another test? Gray asked Void and the bunny leader. The duo were masters with the space element, so he wanted to know if they could figure out what was happening. Not trapped. Void replied within a few seconds. Head in that direction, there are some spatial fluctuations there. The bunny leader pointed in a particular direction. Void, on the other hand, pointed in another direction. That way, I can sense some fluctuations there. Gray was caught in a dilemma. The reason for this was because he had also sensed a spatial fluctuation, but it was different from the one the duo were pointing to. I can sense a spatial fluctuation over there. Gray pointed behind him. The direction Void and the bunny leader sensed the spatial fluctuations were different from each other. Gray thought for a while before deciding, we'll each go to the places we sense the spatial fluctuations. We've been together, so even if we get separated, the chances of appearing on the same round is higher. He didn't know how many rounds were left, but he felt there was a reward in each of the places they were sensing spatial fluctuations. With this thought, he wanted to make sure they got the best out of this place. It would be a shame if they missed out on something great just because they wanted to be together. Void and the bunny leader had no issues with going separate ways. They all turned in different directions and headed into the spatial tunnels that appeared when they got to the place they were sensing the spatial fluctuations from. They exchanged glances and walked in. Gray appeared in a wasteland. The moment he stepped foot into the place, he felt his skin start to hurt. He slightly panicked and looked around. Bones of large beasts were scattered across the place. There was no sign of life, only a sand-filled place with large bones. It was clear that the owner of the bones died a long time ago. He took a step and heard a crunching sound. Looking at his foot, he noticed he was stepping on the skull of a human. The skull shattered the moment he stood on it. My body is drying up. He was a bit taken aback. At the moment, he was not losing essence. According to how things had been going here, he should be more worried about his essence, but in this space, he didn't seem to have that fear. His main fear was the life force seemingly slowly leaving his body. He unconsciously used his light element to try to balance it, stopping the outflow of his life force while also enhancing it. As he walked further into the wasteland, he could feel the force sucking out his life force increase with each step. From where he was standing, he could see the shape of a building. Without needing anyone to tell him, he knew that was his only way out of this place. The only issue was that advancing was very difficult. His life force was leaving faster than he could replenish it. At this rate, he would be all dried up, if not dead, by the time he got to the building. A look of worry appeared on his face. There was no way back. He could only advance, but advancing meant that he might die. His light element was the weakest of all his elements, making his situation worse. Had he been stuck in a place with extreme cold, he would have been able to use his fire element to fight against it, but here, he couldn't do anything. Damn it! Who created this place? He cursed under his voice and sat on the ground. He wasn't even halfway through the journey, but he had already been facing this much difficulty. The thought of how difficult it would get as he advanced made him shiver. Determination flashed through his eyes. I have to increase the elemental grade of my light element. His only chance of getting through this place was by increasing his light elemental grade. Once he could at least catch up with the outflow of life force, he would be out of danger. His target was getting into that building. With both eyes closed, he started to control the light essence in his body to repair his skin that was starting to fall off. When it got to a stage, he gave up on that and focused on stopping the outflow of his life force. That was more important than his appearance. As long as he survived, how he looked doesn't matter. A few hours later, he felt the outflow of life force reduce significantly. He heaved a sigh of relief and started walking forward once again. Presently, most of his skin had fallen off and just his flesh and bones were left. He looked hideous, but he didn't care. It wasn't like there was anyone present. Even if there was someone there, it had nothing to do with him. His aim was surviving. He could only walk for around 500 meters before stopping again. The force sucking his life force had increased once again. With no choice, he was forced to stop and repeat the previous process. This time it was longer before he was able to stabilize it. He continued the same process, going for some meters, pausing and stabilizing it. Hours later, he got to the door of the building, his flesh all dried up. He was almost left with only bones. Chapter 1142. How many people would survive such a condition? Gray thought to himself as he walked into the building. Not everyone had the determination to hang on. It was evident from the bones he passed through. Some might have had the will, but they didn't have the strength to continue. Gray was able to quickly figure out a way to solve the issue. A few people might think they would be able to brave through it. Only after getting to a position where it was irreconcilable would they know it was a bad decision. The building looked ordinary. Other than the futon placed in the middle, there was nothing else. Gray took in everything in the building and realized the force he felt sucking his life force had vanished. He heaved a sigh of relief and tried to recover. Seeing his condition, he could only give a wry smile. It would definitely take him a few hours before he could go back to how he previously looked. Hopefully Clouse and the others don't enter this place. If not, it would be dangerous. He muttered and walked over to seat on the futon. Some words appeared in the air when he took his seat. Strength your weaknesses, and you will be invincible. Gray thought about the words for a while before it clicked. It wasn't that this place naturally targeted life force, it targeted his life force because his light element was his weakest element. Such a strange place. What would happen to the likes of Void then? He felt a bit curious. Void doesn't seem to have any weaknesses, all his elements were on the same grade, and his physical body was also very powerful. It could be said that Void was the perfect elementalist, well, magical beast. This place wouldn't be able to be a danger to Void since he didn't seem to have weaknesses in his cultivation. There might be a few things Gray didn't know about, so he wasn't too optimistic about Void not really having any weaknesses. He sat down on the futon and decided to focus on his light element. Since this place wanted him to work on his weaknesses, then he would try to see if he could increase the elemental grade of his light element. Besides, he learned a light elemental attack. Without sufficient control over his light element, he wouldn't be able to use the technique. Time flew by in the blink of an eye, and it was the next day. Gray opened his eyes and looked around, a bit stunned. This place was too magical. His light elemental grade had increased, and not by a small margin. It was previously in the blue grade, but now it had shot to the red grade, skipping the violet grade. The thought of staying here a few days crept past Gray's mind, but he gave up on the thought. He knew their time there was limited, so he had to make sure he left as soon as possible. Advancing 2 grades was a big boost to his light element. Although it was still the lowest, it was better than its previous state. By the time he stopped cultivating, he could already sense the power of teleportation around him and knew that he had passed the requirements to head to the next round. His only concern now was Void and the bunny leader. He didn't want to advance without them, but he knew there was nothing he could do about it. Since we've passed through so many stages together, the likelihood of us appearing on the same stage is quite high. As long as they don't wander around, I should be able to find them. His thought process was not groundless. They've gone through each of the last 6 stages together, including this stage making it 7. He didn't think there would be more than 10 stages. Given the fact that they had gone through 7 stages, the possibility of them showing up in the same stage was quite high. He didn't waste any more time and teleported out of the place. At another location, Clouse could be seen in a wretched state. His clothes were destroyed as he rushed through the area. Behind him, a group of 3 could be seen chasing after him. He had surprisingly gotten to the 2nd stage of the elemental venerable plane, but each of the people chasing after him had a higher cultivation stage. These people were from the Syphilis faction. They recognized Clouse was traveling with Grey, and since he couldn't provide Grey, they wanted to kill him. F***CK. Why don't you guys come one at a time? He spat on the ground, incensed. Genius is my foot. You're all lucky Grey isn't here, if not, I'd have killed you all. He shouted at the trio while running. They hadn't been able to kill him, even with their number and cultivation stage advantages. They were still stopped by Clouse's shocking defensive powers. Clouse had the ability to defend against an attack from a 5th stage elemental venerable at this point, but that was all under the premise he was under attack from a single person. He was being attacked by 3 people, although none of them had gotten to the 5th stage, 2 were in the 4th stage and the last one was in the 3rd stage. Don't run, we won't harm you. One of the trio said with a playful smile. Really? Clouse asked, a bit surprised. Yes, just stop right there. The young lady said. All right, to be sure you guys are going to stop too, I'll count 1 to 3 and we'll stop at 3. Clouse said with a relieved expression. The trio looked at each other and smiled. They felt Clouse believed them. We'll stop and then attack him once we get close. They whispered to each other. 1, 2, 3. Clouse counted and to his surprise, they stopped. Clouse didn't know if they were dumb or thought he was foolish. He didn't care and continued running. He wasn't going to foolishly stop and give them the opportunity to catch him. Chapter 1143. Clouse darted through the buildings, looking for a good spot to hide. He wasn't as fast as Grey or Alice and Reynolds, those were lightning elementalists. Grey was even more freakish, having the overwhelming space element as well as the light element. While running, he seemed to catch a glimpse of a figure appearing close to him. Void? He was a bit skeptical. Since Void was present, Grey should be as well, but he didn't see Grey's silhouette, just the small silhouettes of Void as he was hanging around. Wait, Void! He yelled out with all his might. He knew Void was powerful. Even if Grey was not present, he would use the help of Void to help him fight against these people. Some distance away, Void was laying on a rooftop, watching the bunny leader chew on a fruit it brought out of its storage. At first, he was a bit confused since they haven't been able to get any delicious fruits on the way. However, he recalled the bunny leader had been staying in a garden filled with precious fruits all its life. Of course it would have a large collection of good things. Hey, give me some, he demanded. This is the last one. The bunny leader replied with a casual expression as it tossed the rest of the fruit into its mouth. Before Void could even say a word, another fruit appeared on its small paws, and the bunny leader continued eating it with a nonchalant expression. No one would think this was the same bunny that said it was eating the last one. Void was about to explode when he sensed 2 familiar auras. He heard his name being shouted from where one of the auras was coming from. He turned his head to look in that direction and saw Clouse running in his direction with all his might. Who? He was a bit surprised. He turned to the other side and saw Reynolds walking over with a smile on his face, waving his hands at him. When Clouse saw how Void turned his head to the other side, he felt dejected while cursing at the cat in his head. Only when he got closer did he see Reynolds walking over. Reynolds was still smiling when he saw Clouse running frantically in their direction. Why are you running, bud? He couldn't help but ask Clouse. While alerted, he was prepared to attack at any given time. Void, where's Grey? Clouse didn't reply, turning his attention to Void. He should still be in the previous stage. He'll come soon, or maybe later. I'll just wait for him here. Void replied. Clouse had managed to give the trio chasing him a good distance, so he was able to pause for a few seconds. I'm being chased by those animals from the Syphilis faction, 3 to be precise. He explained, telling them of the strength of the people after him. When Reynolds heard it was people from the Syphilis faction, he quickly understood what was happening and his elemental warrior appeared. During the stages he had gone through, he had gained a lot and was already at the peak of the sage plane. his elemental warrior on the other hand had crossed to the elemental venerable plane. Void, can you stop one of them? Reynolds asked. Void nodded. Fighting against people in the 5th and 6th stages of the elemental venerable plane was not something that was difficult for him, much less these people. According to Clouse, the strongest person was in the 4th stage, and although there were 2 of them, it wasn't an issue for him. Even if he can hold one back, what can we do? We still lack the attack power to actually fight against them. There's still one in the 4th stage and another in the 3rd stage. Clouse said. Can you give me the chance to attack one of them without having to defend myself? Reynolds asked. I can block their attacks for a second or 2, is that enough? Clouse replied without hesitation. Enough, I'll show you my new trick. Reynolds said with a grin. Clouse raised an eyebrow but didn't say much. He didn't think Reynolds is as impressive as he is. Even if Reynolds did something that was above his expectations, he still wouldn't agree that Reynolds was better than him. The only reason he doesn't have the same thoughts about Gray was that Gray couldn't be regarded as a human, so he didn't count. What's more impressive than me being able to block the attacks of 3 people who are all above me in cultivation stages? Clouse scoffed internally. Reynolds didn't bother with the eyes Clouse was giving him. Before long, the trio from the Syphilis faction appeared. When they saw Void, they froze and looked around. It was common knowledge that Gray had a small black cat with him, and the cat with Clouse and Reynolds fits that description. You filthy thing, you lied to us. One of the duo in the 4th stage said coldly, not getting close to them. They knew how strong Gray was and knew not to go within a certain distance of him. Why are you standing there? Are you afraid? Come, attack. Fools. Clouse cursed. He knew what these people were thinking. To think that people like you 3 were actually searching for Gray. You're all too scared to even take a move now. Clouse mocked. After a few seconds he realized something and cursed, F*CK. Do you people think I'm easy to bully? F*CK your entire family. He instantly started cursing at them. These people were afraid of Gray, but they didn't hold back when they saw him and started chasing after him. This showed they were not scared of him. Reynolds shook his head when he saw Clouse blowing his top off. Calm down, it's not like you're not afraid of Gray. He said with a playful smile. Who's afraid of Gray? I can beat him up even with my hands tied. Clouse retorted before sending out an unexpected attack at the trio. They never thought Clouse would take the initiative to attack them, so they were a bit stunned before reacting accordingly. Chapter 1144. The trio blocked Clouse's attack, but Void moved out at this moment, using his space element to lock onto the 2 in the 4th stage of the elemental venerable plane. F*CK. Void, leave that guy for us, take this weak one. Clouse shouted angrily. Of the duo Void wanted to take with him, one of them was a young lady while the other was a young man. The young man was the one who recognized him and told the others of his identity. He was the one Clouse hated the most. He wanted to make sure he was the one who fought against this young man and beat the crap out of him. Void didn't argue with him and took the other young man with him, leaving the young man in the 4th stage of the elemental venerable plane for Clouse and Reynolds. I'm going to beat the hell out of you. Clouse pointed at the young man and said. The young man looked around and noticed that the others had been taken somewhere else by Void. Void probably did this to ensure none of them got in each other's way while fighting. You think you 2 can fight against me? The young man scoffed. He was in the 4th stage of the elemental venerable plane. Removing the fact that he was 2 stages above Clouse, Reynolds wasn't even in the elemental venerable plane. Did Clouse think they would be able to hurt him? He didn't waste any time and darkness started to spread from his body. He has a domain. Clouse was slightly taken aback. Although he knew others also had domains, he rarely got to see young geniuses who had awakened it. Shocked? The young man smirked before adding, I'm just getting started. Clouse spat on the ground, looking at the young man, unimpressed. A blizzard started with Clouse at the center. The young man's expression changed, and just as he was about to speak, lightning arcs started to appear in the blizzard, becoming part of it. Now, it was a combination of a blizzard and lightning. The young man's eyes trailed over to Reynolds, who was standing with lightning radiating across his body. He snorted coldly and attacked. His proud smile was long gone. The reason for this was because he was in the 4th stage of the elemental venerable plane before awakened his domain. Clouse was still in the 2nd stage, and he had already awakened it. He was almost certain that Clouse had awakened it a long time ago. He was even more envious of Reynolds, who was still in the sage plane. His eyes glowed with a fierce light and he decided to kill the duo. The darkness and the blizzard collided. At first, the darkness didn't seem to get the advantage, but within a few seconds, the powerful corrosive ability of the darkness element started to show forth. Damn it! Do something! Clouse said to Reynolds, who was standing beside him. Time to show you my new trick. Reynolds laughed, and then his elemental warrior appeared and merged with him. His aura, which was at the sage plane, shot straight to the second stage of the elemental venerable plane. He looked like a warrior donned in lightning armor. He raised his hand and a lightning bow appeared, an arrow appeared on his other hand and he notched it on the bow, drawing it back, he released it. The arrow passed through the blizzard and sucked in all the lightning arcs in it, strengthening itself. The young man felt a great sense of crisis from the arrow coming his way and he hastily set up multiple defensive walls in front of him. The darkness element was well known for its destructive powers, but it was also very good at defending thanks to its corrosive trait. The darkness walls blocked the arrow, but only for a moment as the arrow pierced through it with its domineering power. The hair of the young man stood on end, he could feel death coming at him. He retreated and dodged to the side, hoping to evade the arrow. Clouse wouldn't give him the chance. An ice wall appeared on the left and right side of the young man, keeping him trapped in the middle. These walls were extremely thick and when the young man tried to break them, he was stunned that the walls countered on their own. Ice spikes grew out of the walls and shot at him. He was at his wit's end. Reynolds' arrow was already within a few feet away. If he didn't move now, he would be fatally injured, if not killed by the arrow. He gritted his teeth and decided to take one of the attacks. Clouse's ice attack was not as fatal as Reynolds' arrow, so he went for the ice spikes. Moving to the side, he was impaled by a few ice spikes, but none of the ice spikes managed to penetrate deep into his skin thanks to the darkness essence that filled his body. As soon as the ice spikes managed to break through his skin, the darkness essence eroded them, making them almost harmless. Reynolds' arrow flashed past and left a light scratch on his left thigh. The jolt he got from the arrow messed up his essence and the last two ice spikes from the ice walls managed to pierce through his right hand and left shoulder. The young man held back the pain and didn't yell. He quickly got his essence back in order and dissolved the ice spikes piercing his body before stopping the bleeding. His eyes turned ferocious as he looked at the duo. He licked his lips and said, "You two are not so simple. It would be fun killing you." "Hee, you think you can kill us? Even if I was alone you wouldn't be able to kill me, much less the two of us while we are working together." Clouse laughed in a carefree manner. He didn't fear this young man one bit. "We'll see about that." The young man released a black orb that exploded, unleashing black mist all around. Chapter 11:45. Void, on the other hand, was not having an easy time since he was facing two people. He could handle himself against them, but it was a bit stressful. The bunny was going from one battle to another, watching the show. After Clouse and Reynolds hit the young man, they didn't speak any further, attacking him once again. The young man smiled. The dark mist that came out started to spread at a fast pace. "Don't inhale it," the bunny leader warned from the side. Clouse and Reynolds already knew this was not something they should take in, and are already working on ways to fight against it. Reynolds released his domain to fight against it, trying to stop it from touching them. Clouse on the other hand attacked the young man on his own. He might be the one with the best defense in the group, but it didn't mean he didn't have strong offensive powers. His heavy water was released as he tried to force the mist and the young man away from where they were. The young man seemed to blend into the dark mist and was out of sight. Clouse didn't panic as he spread the range of his water. Reynolds attacked at this time as well. Lightning fell from the sky, enveloping the place. The bunny leader quietly slipped away. It didn't want to be caught in the middle of the attacks. Clouse and Reynolds didn't put it in mind while attacking. If not for its reminder, they would have forgotten it was there. "Hee, I'll kill you too slowly, just take your time. You can't find me, and you'll die soon enough." The young man's creepy voice sounded from the mist. They couldn't pinpoint the place the voice was coming from. The voice came from everywhere the mist was. Even the duo who were covered by the mist heard the voices in their eyes as if the young man was whispering into their ears from the side. Clouse covered himself with a thin film of transparent ice to ward off the dark mist. Reynolds did the same. They've noticed their efforts to try to stop the mist from growing were not working. Even with Clouse heavy water and Reynolds lightning, they couldn't stop it. Reynolds looked at Clouse, worried. "What do we do? I can't sustain this form for long." "Since he wants to hide, let's leave." Clouse started to walk off the second he said this. The young man who was hiding in the mist was taken aback. He didn't think of this. The duo could easily walk away from this place and no longer have to worry about him or his dark mist. Reynolds laughed. "Wait up." The young man moved and sent a cloud of mist over, trying to stop them. Clouse didn't even bat an eye to the cloud of mist. He waved his right hand and a large ice wall appeared and blocked the mist. There was no way for it to touch them. The mist turned into black spears that shot at them. Reynolds used his lightning sword to block each of the spears, sending them back. The young man was forced to come out and attack the duo since they had walked out of the range of the dark mist. "Stop!" he yelled at the duo. "Oh, you're done playing hide and seek?" Clouse looked at him mockingly. The young man's face contorted out of anger. "I'll kill you," he said angrily. "I know, you've said that repeatedly, and then proceeded to hide. You're a weakling who only knows how to weaken his opponents before fighting." Clouse berated him. The young man paused, not expecting Clouse to say things like this. While he was still in his confused state, he was stunned when he noticed his legs had been frozen to the ground. He raised his head only to see Reynolds swinging his lightning blade at him. His reaction was instantaneous. Without holding back, he unleashed his strength. The young man's outburst forced Reynolds back. Clouse came close and attacked with the sword that enhanced his ice abilities. The young man didn't expect Clouse to choose a close-range method of attack, but he still did his best to repel him. While he was trying to repel him, Reynolds attacked once again. The duo were doing everything to make sure they killed the young man before Reynolds was exhausted from his current form. The young man also knew of this and stopped attacking them. Rather, he focused on defending. He knew as long as he focused only on defending, he would be able to outlast them. A few minutes later. "Damn it!" Clouse cursed when he noticed Reynolds' form was starting to show signs of falling apart. The second the elemental warrior detaches from Reynolds' body, it is over. Reynolds' aura started to decline in the process as well. The young man was ecstatic when he saw this and laughed in pure delight. F***CK. Run! Clouse and Reynolds came to the same conclusion after sharing a glance. The young man laughed and ran after the duo. Reynolds' elemental warrior had dissipated. He knew this was the chance he needed to kill them. Clouse and Reynolds were attacking as they ran, trying to slow down the young man and get a better chance of running. Reynolds turned around and attacked with a lightning bolt. The young man dodged it and a large palm made from the darkness element enveloped Reynolds. As the hand was shutting tight, Clouse slashed out with his sword, cutting it open. "Damn it!" They cursed simultaneously and started running again. "Ha ha, you can't run from me." The young man laughed. "Who's running from you? You're not even fit to clean my shoes, pig!" Clouse retorted. The young man didn't mind his words. He was closer to them now and knew another attack would put them in front of him. He attacked again and the duo were forced to block it. "Got you." "No, we got you." Clouse grinned and turned to Reynolds. Reynolds' body was covered with lightning. His elemental warrior came back full of life as it merged with him. Clouse smiled and blocked the attack while Reynolds attacked. This time, the young man was not prepared for their counter, so he was left wrong-footed from the start. Reynolds' attack was powerful, sending the young man flying, electrocuting him in the process. The young man had not balanced himself when Clouse appeared and attacked as well. The young man was forced to disregard the havoc Reynolds' attack was causing in his body and block Clouse's attack. The attack sent him flying. Even when he tried to block it, he was still forced back by the heaviness of the water. Reynolds attacked at the same time, striking the young man down from the air. Bang! The young man crashed into the ground, causing a pit on the ground. Reynolds and Clouse walked over to the place and looked at the defeated young man who was dragging his body out of the pit. "And to think you were shouting about killing me some seconds ago." Clouse looked at the young man with a smug smile on his face. He went on to mock the young man, repeatedly cursing him as well. Reynolds could only shake his head as he sent another lightning bolt at the young man. The young man coughed out a mouthful of blood as he struggled to stand once again. When he managed to stand, a large hole was in his stomach. Bang! A large hammer made from ice appeared in the sky and slammed into the young man, burying him in the ground. "Come on, stop showing us such gruesome things," Clouse commented with a straight face. The young man was dead. Clouse and Reynolds exchanged glances and headed for where they sensed Void fighting with the other two. At the time they got there, the young man in the second stage was on the ground, dead, leaving only the young lady who was in the fourth stage, struggling with Void. She was not his match. Even while she tried to block, she could barely block the attacks. Void was just too fast. What was worse for her was that no matter what she did, her darkness element seemed to have almost no effect on Void. "Should we help you?" Clouse asked from the side. "No need, she's already at her end," Void said. "Hey lady, should we help you?" Clouse turned to the young lady. The young lady was stunned by his question and almost wanted to nod, only to realize that Clouse was mocking her. You? You what? Fight, I thought you were all high and mighty while chasing me. Where's that attitude now? Clouse interrupted her. The young lady bit her lips. She knew her chances of surviving this was very slim, but she didn't want to give up, not until the end. She was still trying to fight when Clouse started talking again. Void was beating her physically, while Clouse was terrorizing her mentally. Boom! She blew up. Chapter 1146. Void, Clouse, and Reynolds ran away at the speed of light. They didn't dare to stay at the place where the explosion took place. The self-destruction of an elemental venerable is nothing to joke about. Even if the young lady was only in the 4th stage, the power of her detonating with all her might was more than an all-out attack of a 7th stage elemental venerable. This was above what the trio could deal with at the moment. F***CK. She really exploded! Clouse exclaimed when they got to a safe area while staring at the dust cloud that had risen into the sky after the young lady's detonation. Who would have thought you could talk someone to their death? Reynolds said. Looking at Clouse, he didn't show a surprised expression and added, given her chances, it was better for her to self-destruct than to listen to your yapping. What do you mean? I was being polite with her. Clouse retorted. Reynolds cursed out and they soon started their usual 2-man cursing session. Void was watching from the side while the bunny leader was a bit stunned. It never expected the two people to start arguing between themselves out of thin air. Why must you two be a disturbance wherever you go? Alice's irritated voice came from the side. Alice, you're here. Reynolds turned in shock. Not just me, everyone else. She replied with a smile. Gray, Ellis, and the others walked out from the side while looking at the duo. Gray shook his head. Can't you two be civil for once? Who are you calling uncivilized, blockhead? Clouse cursed out. We were almost killed cause we were associated with you, dumbass. Reynolds cursed as well. Who told you two to be so weak? Gray mocked with a smug expression. Clouse and Reynolds rushed at Gray and attacked him. The others could only look at the trio with a smile on their faces. Ellis was already used to them being like this, although this was the first time he was traveling with them. The small they spent in the forest before entering this building already showed him how they acted. Gray might be reserved, but in the midst of his friends, he tends to show the goofy side of him. After the trio were done fighting, well, it wasn't much of a fight, it was more of Gray beating the duo and Alice separating them. Satisfied? Gray asked the duo with a grin. Pray I don't get stronger than you, I'll beat you for fun every day. Clouse vowed. Me too. Reynolds added. Me 3. Me too. Gray kept hearing people chip in and couldn't help but turn to look at the people around. Even Gilbert, who was just joining the group in their travel, chimed in as well. F***CK. Gray couldn't help but curse out. If all his friends were planning on bullying him when they grew stronger, doesn't that mean he had to grow stronger at a faster pace? Alice laughed and calmed Gray down. How did we all end up in this stage? Gray asked, a little curious. He wasn't sure anyone has gone through as many trails as he has, so the possibility of them appearing here should be low. But shockingly, they were all present. I have no idea, I've gone through 5 stages. Ellis replied. I've gone through 6. Alice replied. 7. Clouse said. 5. Reynolds chimed in. Everyone spoke about the number of stages they had gone through. Gray was the one with the highest, while Clouse was just behind him. They all looked at each other a little surprised. They knew they shouldn't have appeared here since the teleportation was purely random. This was either coincidental or a setup. Are there other people here as well? Gray asked. Well, we've seen 3 people who tried to kill us because we were friends with you. Clouse brought up the issue again. Gray rolled his eyes but didn't say anything. He turned his eyes to the others and they each nodded. They've all seen other people who were present here. Guess most of the people who entered this place had been teleported here. My question is why? Gray was curious. He wanted to know the reason for this. No one had spoken of the challenge that others would go through here. He hadn't heard the others speak of facing any challenge here, so they had most likely not seen the trial yet. After thinking about it, he decided it was best they started to explore the place now. We aren't the only ones who would be drawn here by the explosion. It wouldn't be nice if we see some more enemies and they try to kill Clouse. He said while staring at Clouse with a soft smile. If I weren't friends with you, I wouldn't have to be worried for my life. Clouse complained. Your life would have been so boring without me. Stop complaining, it's not like an entire race is trying to kill you. The gnome race wants me dead. If you recall the events of what happened in the past, those people almost caused the destruction of our world, and those strong experts were only able to stop them for a while. Gray said with a nonchalant expression, before adding with a smile, now imagine if they know you're my friend. F***ck it. I even forgot about them. Clouse exclaimed. He turned to Gray and said, it has been a good ride, but it's time we parted ways. Henceforth my name is no longer Clouse and we never saw each other. Gray burst out laughing, putting his hand across Clouse's shoulder. Being friends with you seems like a shortcut to death. Clouse said in a depressed tone. Ha ha ha, at least you get to enjoy your life. Gray added with a grin. The others who weren't as close to Gray as Clouse, Reynolds, and Alice looked at him a bit apprehensive. The fact that Gray was this calm about the entire gnome race wanting him dead seemed a bit odd. Given the fact that he was the one who was wanted dead, he should at least show signs of panic, but he wasn't doing any of that. Rather, he was so carefree. Unknown to them, while the group were in the Azure continent, they were chased by the entire continent and still managed to scale through it. After going through that, they wouldn't feel bothered with this. It wasn't like the gnomes didn't want to kill other humans as well. So even if they succeed in killing Gray, they would still kill other humans who don't submit to them. The group started wandering around the place. Somewhere else. The projection of the old man appeared. Strange, why are all of them there? That guy just started receiving the inheritance. If there is any issues he would lose this chance. The old man was stunned. He had some agreement with a group of people and gave them the chance to receive the greatest inheritance in this place. The Twilight faction was mainly a light elemental faction, but it still taught other elements as well. The people he spoke with had some ties with the Twilight faction, so he felt it was okay to let one of them inherit all the techniques concerning the light element in the Twilight faction. His hope was that maybe another god-plane elementalist might appear among their ranks. If only Clouse had appeared there, he wouldn't be too worried, but with Gray appearing there as well, he was a bit scared that something might happen. Those two seemed to have a way to get their hands on the highest reward wherever they appeared. He squinted his eyes as an idea appeared in his head. The last stage was quite large and he could somewhat manipulate the surroundings. He wanted to stop the company of Gray and his friends, and he knew the only way he could do this was by sending challenges their way. He knew about the duo who chased Gray back at the challenge with the large furnace. And they were present there with their group. He willed it and they appeared in front of where Gray and his friends were planning on going through. Back on Gray's side. The lady from the Nether faction and 6 others from the Nether faction appeared in front of Gray and his friends. Amongst the 6 people, the young man Gray beat up was present. Seeing them, Gray's face fell. Enemies. He whispered to Clouse, who was at his side. Oh, she doesn't look bad. Did she try to woo you and failed? Clouse joked. The young lady heard Clouse's statement and her expression changed. She had seen Gray's face and of course, she couldn't deny the fact that he was handsome, but she wasn't the type who would run after any guy just because they were handsome. Chapter 1147. Hi, nice meeting you. Gray greeted her with a smile on his face. He acted as if he didn't see the young man. The young man didn't bother with him, standing behind the young lady. She was the leader of the expedition and had a higher status than he did. Not just that, but she was stronger than he was. You? I never thought I'd see you here. The young lady said coldly. Me too. Gray replied while doing a head count. The young lady had a total of 7 people, while on his side, adding Void, they had 8 people. Although Alice, Kyle, and Reynolds were in the Sage Plane, it didn't matter. He could deal with most of the people in the early stages of the Elemental Venerable Plane, so they wouldn't necessarily lose out against them. The young lady also seemed to be accessing the situation. After a thought, she stepped to the side, to Gray's surprise. There's something here, I can't be bothered with you. But I'll deal with you later. She said while moving away before turning to Clouse. Her eyes seemed to be colder than when she was talking to Gray, and added, and you too. I'll deal with you too. What? Are you falling in love with me too? Let me tell you something, any woman that has her eyes on my friend can't be with me, sorry. Clouse said. His facial expression was as if he was trying to console the young lady. The young lady gritted her teeth and was on the verge of exploding. She wanted to deal with Gray because of what happened with the competition. Clouse, on the other hand, she hated. She didn't think she had hated anyone as much as she hated Clouse. What was worse was that she had only had contact with him for a few minutes, yet she was feeling so much hatred for him. Clouse smiled as they walked past her, flashing his best smile. When they had gone past the young lady, Gray smacked the back of his head. "What are you doing? We're already enemies. What's wrong with irritating her? Or, don't tell me you also fancy her?" Clouse said with a shocked expression. The others couldn't help but look at him with a pitiful look. Gray was only going to beat him up if he continued on that part. And truly, it was as they guessed. Gray beat him up, sealing his mouth with the water element. Clouse kept on mumbling as they were walking. They didn't walk for more than 30 minutes before they saw another group. This group was larger than the previous one, and they were more hostile compared to the first one. This was the group from the Syphilis faction. They seemed hell-bent on killing Gray. They outnumbered Gray's group with 4 people. Gray had already removed the seal on Clouse's mouth at this time, when he saw them. "Crap! Gray!" He turned to Gray. "Don't call my name, maybe they don't know me." Gray closed his mouth. The group from the Syphilis faction looked at him and attacked. F***CK. How are they so many? I've killed 3, adding the 3 you've killed, that makes it 6. Don't tell me almost 20 of them managed to enter this place. I thought it was reserved for only those special people? Gray complained and exploded out with an attack. Reynolds merged with his elemental warrior and attacked someone in the first stage of the elemental venerable plane. Gray, who was in the middle of attacking, paused. Damn, he can do that? He was shocked, not just him, but the others as well. It was the first time they were seeing a summoner merge with their summon. Cool. Ellis commented. Gilbert was in the first stage of the elemental venerable plane and picked an opponent. The battle exploded out all of a sudden. The young lady who was the leader of the group went after Gray, but Gray left her for Void while taking care of the weaker ones. The sooner he took out those people, the better it was for his group. Kyle and Alice were the only ones without elemental venerable attack power, so he didn't want them to get injured from the battle. The bunny leader was in charge of their safety. Gray threatened to make bunny soup if anything happened to them, so the bunny leader was doing its job wholeheartedly. At first, the battle was chaotic, but Gray was able to quickly force a few people out with him, taking them somewhere else. Ellis, seeing Gray's actions, did the same as well. He still fought against multiple opponents. Void took the young lady with him. Clouse and Reynolds were the ones left to fight against the last 3 people. Alice and Kyle occasionally attacked the third person, making the pressure on the duo less. Gray was fighting against 5 people while Ellis was fighting against 3 people, Gilbert was fighting against 1 person, while Void was fighting against the young lady and 1 more person. Of the 5 people Gray was fighting against, 1 was in the 4th stage of the elemental venerable plane, while the others were in the 2nd and 1st stage of the elemental venerable plane. He knew he couldn't handle 2 people in the mid-stages along with these others, so he picked weaker people as well to lessen the pressure. "Do you think you can beat us?" one of the people in the 2nd stage said with a smile. "If you've heard about me, then you should know that I'm more proficient in fighting against multiple people." Gray smirked. The armor was already on his body and he vanished, appearing beside one of those in the 1st stage of the elemental venerable plane. The young man in the 4th stage attacked, forcing him back. Gray didn't act according to what the young man expected, rather, he decided to block the attack and still attack the young man. The young man was scared witless when Gray decided to take an attack just to kill him. He retreated, but he was not as fast as Gray was. Gray grabbed him and poured in a large quantity of miasma into his body. He had been storing miasma in his body for a long time now, and he rarely remembers to use it. While fighting against these people, he knew against weaker people, he would be able to immobilize them with this and decided to use it. The young man tried to yell, but he was unable to. To the shock of everyone, the young man dried up, as if his life was sucked out of him. The other 4 paused and looked at Gray. He was unscathed from the young man's attack, yet he had killed someone with just a touch. "What are you?" The other 2 in the 1st stage of the elemental venerable plane were visibly scared. They thought they could at least fight back against Gray, but reality seemed to be different. Gray was far stronger than they thought he was. "I'm death to those who want me dead. I'll kill you all, then I'll massacre your entire faction." Gray's eyes were cold. For a moment, even the young man in the 4th stage of the elemental venerable plane felt scared for his faction. He felt Gray would be able to accomplish what he said. "Come, I'll take on you all together." Gray welcomed them. He has never been afraid of a fight. The young man in the 4th stage called the others to his side. "We can defeat him together." He encouraged them and they started to use a joint attack. Gray didn't stop them, he let them do what they wanted. "Are you guys done?" All 4 rushed after him, attacking simultaneously. Gray smiled and moved forward as well. His eyes were covered in lightning as a lightning rain started. He might not be able to use the fusion state any longer, but he was still far stronger than his usual cultivation stage. A multicolored orb appeared on his hand and he sent it at the attack of the 4 from the Syphilis faction. The orb and their attack collided and Grey burst through the explosion, catching them off guard. They were still waiting for the outcome of the explosion when Grey attacked again, with another multicolored orb. This orb was smaller than the first one, but it packed more power compared to the first one. The young man was the leader and knew if he freaked out, it would be the end of them. He teamed up with the others to try to block the attack. Grey didn't only attack with the fusion orb, but he attacked with his physique, which was far stronger than his cultivation stage. Bam! His fist connected with another person in the first stage of the elemental venerable plane and the person exploded. In a matter of seconds, 2 people had been killed while Grey was still unscathed. Chapter 1148. The trio who were left alive looked at Grey with a frightened expression. They couldn't believe their eyes. They had heard of Grey's battle prowess, but they never knew when it came to life and death battles like these, he was even more fearsome. The fact that he could hold back when fighting against others in an arena was nothing less than shocking. Not just that, but he was growing too fast. Most of the people he was currently fighting with were already in the elemental venerable plane while he was still in the sage plane, but he is able to fight them and kill them with such ease that it was freakish. The last person in the first stage was a young lady and she was currently shaking from fear. From Grey's previous targets, it was clear that he focused on those in the first stage of the elemental venerable plane. She was the only one left and she couldn't help but fear for her life. If Grey targeted her, she was certain she wouldn't be able to block him. What are you? She asked. I told you before, didn't I? I'm Death. Grey flashed a brilliant smile. The young lady didn't see a handsome smile, rather, all she saw was the Grim Reaper staring deep at her soul, telling her it's his. Don't come near me. She panicked and turned around. Don't run off, he will be able to kill you easier if you're alone. Stay close to me. He can't kill you, not while I'm here. The young man in the 4th stage said, urging the young lady back. The young lady thought about it and came back to stand close to the young man. She was standing between them, making sure she wasn't open to any of Grey's attacks. The other person was in the 2nd stage and she felt he might have a chance in blocking Grey's attack. Do you think you can be safe from me? Grey's cold voice echoed in her ears, and when she turned around, she was scared witless when she realized Grey had switched places with the young man in the 4th stage of the elemental venerable plane. Ho. No need to talk, death is here. Grey said slowly. The young man in the 2nd stage was sent flying with a single attack, leaving the young lady at Grey's mercy. She wanted to shout, but she realized she lost the strength to yell. Her voice was gone, her knees went soft, and she fell to the ground. Grey stared at her on the ground. He didn't feel any emotions as he stared at the young lady who was too scared to even stand. Hypocrites, I hate your type the most. He waved his hand and the young lady stopped moving, falling to the ground. She didn't even try to set up any form of defense, she had already given up. Grey's attack was very simple, but precise. On the forehead of the young lady, a tiny hole could be seen, made from ice. Grey turned to the other 2, his face back to its previous nonchalant state. This time, the young man in the 4th stage showed fear. He knew this wasn't a human, but a demon. You're a demon! He exclaimed, you don't deserve to live. Oh, why don't you take my life then? Grey raised a brow. He was used to people like this. If they were on top, they wouldn't mind massacring an entire family, but once they are facing a stronger opponent, they wouldn't have the guts to fight. The young man turned to look at the other guy in the 2nd stage and turned around. He didn't want to fight with Grey anymore. He was not confident he could beat him. Since he couldn't win, he wanted to escape. Do you think you can run from me? Grey asked, but didn't give chase. He had already marked the young man, so there was no rush in going after him. Right now, he wanted to kill the other young man in the 2nd stage first. The young man in the 2nd stage ran in another direction, hoping Grey would not go after him. Wait, I'm trying to learn a new skill and you're the perfect target for me. Grey went after him. He soon appeared in front of the young man. Stop, I'll make a deal with you. He proposed. The young man stopped, he couldn't run away from Grey. Grey was not only fast, but he had the space element as well. How could he run from that? He was mentally drained within such a short time. What's the deal? He asked. Survive this and I'll let you go. If not, it's your luck. Grey said casually. Are you sure? The young man asked, not too optimistic about it. Gray nodded. You're wasting time with me, I wasn't the one who gave the orders. Go after those of higher stages. The young man tried to reason with Gray. I know, that's why I said I'll wipe out your faction from the surface of this continent. Gray replied calmly. The young man looked at Gray, stunned by the courage he had to say something like this. The fact that Gray could say these words without even flinching showed how confident he was in his abilities. Can he really do that? He asked himself, a bit confused. If Gray continues growing at this rate, he might be able to really accomplish what he said. This was something he knew for a fact. Gray was only in the second stage of the elemental venerable plane like himself, but he knew they were miles apart. Gray could fight 10 of him and leave alive. Others in the same stage can't do that. Fine, you'll stand by your word if I survive it. The young man gave up and decided to accept Gray's deal. An attack, just one, you survive, you go, you don't, it's your luck. Gray repeated. The young man thought about it for a while and nodded. It was better than trying to fight against Gray. At least in this case, all he had to do was to survive the attack however he could. Gray gave him some time to prepare while he himself only smiled. He wanted to try experimenting with the fusion orb. He was trying to see if he could create it with more of the space element and if it could pack as much power as the regular one. It would be made with multiple elements, but the space element would be the more dominant one. The young man started to create defensive wall after defensive wall. Gray couldn't be bothered with him as he started to work with the orb. The orb started to form in his hand, the space element taking more than 50% of it while the other elements took the rest, all distributed equally with the exception of the space element. At first, Gray started to lose control of the orb and felt his heart skip a bit when the orb almost exploded in his hand. He knew if it exploded he would most likely be seriously hurt. The young man felt the threat of the orb and started to create more walls. He originally created 5, now, he felt even 10 wouldn't be enough to ensure his safety. The space around the orb started to show signs of distortions. One has to know that this was a special place and the strength needed to distort the space was well over the late stages of the elemental venerable stage, yet Gray, who was only in the second stage of the elemental venerable plane, was causing the space to distort from a single orb. The young man started to pray internally, hoping for the orb to explode on Gray's hand. Just when he was starting to feel more pressured, the aura of the orb vanished. What he found shocking was that the orb was still in Gray's hands, but he couldn't sense its aura any longer. Instead of him to feel less pressured, his heart felt a tight grip. He knew this attack was even more deadly than what it previously was. Gray, on the other hand, had a huge smile on his face. So it's plausible. Keeping the attack between layers of space hides the aura. It might still be visible, but it isn't in this layer of space. Doesn't this mean that it can go through any defense? While thinking, he tossed the orb at the young man. The orb got to the first defensive wall and phased through it. The eyes of the young man almost bulged out of his body. Without even caring for anything else, he turned around and bolted. If the attack had been normal, he would have tried to take it, but this wasn't a normal attack. There was no way he would take this attack. Chapter 1149. Gray didn't feel too much emotion when he saw the young man running. The attack vanished and appeared behind him, hitting him in the back. The young man was unable to scream and his entire figure vanished before Gray's eyes. There wasn't any loud explosion like Gray's normal fusion orb. The orb just vanished, along with the figure of the young man. If a stranger walked there at the moment, they wouldn't see any signs of any powerful attacks. It was almost as if Gray had been there all alone all this while. Gray didn't brood over the matter and chased after the young man in the 4th stage. He already marked him, so he knew where the young man was located. When he caught up with the young man was staring at him, breathing heavily. He was scared out of his mind. "You don't have to pay evil with evil," he said in a low voice. Gray scoffed when he heard this. The young man knew he was not his match, so he wanted to get Gray to leave him alone. Unfortunately for him, Gray had never been a soft person. As long as he felt threatened by a person, he would take out that threat. Unless he was weaker, but so long as he was stronger, he would remove that threat. He wasn't in the mood to talk to the young man as he attacked the next minute. The young man was someone in the 4th stage of the elemental venerable plane. Although he was afraid of Gray, it didn't mean he couldn't fight back. This was the reason Gray left him for last. This way he would get enough time to deal with him and the others wouldn't be able to escape. Boom! The young man blocked Gray's attack, but was forced to take some steps back. If I can deal with his powerful explosive attacks, then I should be able to deal with him, he thought to himself. It was well known that Gray's attacks were very powerful. He felt as long as he could last for a few minutes, he would be able to get the better of Gray once he started to lose his cool. Gray had no idea what was going through the head of the young man. Even if he did, he wouldn't care about it. Other than his explosive attack power, he still had his terrifyingly strong physique. No one knows of this due to the fact that it was greatly enhanced after he entered this place. Some people knew his body was strong, but only those who had experienced it knew how strong it was. Unfortunately, most of those people didn't make it out alive. He started to exchange blows with the young man. He gained the advantage from the start, but the young man was able to successfully defend himself against Gray. Fighting against a single opponent, the great advantage Gray had against multiple opponents is not as obvious as now. He can only overpower his opponents at this point, but he had lost the edge of that surprise attack the space element allowed him. This didn't take away his strength in any way. The young man didn't try to match Gray attack for attack, blocking the ones he could and dodging most of them. Gray couldn't help but shake his head. There were things he needed to do. Fighting with this young man for a long time wasn't something he wanted. After thinking about it for a while, he decided to try out his new attack. While he was in the middle of creating the orb, the young man attacked, not giving him the chance. When the young man sensed the aura that was gathering in the orb, he knew he couldn't give Gray the chance to create it, else it would be detrimental to him. Gray didn't feel down. With a flick of his hand, ice shards started to rain from the sky, accompanied by lightning. His surroundings started to show signs of going through a chance. Lava appeared. This time, there was a difference between when he was just using his fire and earth element. The hotness from the lava scared the young man. This lava was made from the combination of his fire and earth domain. He only thought of trying it after successfully making a new form of his fusion orb. With these new experiments, he had more attack options. The young man wasn't prepared to be covered in a sea of seething lava. His darkness element spread around his body as he tried to fight against it. While he was doing this, Gray unleashed a lightning storm at him, using his lightning element. 3 domains. The young man exclaimed, dumbstruck. He had already pieced everything together and knew the lava was made from Gray's domains. He already felt Gray was a freakish entity for having 2 domains. With the appearance of the lighting domain, the number increased to 3. Actually, it's 4. Gray said with a smile as a large blizzard started from his side before moving to engulf the young man. Impossible. Impossible. The young man was finding it hard to accept the reality of things. Accepting that Gray had 3 domains was already very difficult and heart-wrenching, but now he had to accept Gray had 4. This was already past what some top experts had, yet Gray had it. For elements, for domains. Still in the second stage of the elemental venerable plane. Doesn't this make him the greatest genius ever? Even at this point, the young man still had to access Gray. It wasn't that he wanted to, but he just couldn't help it. Being forced to fight against the greatest genius of all time was more like a sin. Now he understood why Gray could easily fight well above his stage even when fighting against multiple opponents. Does he also have one for his space element? He asked himself. At that moment he was struck with something. He also has the space element. Doesn't that make it 5 elements? Only now did he recall that Gray also had the space element, that made it 5 elements for a single person, and of the 5 elements, he had already awakened the domains for 4. Just thinking about it made his heart beat rapidly. Ah! His painful shriek soon followed. All of Gray's domain broke through his defense while he was still thinking about Gray's freakishness. It was unknown if he would have been able to escape if he wasn't distracted by Gray's awesomeness. Gray had no idea his talent was what shocked the young man to death, and he didn't care. After taking care of this young man, he noticed there were still ripples of battles from multiple places. Guess I was the first. He turned in the direction of the place where he could feel the strongest ripples. Void should be there since he was the one who took the young lady in the 5th stage of the elemental venerable plane. When Gray got to the place, he noticed Void was having a difficult time against the young lady and the other person he was fighting. I'll take one of them, take out the other. He communicated with Void telepathically. His aura was hidden, he wanted to take them by surprise. At least with his explosive power, he should be able to kill or at least seriously hurt whoever he targets. The young lady in the 5th stage was his original target, but after some thought, he decided to go for the weaker young man who was there. First off, Gray didn't want to take the chance of him not being able to successfully hit the young lady. With her strength, she might be able to sense him at the last minute. After concluding with Void, he targeted the young man. They planned on how Void would take him close to him so he would not have to teleport for a long distance and be discovered. Void, who was already tired of the battle, dragged them to the place. The young lady didn't notice anything strange. Only after Void risked injuries to force her back did she notice a strange pattern. Becca? She hadn't finished her statement when Gray appeared like a ghost behind the young man and grabbed his head, making it disappear from his body. The headless body of the young man fell on the ground. Even Void was forced to take a quick glance at Gray. He sensed the space element in Gray's casual grab. His control over the space element has increased. He thought to himself. Gray wouldn't have been able to do this a few days ago, but now, he did it so seamlessly that it would be difficult for others to figure out how he did it. What are you doing here? The young lady asked, a bit shocked. Oh, your guys told me I can leave, so I came over to help. Gray replied with a smile. Chapter 1150. The young lady looked at the headless body lying on the ground before glancing at Gray. Only a fool would believe his words. He took 5 people with him, it hasn't even been up to 5 minutes, and he's killed all of them. She found it hard to believe, even though she knew the only way for Gray to appear here in such a carefree manner was if he defeated that group, but she still found it hard to accept. She's in the 5th stage of the elemental venerable plane, 3 stages above Gray, and she wouldn't dare say she would be able to defeat a group of 5 that had someone in the 4th stage, much less doing it in such a short time. What did you do to them? She kept her gaze on Gray. Dead, and you'll join them soon. Gray blocked her escape route. Void was standing behind her while Gray stood in front of her, making sure she had no way to escape. Do you think I'll believe you just because you said it? The young lady scoffed. Believe whatever you want, it's not going to change anything. Gray didn't care if she believed him or not, he would still kill her. The young lady looked at Gray and scoffed, even if you manage to kill them, do you think I'm like them? It doesn't matter, the result will remain the same. Gray's reply was calm. He attacked after saying this. The young lady, seemingly prepared for this, blocked the attack with a dark screen before sending out a fireball attack. Gray dodged the attack and attacked once again. Void did the same as well. The duo soon started to bombard the young lady. Although she was being overwhelmed by the duo, she didn't lose her cool, she carefully blocked each attack, dodging the one she could while countering on a few occasions. Gray and Void were still attacking when the young lady suddenly opened her mouth and a dark crow came out from it. The crow enlarged, turning into a giant bird. The crow was a rank 7 magical beast, just like Void. The moment it appeared, it screeched loudly before sending out a darkness elemental attack at Gray. Gray didn't panic and blocked the attack with ease, bolting into the sky and smacking the crow. The crow dodged and tried to use its razor-sharp claws to grab him. Gray dodged it but was met by an attack from the young lady who managed to break free from Void's attacks. Gray blocked the attack, but it pushed him into the air, closer to the claw of the crow. The crow tried to grab him, but his hand suddenly became covered with scales as he held the crow's leg and gave a violent tug. The crow was dragged down by the force of Gray's pull. The young lady distanced herself from the place, seeing that Gray wanted to use the opportunity to go for the kill. She attacked with the fire element once again, sending out butterflies made from the fire element. When Gray's figure touched one of the butterflies, it exploded, pushing him away from the crow. The crow stabilized itself mid-air and flew to the young lady's side. She stepped on its head as they faced off against Gray and Void. Come on, Void, grow bigger. Gray urged. Not against this low-life crow. Void shook his head, too proud to increase his size just because of a crow. Gray didn't bring up the matter any longer, he was more concerned about the duo in front of him. He wanted to take them out. The young lady looked at Gray with a serious expression. Did you truly kill them? She was still finding it hard to believe, but she had tried to sense them but realized she couldn't. This meant that they were dead. If Gray was the one who killed them, then his threat was far higher than what they originally thought. Ask them when you see them. Gray moved for the attack once again. This time, he tried to switch places with the young lady, but to his surprise, she actually resisted. First off, the young lady had the space element, and being aware of this ability of Gray's, she was already on guard against it. Gray didn't panic, he didn't lose entirely in that battle. Since he was unable to switch places with her, he sent an orb there using the shortcut. The young lady was unable to stop the orb from coming, so when it appeared, she could only defend against it. Void attacked with his lightning element, sending out a bolt of lightning their way. Gray didn't try to create the new form of the fusion orb, he knew the young lady wouldn't give him that chance. However, he had no issues with sending out multiple fusion orbs. For a long time now, he could instantly create these orbs, so it wasn't a problem for him. The young lady was able to block the first orb. Void's lightning bolt was dealt with by the crow. Seeing Gray sending out multiple fusion orbs, she couldn't help but feel dread. From the first attack, she already knew just how powerful the attack was, and to think that Gray could unleash more than one at a time was beyond comprehensible. The young lady and the crow hastily retreated, making sure they left the area of the explosion when the orbs exploded. At the last moment, she noticed something was wrong and tried to stop the crow, but it was too late. Void had deployed his domain and reduced the area. When they got to the edge, they were teleported back to the place they were standing, in the middle of the explosion of the fusion orbs. Smart move, Void. Gray praised Void's quick thinking. Void raised his head proudly, looking down on Gray. Gray didn't care about him and placed his attention on the explosion. He knew the duo wouldn't die so easily. It was just as he predicted. When the explosion died down, the young lady and the crow appeared before them. Although they didn't escape unscathed from the explosion, they were not severely injured by it. "I knew it would take more than that to take you down," Gray commented. The young lady wiped the blood at the side of her mouth, her expression serious. Deep in her eyes, one could still see the fear from almost being blown away by the attack. If not for the crow taking most of the hit, and she setting up a few last-minute defensive walls, they would have been seriously injured. She stepped on the crow and they turned around to escape. She knew fighting against Gray and Void was a suicide mission, especially with just the two of them. Gray turned to Void, and Void shook his head. His domain couldn't hold them as long as the young lady is able to find out the breaking point. With the young lady being a space elementalist as well, it wasn't hard for her to find the breaking point. Gray was already giving chase. Seeing them break it, he snorted and sent out ice arrows at them. The young lady didn't even turn around as she blocked the attacks and ran for her life. Gray was fast, but against a flying-type magical beast, he was a bit lacking. The young lady was using her space element to teleport them occasionally. With time, the gap between them started to widen and Gray could only give up. "Damn it! She escaped," he complained as he watched her leave. "At least she didn't leave unharmed," Void commented. "I wanted her to stay," Gray said coldly. "There's nothing we can do. Let's go help the others," Void suggested. Gray nodded and turned around. After taking a glance at the escaping figure, he snorted and left. He would take care of her later. It wasn't like they had left the secret realm yet. There was still the chance of meeting her after leaving this building. Unless she left the building before he did, if not, he would kill her. They went on to help the others who were still engaged in a battle. Gilbert was able to take out his opponent since he was on the same stage as the person. Although it took a while, after all, darkness elementalists were quite difficult to deal with. Being an earth elementalist, explosive attacks wasn't his strong forte, so he had to slowly grind his opponent till he won. Ellis didn't take too long with his opponent as well. Clouse and Reynolds threatened to become enemies with them if they helped out, so they could only watch as they fought a long battle that they eventually won. Clouse was slowly getting stronger than he previously was. Reynolds, on the other hand, was getting a better understanding of his new ability. This is the end of this video. Thank you guys for listening. Hope you enjoyed and wish you wonderful rest of the day. The Silent Raptor's out.